my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me, I'm too smart to drop costs, and I got two fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. That's fine with us. Come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. Go and line them up. Yeah, that's fine with us. Go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Let the blood run cold and the guests know they in my world. The best of both, seen a little more that mean the less I know. Only thing I gotta do, collect the dough. Too fire for the matches, do the math, kid, put me in, I raise the average. Savage, 0 to 100, that's the bandwidth standard. My end zone dance on your casket, can't win. Two fists, I'm a problem, nuisance. Who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. Go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. my prime. Ha, let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me, I'm too smart to drop costs, and I got 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. 1, go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Let the blood run cold and the guests know they in my world. The best of both, seen a little more. That mean the less I know. Only thing I gotta do, collect the dough. Do fire for the matches. Do the math, kid, put me in and raise the average. Savage, 0 to 100, that's the bandwidth. Standard, my end zone dance on your casket. Can't win. 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. 1, go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. I ain't gon' let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me and too smart to drop costs, and I got 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. 1, go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Let the blood run cold and the guests know they in my world. The best of both, seen a little more. That mean the less I know. Only thing I gotta do, collect the dough. Do fire for the matches. Do the math, kid, put me in and raise the average. Savage, 0 to 100, that's the bandwidth. Standard, my end zone dance on your casket. Can't win. 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. 1, go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us.
कहा जाता है वक्त के साथ चलना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी होता है। अगर आप वक्त के साथ चल रहे हैं तो रिजल्ट आपको फोर श्योर मिलने वाला है, लेकिन अगर रिजल्ट ना भी मिले तो आपको दूसरा चांस मिलता है। और कुछ इसी तरीके का मंजर इस पूरे सफर में अभी तक हमने देखा है, जहाँ पे 8 ऑलरेडी टीम्स ऐसी है जो कि ग्रैंड फाइनल तक पहुंच चुके हैं। लेकिन अगले 8 नाम की तलाश के लिए फिलहाल आज से 6 दिनों का ये पूरा एक्शन हम यहाँ पे देखने वाले हैं। चाहे हर स्टेज की बात कर ले, सर्कल की बात कर ले या पूरे दिन की बात कर ले, प्रेशर इन टीम्स के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा रहने वाला है। और मुझे पता है कि जितनी भी ऑडियंस घर बैठ के इन सारे मंजर को देखने वाले, वो भी बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर फील करने वाले, क्योंकि मैचेस ही ऐसे होने वाले। तो चलिए बिना किसी देरी के दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं, सीधा चलते हैं एक्शन की तरफ।
It's been an era of redemption. It's been an era of second chances so far. But as the stage for the semi-finals is set, we have these teams that have made it to this stage yet, but might fail to make it to the grand finals. We're going to kick off this journey, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Super Johnny, and joining me right now are going to be Salty and Necro to kick things off. Semi-finals are upon us. We have 24 teams with us, and not everyone else will be able to survive this gauntlet.
And I think it is going to be a very cutthroat measure, Johnny, because imagine this. 6 teams move on from the semi-finals itself, but then the 16 that remain, they're still going to be contesting inside of the last chance qualifiers.
Necro, Salty said 6 move on, 16 left. Where did the 2 names go?
They get eliminated from the BMPS 2026. So at least you can't say for the experienced names, staying inside of the bottom 2 is not going to be concerned.
Yeah.
For them, the concern is going to be to put themselves in the top 6. Now, moving on the conversation towards the upcoming format as well. After this is going to be the last chance, and from the last chance, only 2 move on.
Exactly.
That's the crazy part.
Exactly. As you mentioned, the format, I think this time we saw a cutthroat format for BMPS 2026. It was something new, but it gave us a lot of exciting turns in the stories that unfolded for all of the teams that were there at the start of the journey, by the way, during the qualifiers. I'm talking about the 64 teams we began this competition with. And since then, we have said goodbye, a lot of goodbyes, of course. 8 right off the bat during the qualifiers.
Yeah.
And then there were the teams that were struggling during the survival stages as well. But here we are in the semis. A lot of these teams, especially the ones that made it from Group A and Group B in particular, they've had a long break. They have had time to observe everyone else, see the teams, how they were playing in the survival stages, and come up with strategies to counter those specific teams. But we have the group distribution with us, because this is what was going to matter, whether you get to use your strategies or not, and we have the 3 groups for the semi-finals on our screens.
It's going to be so interesting, Necro, because imagine this. Teams are coming in from 3 different facets. The bottom 8 of Group A, the top 8 of Group B, this is from the qualifiers I'm talking about, and of course the top 8 from the survival stages. Which group, which specific one is going to have a little bit of an upper edge? I'm not really sure, Necro, but which group does look a little appealing to you?
I mean, look, it's not just about the groups, right? Let's talk about the individual teams right now, because AX are supposed to be the defending champions of
Exactly.
BMPS 2026, and right now you can't say there's a lot of pressure on top of them. If you talk about the qualifiers journey so far for Group AX, I mean, they started things off from the Group D, and let's just say inside of the Group D, things were looking pretty decent for them. 30 finishes on the board. Total, they managed to get 37 points. If you look at the fact that they got 37 points in the span of 6 games, that's not too great. We're speaking of the defending champions over here, and they were never supposed to be inside of the Group D in the first place. They were supposed to start from somewhere around Group A, but since their performance in the past wasn't that good, that's why they're suffering.
Again, as you said, I think we expected them to carry the form from BMPS to BGIS at the start of this year as well, but that didn't happen. AX had a very unfortunate outing very early over there. But then we move on to the survival stages, and man, oh man, during the survival stages, they did set that stage on fire.
100%. I think the way Devotee and Cyrax has been playing right now, they, by the way, are there in the top 20 in terms of the overall player leaderboard. So I'm still believing on Devotee, I'm still believing on Cyrax as this team together can do it, but they will have to jot down their specifics. Raiden has to perform out of his mind, and Aryan needs to step up as well.
Yeah, for sure. The 4 boys from the side of Team AX on our screen. Cyrax, the return that a lot of people were hoping for. It happened in style and at the right time. Devotee also performing really well during the survival stages for the side of AX. We have the new addition in the roster, Raiden. He's there with the namesake of the team, Team Aryan. But this time, Aryan's performance, Necro, it took a massive dip.
Yeah, it's been taking a massive dip for a long time. It's not just about this time, right? Even if you talk about the past year, Aryan wasn't doing that great after the BMPS win itself. So you are seeing this team in general suffer so much.
Pretty much, but we need answers. Let's head over to a very special interview with Aryan from Team AX.
देखिए बहुत सारी टीम्स को हमने देखा, बहुत सारी टीम्स की हमने तारीफ की, बट अब हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन एएक्स के आर्यन। वेल आर्यन, कैसा लग रहा है? अभी आप देखिए सेमीफाइनल में सफर पूरे तरीके से आप लेके आ चुके हो। प्रेशर जरूर होगा क्योंकि आप डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन, जिस तरीके से मैं बोल रहा हूँ, क्या सही में प्रेशर है आर्यन के ऊपर या फिर वो चिल करके पूरे तरीके से खेल रहे हैं?
बाकी मैंने अभी आया मैंने सारे प्लेयर्स को देखा तो मेरे को बहुत बढ़िया लगा क्योंकि मैं 6-7 महीने बाद वापस खेलने आया हूँ BMSD के बाद। और बात रही प्रेशर की, मेरे को नहीं लगता कुछ प्रेशर होता है क्योंकि हमारा काम ही है कि हमको अच्छा खेलना है, तो कुछ प्रेशर तो होता नहीं है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल होना भी नहीं चाहिए प्रेशर क्योंकि आप एक काफ़ी अच्छे एक्सपीरियंस, लेकिन BMPS ही क्यों? बाकी सारे इवेंट्स में थोड़े से गायब हो गए। अगर आप देखें BMPS 2025 के बाद बहुत सारे इवेंट्स हुए ऑफिशियल में, वहाँ पे AX उस तरीके से बाउंस बैक नहीं कर पाए और वापस से BMPS 2026 की जब बारी आई तो वापस से वही जलवा हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। तो इसके बारे में कुछ बताना चाहेंगे आप?
बाकी मैं BGS था हमारा, जिसमें हमारा कुछ रोस्टर चेंजेस हुए थे, उसके वजह से हमारी सिनर्जी नहीं बन पाई और हम BGS में अच्छा नहीं कर पाए। इस बार हमने बहुत सारी चीज़ों का ध्यान रख के वापस सब अच्छी तरीके से करने की ट्राई करिए। देखते हैं सेमीज में हम कैसा करते हैं।
देखिए मैचेस की आप बात की, बीच के मैचेस अच्छे नहीं जा रहे थे कुछ हद तक, जिसके वजह से आप सेमीफाइनल तक पहुंचे हो। आपके पास 5वां प्लेयर भी है जिनका नाम प्रो है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी आपने उनको अभी तक एक भी मौका नहीं दिया। जहाँ पे बाकी लाइनअप्स की बात करें वहाँ पे हमने वो मौका बाकी प्लेयर्स को मिलते हुए देखा। तो आर्यन क्या सोच रहे, क्या प्रो को बस घुमाने के लिए आप लाए, उन्हें मौका नहीं देंगे आप?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। हम पहले हमारे जो 4 प्लेयर थे, हमने यही सोचा था कि हम 4 अपनी सिनर्जी बनाएंगे क्योंकि हमारी सिनर्जी बन नहीं पा रही थी शुरू में, क्योंकि रेडन न्यू एडिशन था और साइरस भी वापस आया था। तो हमने हमारा पहला मेन एम था कि हम हमारी सिनर्जी बनाएंगे, बाद में हम चांस देंगे। बट लास्ट जो सर्वाइवल स्टेज था उसमें हमारी टीम का कोऑर्डिनेशन थोड़ा बेटर देखा हमने। तो अभी हमने यही सोचा है कि कुछ सिचुएशन बनती है जिसमें एक प्लेयर का परफॉर्मेंस डाउन हो या फिर कुछ भी होता है, तब हम प्रो को स्वैप करेंगे।
होपफुली हमें वो जरूर होता हुआ देखने को मिले, या फिर जैसा आप बता रहे सिनर्जी अगर बन जाए तो उसी के साथ आप कंटिन्यू करते हुए चले जाएंगे। बट आर्यन फिलहाल इस सेमीफाइनल में आप देखिए बहुत लिमिटेड मैचेस है और ग्रुप ए की भी बॉटम 8 टीम्स यहाँ पे आ रही है जिनके अगेंस्ट अब आपको जाना है। तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए क्योंकि अभी एक डेडिकेटेड ग्रुप था आपके पास, लेकिन अब बहुत ज़्यादा राउंड रॉबिन सिस्टम में ये सारे मैचेस होंगे, तो प्रिपरेशन थोड़ा ज़्यादा होगा, मेहनत बहुत ज़्यादा होगा, तो उसके बारे में कुछ बताना चाहेंगे आप?
हाँ, प्रिपेयर करके तो आए हैं हमने ग्रुप ए के वालों के मैचेस देखे, हमने ग्रुप बी के भी मैचेस देखे, हमने जितनी भी टीम थी उनके ड्रॉप लोकेशन सब एनालाइज कर तो लिया है। बाकी बस एग्जीक्यूशन के ऊपर है कि हम एग्जीक्यूट कैसे करते हैं।
होपफुली हमें वही होता हुआ देखने को मिल जाए। बट क्या प्लानिंग के साथ आए? डे 1 सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है अगर आप पूरे तरीके से देखें, और डिवोटी भी काफ़ी अच्छे फॉर्म में हमें देखने को मिल रहे थे। जैसा हमने 20 के मैचेस देखे, बहुत सारे फिनिशर निकाल के जा रहे। तो क्या बातचीत हुई है पूरे इस मैच में जाने से पहले, क्योंकि इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा ये पूरा सफर आज के दिन के लिए?
बात रही डिवोटी की, तो डिवोटी हमेशा से अच्छा प्लेयर था, बट उसका मोमेंटम थोड़ा डाउन हो गया था BGS के बाद से। बट अभी उसने वापस अपना कैचअप करा है, वो उसको स्टार प्लेयर ही लगता है मेरे को, और वो अच्छा ही करेगा।
होपफुली वो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा करे क्योंकि आज के मैचेस बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाले। क्या डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन आसानी से डोमिनेट कर पाएंगे, ये सब जानने के लिए चलते हैं सीधा पहले कास्टर्स की तरफ।
That was a little bit of an intense conversation, and I guess it's nothing new for AX Aryan or Team AX to make Giants look small. That's the tiniest I've made anyone make Krafton look small, by the way, on camera. But anyways, a lot to talk about over there, a lot to dissect. What went wrong with the team, how they're looking up for the semi-finals. But Necro, what are your thoughts on Team AX and their journey? Because it's not going to be easy. There are other teams that have done quite well. One of those teams is 4TR that was constantly, well, they were doing decent inside of Group A, in fact.
Johnny, 4TR are the real comeback kings. They always make a comeback. You speak of this tournament, you speak of the BGS as well. When we thought things are done for 4TR, these guys, Arthur, Rapido, Viper, Anonymous, I mean, these guys are always there to pull off a major comeback and surprise all of us.
Pretty much. And they've done quite phenomenally well. This time around, Salty, the addition of Viper into this roster, we have seen Rapido, Anonymous, and Arthur there with non-X previously.
Yeah.
They did really well, as Necro pointed out, during BGIS. But BMPS, it was shaky. Now it seems like the roster is getting a little stable.
Absolutely. I think that change from Viper, from Phoenix to 4TR, that was the key. Hopefully, Manny actually steps up in the semi-finals.
Hopefully, last time under the idealship of Somraj, this time playing under Arthur. We definitely have to hear what the man has to say. Let's hear it from himself.
अब तक का सफर अगर आप देखें 4TR के लिए तो बहुत मजेदार भी रहा, लेकिन कुछ खराब मैचेस भी है जिसके वजह से वो सेमीफाइनल में हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। वेल, उसमें विस्तार में बात करते हैं। फिलहाल हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं 4TR के वाइपर कैसा लग रहा है? सबसे पहले सेमीफाइनल लैंड, हमने लास्ट BGS लैंड देखा था सेमीफाइनल में, और यहाँ पे भी अब वही हो रहा है। तो कैसा लग रहा है कि सेमीफाइनल से भी आप टीम्स को सामने खेलते हुए देख पा रहे हो?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, लैंड बहुत अच्छा है, लाइटिंग्स भी बहुत अच्छी है, ऊपर से सब कुछ टीम्स भी बहुत बढ़िया है, अपना देखेंगे, खेलेंगे अच्छे से।
होपफुली काफी अच्छा खेल के जाए आप, क्योंकि हमने देखा था पहले राउंड्स के जितने भी मैचेस की बात कर ले, स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस थोड़े डिसेंट जा रहे थे, उसके बाद बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर निकाल के क्वालिफाई करते चले जा रहे थे। उसके बारे में बताइए ना जरा कि प्रेशर में खेलने में ज्यादा मजा आ रहा है 4TR को?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। हम स्टार्टिंग के 3 मैच थोड़ा रिस्क ले लेते थे कि जाते थे मारने के, ट्राई करते, वो चीज़ें वर्कआउट नहीं होती थी। फिर जब हम पे प्रेशर पड़ता था तो हमें लगता था कि अब गलतियाँ नहीं करनी, तो हम अपना नेचुरल खेलते थे और गलतियाँ ना करके हम कर लेता था अच्छा।
सेमीफाइनल में क्या इरादा है कि स्टार्टिंग से ही डोमिनेशन रखेंगे या फिर से आखिर में चिकन डिनर निकालने का प्लान चल रहा है?
देखिए, कोशिश तो स्टार्टिंग से ही करेंगे कि अपना नेचुरल खेल के अच्छा करें और पहले ही क्वालिफाई कर जाए, एंड तक वो चीज़ें ना जाएं, पर देखते हैं अभी कैसा होगा।
क्या इम्पैक्ट किया है वो परफॉर्मेंस? क्योंकि हमने देखा था कि आप सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल में जा सकते थे, 4-5 पॉइंट्स के कारण आप रह गए, तो वो मन में चल रहा है कि यार वो 5 पॉइंट अगर आता तो अभी आप सीधा जयपुर जाते?
नहीं, एट दैट हम ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर है, हमारी हम गलतियों से सीखते हैं, तो हमने वो चीज़ें देखी कि हम क्या गलतियाँ कर रहे हैं, वो चीज़ हम इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे अब सेमीज में।
होपफुली काफी अच्छे तरीके से आप करके जाए। बट लास्ट BGIS से अगर इस BMPS की बात करें तो आप सोमराज के आइजलिंग में खेले थे, अगर BGIS की बात करें अब आप 4TR में आए हो, एक अलग आइजल के साथ खेल रहे हो, प्ले स्टाइल में कितना फर्क आ जाता है? अगर आप देखें एक अलग आइजल के साथ नेक्स्ट ऑफिशियली खेलना है आपको डायरेक्ट, कितना प्रेशर में आते हैं वाइपर उस टाइम?
इतना प्रेशर तो नहीं होता, नॉर्मली बस हम ठीक है देखते हैं, मतलब नॉर्मली खेलते हैं, इतना कुछ वो नहीं होता।
चलिए, ऑल द बेस्ट, आपके मैचेस यहाँ से बहुत अच्छे जाए। बट फिलहाल एक्शन वो रुकने वाला नहीं है, फिलहाल चलते हैं आशीष की तरफ और जानते हैं कि इनके इस पूरे वाक्य से आपका क्या कहना है।
Looking at the level of composure that's there between these athletes, I mean, you talk about Aaron, who's trying to defend his trophy with his boys from AX, or you talk about Viper, a young athlete who made a name for himself with his mechanical skills almost 2 years ago when he was a rookie, and since then has played against some of the, with and against some of the biggest names in the scene, still does really well as an individual. You see the level of composure, you see the confidence, it's scary. I can't decide how the semifinals are going to go. There are so many top contender teams.
I mean, with overall performance, if you talk about even when he was a part of Phoenix Esports, in general, things were just looking pretty decent for them, right? In Phoenix Esports, they were known as the gangsters of the lobby, straight up just ramming their vehicles against a compound, taking those fights. But for now, we've got the schedule. Group A and B are going to be the ones to kick things off. The map of Rondo, as usual, it's supposed to be extremely aggressive. I love it.
Pretty much. And again, I think this map schedule is going to be important. A lot of rondos this time in the semis.
A lot of rondos, and rondos will have to be the most important thing. Let's find out what happens, man.
Exactly. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to the stage right now.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the semi-finalists kick things off. Reckoning Esports, the Wolves, they are going to be out for blood during the semis.
We'll find out, of course, who comes up next. Reckoning Esports still standing on their feet, and these players, they've done a phenomenal job so far. Last season, they were second runners-up, but we are talking about mysterious four right now. Certainly packed a little bit of mystery with them. They've got Henry, Krishna, Jord, Noob, and all of these players, they are ready.
They indeed are ready, but you know who else is also going to be ready? Sensei and the boys. I mean, in general, for Wyld Fangs, things have been looking pretty great. But we know the fact that he's backed up with some of the best players out there. Spray God, Kanna, Godin. These guys are out here to wreak a lot of havoc.
Exactly, but it's not going to be easy because we have Team Tamilas in the mix as well. A new form showcased in the early stages of the qualifier round. But it was the last week where they dropped the ball, and here they are in the semis.
Doesn't really matter where they drop the ball. There's a shield to protect them for taking it all away. It is versatile. It was done phenomenally well. This team has really showcased. Doesn't matter where the battleground heads, they will score the highest.
A team that's trying the hardest to create some sort of a legacy. Hey, Bozon is on the screen, and let's not forget, even they're backed up with some of the best players out there. Bunny, White Tiger as well being a part of it. This team seems like a powerhouse as well.
And while a few individuals are trying to make their name known again, there are the players who are making their name felt for the first time. We have Revenant, X-Spark with Ninja, Proton, Sakuna, Pain, and Trace. And of course, that's not it. There is going to be a team rising to the challenge as well.
You know, there are some names with the big guns, there are some undergods, but there are some names that are always rising, and these boys are the rising esports for you.
It's not just about that, because we move on towards the team that's completely focused on one goal, and that is to rip anyone that stands against him. We're speaking of the God's Reign, Delta PG, Justin, Neo, and even Aquanox being a part of it.
And up next is what I like to call a box of pleasant surprises. You never know what Meta Ninja are going to deliver, but you can be sure about the fact that they will redefine the meta.
I mean, I'm sure about Meta Ninja, but do you know about Zero Arc? Because Sarwar might just step up and smash everyone all around the park. This is Zero Arc for you guys, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, Zero Arc has been doing incredible, but you know who's doing even better? It's Autobots Esports. Recently, this team has been at the top of the charts. I mean, especially a man like Lobster. He has been dominating the step every single time. No matter who is there in front of him, Lobster is not going to spare him.
Well, you can be assured about the fact that a lot of damage will be dealt on this stage with Wyld being present on this stage. These lads, they've come up with a new switch in strategy and it's been working out really well for them.
You know what? Doesn't matter. Wyld Esports for sure look confident, but there is yet another group of lads who are going to be super confident. It is going to be 4TR. Missed on the grand finals by 5 points, but now in the semi-finals, here to showcase their wrath.
A team that's looking to hunt. A man like Hunter backing up this entire Genesis. We know this team has a lot of power. And speaking of that, we've also got the grand finals of the BGS 2026. Now here in the semifinals of the BMPS 2026. And Hunter, the man himself, landing a bottle flip.
Hey, he did it in one go. Can he cleanse the trophy in one go as well? Because he will have to take it from the arms of these boys. The defending champions of BMPS 2025 title, Team AX. It's just so many stories with all these 16 teams present on this stage. By the way, it's just 16, 8 more are left, but they're going to play when their matches are scheduled.
Yeah, they're still sitting in the sidelines. They're going to be chilling. And imagine it's such a good lifeline to all of these teams out there. The pressure of the first match just completely washes away. But these 16, Necro, do you think they're in the zone already?
They have to be. Do they have any other option? Absolutely not. They need to be locked in and focused right now, since they're also going to be playing the first ever Rondo of this entire semifinals, and they have to perform. They have to pop off. They have to go for those elimination points. And speaking of those elimination points, one name that pops up in my mind is going to be Rising Esports. I hope this time we're not going to be seeing that defensive approach.
Necro's favorite team, Rising Esports, right alongside Team Tamilas. By the way, he loves both of them, has a very special place in his heart. But anyways, I want to ask you guys one simple question. Not a team that you think will win, but expectations from this game one.
Expectations are going to be high from Meta Ninja, in my opinion.
What are you expecting the teams to do? Is it going to be a bloodbath? Are we going to see absolute try-hard fights?
If you talk about that, the atmosphere is hot outside, man. It's Delhi at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure. Inside as well, Meta Ninja should showcase a little bit of that aggression, a little bit of that fiery side of it.
Necro, 20 seconds left. We got to have a quick speech before we jump into the action of the semis.
A moment you were born for, but now it's time for you to justify every single team that you've got. It's time for you to play, and it's time for you to showcase the performance of your life, Johnny. But with that being said, it's time for us to move on towards the first game of the BMPS 2026 semifinals, as the plane's now going to be in the sky in the most aggressive map, which is going to be the map of Rondo. And I'm pretty sure Neox Factory, it's waiting for all of that bloodshed.
Mine actually does. And as of yet, we are back in the skies. Welcome, fellas, watching from home, from everywhere, all across the country. This is going to be the first match of BMPS 2026 semi-finals. And like Necro said already, we are going to be flying on top of Rondo. This map does give you second chances, but you have to be very wise on how do you want to use that lifeline. As a flight path comes in front of us, starting off straight on the north side of Jidena City towards Nanchuan. This flight path does take us near towards Neox Factory, towards Test Track, Necro, the spaces you were talking about where majority of those fights happen.
It is going to be filled up, I'm telling you right now. Neox Factory is going to be stacked up with too many teams. Even Stadium's going to have a lot of those teams. Even Test Track, all those compounds are going to be filled up with too many players. And look at the southern side. You've got a few individual IGLs heading towards those recall towers so that the backup plan's also going to be there. And speaking of Meta Ninja, they're currently towards Miramar, right against Genesis Esports. So even that's going to be another drop clash.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice fight right at the get-go itself. Genesis. Form has taken a dip for them lately, but of course in the survivor stages they did make amends. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The first knock of the day. Autobots this time couldn't really do much. One man from God's Reign being taken down as well. Justin and Delta inside the compounds. Necro, look at Ari, by the way. Still holding on the top floor.
Yeah, the man was trapped. But as of now, speaking of AX, even they're finding a few individual frags for themselves. Cyrax, the man's behind the bus. Sahil OP. Looking at the player, even he's trying to find some off angles, but eventually his position gets compromised as well. And AX now finally, they're just running thin on patience, straight up pouncing on top of the prey and collecting those elimination points.
Necro, these are big blows coming in from AX right off the bat. As the DOA status shoots up, AX with 4 points, leading the pack of teams out there. Still a 4TR, by the way, 3 finishes for them is not too shabby, but look at Reckoning right now. They've got those players of 40R right on top, and this time Pro needs to find a way to break the deadlock, Necro.
They indeed do. And Reckoning Esports, they've already lost out on a couple of players. But Reckoning Esports, there's still so many teams around them. Rising Esports right now looking to make that pounce, and they do actually win the Traders Wall, but an instant Traders Wall comes through from the side of Mysterious 4. Not a team that's going to be lacking. Mysterious 4 eventually, they do knock out another man as well in the front. Nicely done. Mysterious 4 somehow just this one man, Numan, he actually takes care of both those players.
That's a really big start for Mysterious 4, by the way. He needs to carry on that momentum, but as of yet, Pro still stuck in that corner, has those 2 players of 40R in front of him. S12K in his arms, can he find the shot? Does find the first one. That is going to be a nice flick coming in with the AUG. The jump shot connects, he finds both of them! Reckoning Esports have been eliminated right off the bat. Pardon me for that, Reckoning Esports. They smack 40R out of the park.
Oh my god. That's got to be devastating. But hey, it's all good in the hood, man. They've still got the backup plan available. Every single player can once again be back on the board. The recalls are up for grabs.
Are they though?
Yeah, they are. There's a man from 4TR still alive. AX. Oh, there we go. Raiden once again. He's just there to punish players at this point. AX is doing so good for themselves. 5 elimination points already secured. AX has done their job off the rip.
Yeah.
And they've still got a few recalls available as well.
This is, by the way, still the first phase of the game itself. Fighting it out from Neox Factory, keeping your men alive will be a big challenge for all these teams up there. Team AX now taking shots against Revenant X-Pac. We saw a man get knocked down in the front lines from Mysterious 4 as well. Necro, they were absolutely sandwiched, nowhere to go and hide. Revenant X-Pac now, their next target is going to be Team AX, and Cyrax might just eat this nade up all by himself.
They've got the win of the sails, and AX, a major surprise package delivered right on top of the player. Revenant X-Pac, for them it was not even a concern. Those utilities exactly on the mark, collecting those frags as well. But as I mentioned, it's not going to be a concern for AX either. They do have the recalls available, and instantly those recalls are also going to be utilized. So it's all okay. Higboson Esports, even they've managed to acquire 3 finishes so far. And all the recalls available for Higboson Esports too. But the moment I say so, a man gets knocked out. Now that might just be a little bit problematic. For AX, Raiden is still standing, by the way, and his recall as well is still up.
This man is just popping off right now for AX. This time Raiden can be the man taking things forward. Elsewhere, of course, Viper steps up right on time and in style as well. Genesis this time with their first 2 finishes. Jiggling around the corner against Wyld, but Dragonopi strikes hard. Wyld has been brought down. They're still fighting strong. Dragon this time couldn't really keep up. Viper finds a knock, and Genesis, they keep on moving forward, but they have found 2 players knocked down as well.
Hunter's getting revived. And as of now, Wyld Esports pretty much desperate to do something. That nade, it was real close. Fury gets taken down to pretty much low HP, and this another nade. It might just find the confirmation. Gets the knock on top of Fury. Hunters is taken down to barely any sort of HP, and now Sham is looking to make that push. The shot from the S12K takes down Hunter way too low. The man's down to critical HP. And Sham, he just wants to press upon the matters even more. The S12K is supposed to have the advantage of close and personal, and I think it should be Wyld Esports to come out on top. But it's just the back and forth going on, both of them teasing each other, ring around the rosy, and eventually Sham, he's the one to shut down Genesis Esports' Hunter.
I love the movement from both the lads out there, Genesis and Wyld, going head to head, and Sham and Hunters, of course. That was a brilliant fight, but right at the end, found a little bit of a pixel peek, and Sham was so precise with his shotgun. Genesis, of course, was being punished. A little bit of notoriousness that wasn't really allowed inside of the lobby. This time, of course, for Pain, there is going to be a man up front. Justin taking so much damage from the sidelines. It is going to be Proton. Finding a brilliant knock. Look at Revenant X-Pac, by the way, Necro. 7 eliminations already, and now they're looking to clean up the entirety of New York's factory. Rico is still going to be up for challenge, but Pain and Proton, do you think they can find the end of it?
Oh my god, Rico had no idea there was Proton on the right. And unfortunately, he dies by the flank. But it's fine though, Wyld Esports. Once again, as I mentioned, it's not a bad start. 4 elimination points off the rip. Still things can be recovered way better. And for Wyld Esports, now if they want, they can play a defensive game in the smack center of the circle. And speaking of the circle itself, it's taken another shift.
Yeah. It's going to be a very interesting circle for sure, because there are so many teams out there on the south trying to make their way in. You look at Reckoning, you look at Zero Arc, you look at Wyld Esports as well. You have to go back to their recall towers. Now making their way back to towards the circle. It's going to be a long climb, a lot of miles for them to travel. And have a look at this, though. Autobots does have Bunny right in front of him. Eggy is, of course, find the confirmation. Autobots, Necro, has been rather quiet.
They indeed have been. But you know what? I'm focusing on the vehicle right now. That Mustang looks beautiful. But you know who's not looking too great? It's Proton. The man's out in the open. How is he even surviving for that long? That's the funny part. And look at this man from the side of Higboson. Godix just straight up drops down. Does not even want to fight off against the players of Revenant X-Pac because he knows he's going to get outnumbered. It's better to play a defensive game The main concern is going to be that both these teams are currently outside of the circle.
Yeah.
But actually for Hate Bozon, there's a good backup plan available. Look at White Tiger. He's in the smack center of the circle.
For sure, but the split, I'm not really 100% secure about the fact that White Tiger can hold on to that position till the very end. Look at that, you've got X up against Revenant X Park. Even if he gets shot down, Hero needs to find that little bit of a recall. Even White Tiger gets finished off as well. Now the onus comes down to Hero. It's not going to be easy. Necro surviving inside of lobbies like this. It is extremely cutthroat. And now Reaper finds a little bit of the end of it. Goku gets smacked down. Mysterious 4 did not anticipate the presence of Reaper inside of this compound. But how many can Reaper find before getting taken down? Not many. And Nate comes in, smashes him at the face, and takes him out of the game.
Perfectly cooked. Exactly on the point. And the man just could not do anything. Cannot put up any sort of defense with that. And to be honest, looking at the circle as well, it's right on top of Rising Esports. In the smack center. And then you've also got God's Reign now pretty much trying to close in towards that spot. Zero Arc as well, a little bit around the extremities, around the sidelines. And Autobots Esports, even they're trying to make it around the centric part.
They certainly are. I mean, look at God's Reign right now. They've got Team AX at the distance. Shots being taken by Delta PG. But none of that is going to connect. Necro AX is still holding a brilliant defensive stance, by the way.
They indeed are. But as of now, speaking of another team, that's going to be God's Reign. A team that's supposed to be completely focused on the firepower. Right now, God's Reign, they don't have any backup plans available since all the recalls are already used. So God's Reign now is probably going to try to bring in a little bit of that passive approach as well. Yes, of course, firepower is going to be their main thing. But I don't think we're going to be seeing those blind rushes from God's Reign anymore.
But look at this, Necro AX this time circling around Versatile. Now this is going to be an important fight. All four players of Versatile hunkered down in that one corner, and then the exchange happens. Cyrax finished off, Raiden gets knocked out as well, but a lot of blows for VXT as Rex, Spartan, Smoker, all of them get taken down. It's just Keishu, Necro.
There was also a bit of a friendly fire amongst that. Spartan actually knocking out his own teammate. A lot of messes up in the fight. And right now, VXT, 3 players down against the 2 men of AX, and AX is just constantly pressing the matters even more deep. Eventually, Aryan is able to get a few confirmations, but now he needs to focus on the revival, and that's what he's going to go for. Here's the footsteps approaching him, but the S12 can't close in personal, will automatically have the default advantage, and Keshu, he just wants to push up. Nade was tossed from the side of Aryan, but that's not going to do anything. He wants to find some time to pop that first aid, and somehow Aryan wins that duel! AX, they spring back to life, great stuff! They do manage to defend themselves and actually take over that compound, but now a third party from Zero Arc. This might just be impossible to defend against.
Yeah, for sure, but have a look at this though. All by himself, still trying to find the knock. He gets one! But that is all she wrote for him. Chandan Obi from the back line. Zero Arc, no opportunity being given to AX this time. But what a fight it was coming in from Arden. I think that defense against Versatile was brilliant.
I mean, the fact that he was able to shut down Keshu with a shotgun, up close and personal like that, it was impressive. Never thought that he's going to be the one to win the fight. And right now, Reckoning Esports looking to shut down that one individual man who's hiding in a dip from Wyld Esports.
Not going to be easy though. Can't really get too exposed this time. Reckoning Esports, Levi still trying to find that man. Looking for the hit marker inside the smoke. I think that should give him a lot of information. But Sensei got out in the open completely naked. Should have been taken down by Levi. Needs to fall back. Cover fire is brilliant. Reckoning Esports, the Necro. I think they're taking a lot of risks in the search of finishes. Don't you think so?
Of course they are. But you know what? For some reason, I have faith in Reckoning Esports. I don't think they're going to be overextending too much.
Do you?
They know their boundaries. I don't think Reckoning Esports is going to find themselves in one of those odd positions where they just can't come back. There are a lot of teams around them, including Wyld Fangs and Meta Ninja, but still, I believe they know their boundaries.
Levi needs to get back in form, Necro. Levi and Sahil in the front lines. If both those two lads start channelizing their aggression, the stuff that they were known for in the last BMPS. Pretty sure he will wreak havoc inside the lobby this time. Look at this, Sahil. Did try in that nade, but yet to connect those shots on Rico. I'm pretty sure Necro Wyld Esports should find themselves to be a little lucky, because you surviving in that location for so long, I've never seen that happen.
Indeed. And look at the elimination feed. Genesis Esports against Take Bozon. A man gets taken out completely from the game. And Genesis Esports right now, even they're doing pretty decent. Wyld Fangs constantly spraying down anyone that's currently in their crosshairs. Not sure how I feel about the position, but it is something Wyld Fangs now need to work with. It's not the best spot inside of the circle as well. It's pretty exposed. At the moment, a lot of teams start to stack around it. Wyld Fangs is going to face the brunt.
You know, but if they can channelize that aggression, they might just be able to gatekeep so many teams out there. Look at the number of teams around them. You've got Meta Ninja, you've also got Revenant X-Spark, you've got the likes of Mysterious 4 and maybe even God's Reign as well. We know Wyld Fangs for that ruthless aggression inside of the game can spray God. Bring back that immortal form once again. Can Goten showcase how riskless that he loves to play with. But elsewhere, it's a little bit of calm stretch for these two teams out there. 4TR and Team Tamilas exchanging terrain, exchanging locations, but no shots been taken as of yet.
Oh, there we go. Speaking of the shots in Team Tamilas, they've already lost out on a couple of players. Even Mr. Erangel follows up that same track. 4TR directly just ramming the vehicles against him. Ruthless aggression from the side of 4TR, and this time it seems like Team Tamilas cannot even respond back that well, and a well-placed nade's going to be the final nail in the coffin as Team Tamilas, they've been eliminated from this game.
4TR use their recalls to their absolute best. All four players still standing, 6 points right off the bat from the first phase of the game, and now they finish off the Stark contestants as well. Team Tamilas and 4TR, they finished on the 9th and the 10th spot, respectively, inside of Group A when the first set of grand finalists were selected. They missed out on that berth by just 5 points. Now 4TR this time destroying Team Tamilas, making sure that the lobby knows that this is their turf. They're here to play. Ninja on the other side, kind of caught in a very bad position. I don't like this, Necro.
Yeah, it's not a good spot. But I highly doubt Rising Esports is going to be a team to challenge this fight. And you know what? Speaking of the teams that have been eliminated so far, for AX, you can't say 9 points more than enough for the first game. It's a decent spot to be in.
Yeah.
But for teams like VXT and Team Tamilas now, that's a real bad spot. And looking at that previous fight as well, VXT, they messed up big time. Those utilities were actually catching their own teammates. We saw a lot of friendly fire, a lot of mess-ups, but as of now, speaking of a mess-up, even Wyld Fangs, they mess things up. A man gets sprayed down, and that spray was perfectly done.
That was a brilliant knock coming in from Ninja, by the way. Tracking Goten in that position, but Wyld Fangs, can they reply back in kind is going to be a big question. They're still split up, Nick Roy. I still believe they can hold multiple angles, but it's just those sight lines for Wyld Fangs are completely screwed up. Look at that, from the back lines, you've got Reckoning Esports as well.
Indeed, and Reckoning Esports as of now, oh no, they're taking heavy beating. That man was down to barely an HP. And even from the sidelines now, Reckoning Esports taking shots against the teams around them. Proton was so far away, but still Levi fights the knock. Spamming away, trying to get the confirmation as well, but Proton is still barely surviving, hanging by a thread. And everyone is now just trying to find that one individual frag that's left.
I'm telling you, man, Reckoning Esports, the way they have completely scoped up all this space from the east side of the circle, it's brilliant. Levi can actually give in a lot of free roam right now. Even if they do get knocked out, a little bit of cover, a little bit of smokes, and Reckoning Esports is going to be back in full force. They have 6 finishers already, and like I said, from the eastern part of the circle, they might just be able to start dominating the final play zone. Don't you think so?
I mean, the final play zone is still a far-fetched conversation, but right now, Meta Ninja, they've got the best possible spot. And the fact that Meta Ninja is not even participating inside of a single fight, they're letting these teams duke it out against each other. And then in the end, Meta Ninja, they're there to snatch the game away. Trying to think of a long game. But at the end of the day, even if you're not going to have any sort of elimination points, even that's going to hinder you in the overall standings. So Meta-Ninja, they need to start racking up a few elimination points for themselves. So at least in late game, they're going to have some sort of a support.
Right at the smack center of the circle, you're talking about Meta-Ninja. They do have a lot of targets in front of them. You've got a little bit of Wyld Fangs. Sensei is inside of the play zone right now. Reckoning Esports as well, finding a little bit of position for them. Genesis on the other side. They smack right next to the compound of Rising Esports. And Viper, he does not have any fear whatsoever. His teammate does get taken down. Viper, that was a bait and a half, but Fury, that was not really the ideal push that you should have actually taken, right?
Yeah, what was that blind rush from Hunters and Fury? Did not even care about the Molotov, just straight up pounced in. And of course, Rising Esports wanted exactly that. Mess-ups after mess-ups. Fox OP's nade was perfectly placed as well. And right now, Gravity's the only person left standing, but he's also the IGL, and Gravity can actually win this. Both the players having 1 HP, all it takes is one single bullet to find that connection. And Gravity, can he actually close it out? Gets the confirmation on the player, and Gravity now needs to buy time to patch himself up, and that's what he's doing. Rising Esports' Fox OP realizes that even Gravity's trying to do the same thing, patched himself up. Both the players back up with the HP. Patched up and looking good. But this 1v1, man, it's making me so anxious. Utilities used as well. Fox OP now finally, he knows where exactly the man's going to be. The pre-fire, it was there, found a few connection, but that connection's not enough to do anything against Gravity. And Gravity now forced back to play in a defensive stance.
Man doesn't have any sort of HP. For himself, a little bit of boosters, that's about it. Fox, with the S12, he needs to reload that weapon once again. A little bit of a throw has been pushed out. The stun grenade doesn't really do much. This is such a long-standing fight. Both the players taking a stand for their team, but at the end it is going to be Fox OP who gallops ahead.
They barely survived that wrath, but eventually you move on towards God's Reign and 4TR, and 4TR, they did not even stand a chance. Made that push and got eliminated within the blink of an eye. God's Reign, that's what happens when you've got a lineup focused completely on firepower.
That is what happens when you've got assaulters who get so much space inside the circle as well. They do have a lot of good covers for themselves. But the only problem is Mysterious 4 from the backlines can be a big threat, Necro. Look at that high ground advantage for them, even though the blue zone is going to push Mysterious 4 to come in front of their sightlines. Can God's Reign hold on to that position? Can they shut down entirety of the squad of Mysterious 4? Big questions.
Good question. And Meta-Ninja as of now, I mean, finally breaking the silence from the smack center, taking those shots against the man of Zero Arc. And right now, Sarvari's the one in the smack center. But I believe Meta-Ninja right now has one of the best spots possible in the game. Being in the smack center this late inside of the game can also mean you're also going to be the center of attraction. And that's what Meta-Ninja is currently avoiding. Taking all those shots against Zero Arc. But none of those shots are finding proper connections. Constantly chipping away that damage. The concern is going to be Apollo's ammunition.
This is not enough space in the circle right now. This is stage 6 and we still have 10 teams inside and teams are still duking it out. Mysterious 4, they get shut down by GDR and Justin right at the end. Even Aquanox as well, just picking up all of those eliminations. It's really interesting to find out the GDR, they actually went up top on the hill to try and finish off their backlines. Now they can start focusing towards the play zone, which takes us towards Reckoning Esports. Once again, the circle has been merciful to them for so long. They have obliged as well, Necro. 7 eliminations already, but Roman, this still wants to clean up any sort of offenses in the close vicinity. Look at that, Wyld Fangs being caught off guard. Shots coming in from the back lines as Kana still jiggles around the tree, but no space being provided. Levi strikes hard once again.
But Reckoning Esports is on a tear. 9 eliminations already on the board. Reckoning Esports, they seem like an unstoppable freak of nature. Trying to play from the edges once again, but now Meta-Ninja, they're also going to be pounced on or challenged by the likes of God's Reign. Cover flares being used as well. Wyld Esports against Autobots Esports. This fight, it was ought to happen, but Wyld Esports Gokul somehow loses that duel. That's a big mess up. Eggy finding the opening. Autobots Esports were searching for that exact instance, and they've already found it. And with that, the elimination is now inevitable for Wyld Esports.
Yeah, for sure. Autobots Esports, they still kind of hold on and have control right next to the bridge, even though the fact that there's nobody coming in from that terrain. Have a look at this time. The God's Reign with the one nade does find the end of phase, though. Metaninja in the back foot, slowly getting pushed back forward, but Apollo still takes a big leap, by the way. He's still in the front lines, doesn't matter. Yet another nade comes through for Aquanox. As Jarvin gets taken down, this is blows after blows. The GDR is hammering down Necro.
Metaninja is just getting toyed with straight up. Another nade! That's going to be a quick 3-piece on the board. God's Reign just on the back of the utilities. The precision, it's incredible. And now Aquanox, the man's rent thin on patience. He wants to push up and get that final nail in the coffin, and he will do so as well. God's Reign wiping out the entirety of Metaninja. Man, with only a 2-man squad, this is what you call a heroic approach.
This is what you call the rebirth of the land demon. Aquanox once again showcasing his class inside the final stage itself. Can he give his team the very crucial chicken dinner? Right at the bat, he still has got those 2 players left alive, Necro. But there's still going to be oppositions. For example, in the likes of Zero Arc, they're still standing with 4 players. They're still reckoning Esports as well with those 4 players. These are big challenges, Necro, in front of Aquanox. Can GDR take the first game away?
I'm just loving the way Reckoning Esports is currently playing, man. So in control.
Yeah.
All the 4 players, that's widespread. They've got proper communication as well between every single player. Reckoning Esports right now seems like a well-oiled machine, and they're functioning like one as well. And right now, these 4 players from Reckoning Esports, their goal is going to be to push themselves inside of the circle, but Zero Arc is definitely going to be in the way.
Exactly.
And Zero Arc knows exactly that as well.
You know, look at Zero Arc and they split, by the way. 2 players in that cluster. 1 player has been sent up north to try and find that space inside of the final zone. This is going to be diabolical. If the strategies pay out dividends for them as well as Reckoning Esports keep on moving around, trying to find the sight lines on Zero Arc, but the smoke still prevails. No shots being connected. Sarwar this time fixated on Autobots, finds a first knock. Can he get the second one as well? It did came through from the play zone, but this can pay way for Zero Arc to try and get more eliminations for themselves.
The man was softened up, but now for Reckoning Esports, once again, Zero Arc is going to be a big concern. Levi's position, it's capitalized and compromised. And Levi is just trying to reposition himself. Levi moving to a safer spot. Now he's placed himself around the ridge as well. Zero Arc in trouble.
Yeah.
And once again, these nades from Reckoning Esports now tossed against Zero Arc. They're actually able to find some sort of success as well as Chandan gets knocked out. Even Pain is Live is taken down real low. And there we go, Pro! With a crazy entry. He was able to find that knock on Pain is Live, but now still Zero Arc. They can get things under control as Servar's going to be the only person left standing with this JS9. Up close and personal, the SMG, it might just not have the advantage against the shotgun as Reckoning Esports, they're the one to win that duel.
You give them any situation, this team still prevails, and no matter what. That was a misstep coming in from Pro to try and jump into battle. Look at the way Reckoning, they repaid back in kind. Took away the entirety of the squad with them. Zero Arc is going to find themselves back in the lobby in Reckoning inside of the top 3, by the way. They now want to push up the pressure against God's Reign. No mana space, Necro, no wiggle room, no place to run and hide. Pretty sure those nades are going to come through.
Oh
but
my
nice
God!
From Roman. It strikes right next to Roman and takes him down as well. Lobster, what a brilliant lob it was.
Oh my God, that 3-pointer. Straight up right next to the toes, and the man gets blown to smithereen. Reckoning Esports as well now down to a 2-man squad. And this just evens out the entire situation. A 2-on-2-on-2. Reckoning versus God's Reign versus Autobots. Who will prevail? That's the main question. And it still can be anyone's game, but Autobots Esports, they lose out on a crucial string in the name of Eggy. And now Lobster is the only person with a lot of efforts to put in.
You speak of efforts this time. Autobots, can Lobster find that revive is going to be the question right now. Have a look at this, the God's Reign. Slowly, they want to try and put up the pressure. Sahil under fire in the dip. brilliant Molotov coming in from Aquanox once again as GDR try and build up space for themselves. It is Reckoning blind from the fact that Autobots is still underneath. Not anymore as Roman this time finds an end to it. A little bit of a tag team effort, and now it is going to be a standoff between the Wylds and the Gods. Reckoning versus God's Reign.
The fact that Autobots Esports got dusted in such a way, it's kind of unfortunate. A tag team effort from both the teams, but now Reckoning Esports, even they've got the reset. Fallen Man was back upon his feet. Reckoning Esports with the man advantage, but for God's Reign, that's barely going to make a difference. We've seen God's Reign dismantle the entirety of Meta Ninja with only a two-man squad, and for God's Reign to dismantle Reckoning Esports, it might just not be a Herculean task. Justin and Aquanox, they need to work together, work in tandem. Sahil is on the left, while Levi as well, he wanted to create a flank on the right. And Sahil right now is trying to create a wide angle against Levi. Aquanox as well, he wants to find some sort of a semblance, but eventually God's Reign, they're the one to find the first strike.
No utilities remain in either of these teams right now, just a one Molotov in the equipment of Reckoning Esports. They certainly had that man advantage, but Sahil on that wide flank got shut down as well. God's Reign still tiptoeing their way. Look at Aquanox, look at the way he's moving. Still wants to have that TPP advantage for himself, find information on where exactly the player is, and then strike. It does not matter because Levi is in front of him, and what a nade it was. Aquanox gets shut down. Justin is going to be the last man left alive. It's a 1v2 for GDR, and for Reckoning, this should be a smooth sailing, isn't it?
The nade was so perfectly cooked, and now this Molotov as well. It's perfectly placed. Reckoning Esports, now they know the man's out of position, out of his comfort zone. Justin in the open, goes prone, but it's not going to do anything. God's Reign gets dismantled, and Reckoning Esports, what a game that was. They played the entire game like well-oiled machine. The synergy, the team play, everything was on point. Reckoning Esports, this is the best shape and form we've seen them so far.
And I think it is going to be the same for the boys of Reckoning Esports as well. Incredible start to their journey, a nice little chicken dinner. And of course, as Necro mentioned towards the end, systematical dismantle of God's Reign that was witnessed by all of us.
You know, this is the synergy of Roman, and this man, once again on the land stage, is an absolute demon, by the way. The coordination, like you mentioned, Necro, immense teamwork, a brilliant communication as well. It was all visible in that fight itself. But now have a look at this. Even God's Reign, they are going to be discussing a little bit of their mistakes as well, Necro. I don't really think in the final few moments there was anything that God's Reign could have actually done. The utility usage from Reckoning was so good.
I know, right? For Reckoning Esports, not just the utility usage, in general, they were playing the game. Everything was just on point. You talk about the splits, you talk about the spreads, the communication as well between the teammates. Everything was fluid, just like water, my friend.
Exactly. They were flowing like water, as you mentioned, and the flood, well, it just drowned everyone, all the other 15 teams inside of this game. A brilliant start, as we mentioned, for Reckoning Esports. 15 eliminations on the board. Well, I think it has to be a little bit more than that. 16 eliminations, yeah. And of course, the chicken dinner, 26-point start. But this map of Rondo, it also started with a bloodbath for a lot of these other names. I mean, at the very start, it was a very frag-heavy match. As you mentioned while we were introducing the Team Salty, that shield of yours with VXT, I wasn't really able to hold on as long as we had hoped, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not really my fault, lads. Come on, don't put it on me at this point. I thought VXT is actually really going to, showcase their class. By the way, they had the highest average total points per game so far inside this tournament. Beyond anybody else.
On every map.
On every map as well. But come the semi-finals, it seems like the LAN pressure is on top of the boys as well. Their first LAN appearance for VXT, by the way.
Yeah, I know, first LAN experience. But you know what? Speaking of the present itself right now, I mean, VXT started the fight off phenomenally well.
Yeah.
They had the man advantage as well. But then you know what happens? Spartan tosses an 8 on his own teammate, and that's where things just go downhill.
Hey, sometimes you just make a fumble, right? And everyone else is there to witness it live on broadcast. But anyways, another team that was off to a not-so-great start, and yet they are the defending champions. I'm talking about AX. Valiant effort put up, a few extra early finishes secured, but I think at somewhere deep down in our hearts, we were hoping Aryan was going to clutch that fight, that 1v2 against Zero Arc,
Yeah,
right?
I still believe for Raiden, I think it was a good performance individually, but the rest of the players didn't really kind of put up much of a show if you talk about it. You mentioned about Aryan in that 1v2 clutch, but it was just too much to ask from that man as well. But there's one man, there's nothing short. You can ask him anything, he's always going to deliver as long as it is a LAN stage.
Exactly, the land demon as people call him, the octopus of the world of BGMI, Aquinox. Phenomenal start for God's Reign, 7 finishes on a lad that has to be their star player inside of this roster. By the way, God's Reign, this is the biggest story, one of the biggest stories of redemption inside of BMPS. 2025, while it started off on a great note for the side of God's Reign, did not end on one. It was a nightmarish year, 2025. 2026, Necro off to a great start, but with this game won, is the hope for the grand finals and for the trophy of BMPS still alive?
Johnny, you forgot about the new meta. Ditch
Oh
the
yeah,
IGL.
4 shoulders.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ditch the IGL and get all the 4 assaulters. It's working out for God's Reign, and I'm pretty sure in the future it's going to work out for everyone else as well. That's what Soul is doing. They're doing really good. That's what God's Reign right now is doing. Even they're doing really good. Even Revenant X-Park is doing the same thing. Revenant X-Park isn't doing as good, but I'm pretty sure in the future they're going to get used to this new scrap.
I'm still going to say that Revenant X-Park, this strategy is not working out for them, lads. I think for Revenant X-Park, they need that little bit of a guidance. This game was decent when it actually came to the fragging department. But what did they do afterwards, right? Could they actually make it to the 3rd phase of the game? Could they make it to the final phase of the game? All these questions need to be answered.
Well, I think the answers are going to get trickier than a complex physics problem, by the way. Just because, as Necro mentioned, you ditch the IGL, put 4 assaulters in, and you don't know what's going to happen. Either these lads inside of the match aren't going to be able to communicate, or they're just going to make sure that they get like 20 eliminations and are sitting at the top of the leaderboard.
Did you see the way they dismantled Meta Ninja?
Exactly. That start from Revenant X-Park was amazing.
I mean, I'm not speaking of Revenant X-Park. I'm talking about God's Reign, right?
God's Reign
they
as
only
well.
had 2 players standing, and the fact that God's Reign was able to win that fight against Meta Ninja, it was just insane. And that's what I'm saying. Meta Ninja right now has a dedicated IGL. If they ditch the IGL, get all the 4 assaulters, maybe even Meta Ninja can do the same thing.
They're asking them to bench Shadow.
At this point, I just want them to play Necro on stage, man. This man deserves a slot. Somebody give him a device.
So
I'm not saying, listen.
Is he going to be the IGL or the Assaulter?
He's going to be the bench.
Necro, you want to say something to Salty?
Listen, man, he doesn't even deserve to be on the bench with that gameplay. All right, at least I deserve to be on the bench. But you know what? Reckoning Esports, I'm really satisfied with that performance. Technically, if you look at it on paper, it was supposed to be Meta Ninja game since they had advantage throughout the entirety of the game. The circle as well was favoring them, but God's Reign just single-handedly manhandled them. And the match rankings on the screen, 26 points from Reckoning, 20 points from God's Reign. Zero Arc as well getting 12 points. Autobots, Revenant, X-Park, AX having decent games for themselves. I would still call that a good performance.
Exactly. I think the target for Rondo has always been to get to the double digits as quickly as possible. This is the early sprint that we all talk about. This is the advantage that you need to take on this map. So as you mentioned, for the teams that were going frag heavy, AX, Revenant, X-Park, while that early exit does put them at a disadvantage, but they have still cut down the deficit by at least a decent extent. The only question is, how are the next maps going to turn out? And of course, it's the same question for Team Tamilas, VXT, Wyld Fangs, Menenza, Rising Esports, Necro, Rising Esports. Is this the start that we wanted? Well, at least they were frag heavy this time.
I didn't want this start, but I expected this start. I mean, Rising Esports, they're going to start off with jittery heads. It's fine, but I'm pretty sure in the future, they're going to mellow it down. They're going to get used to this LAN environment, and we will see them execute that safe and that defensive game.
Exactly.
Does this lad make sense? He said he wanted this start, but he expected something else. What does that mean?
That's his favorite team. He does not want them to finish in single digits.
I said I expected this start, but I know they will iron things out as the time moves on.
Exactly.
That's what I said. Rising Esports are not really the early bloomers. They like to bloom a little bit late. When the circle pops up on top of them, that's when they will do good. If you put Rising Esports in Meta Ninja's shoes in that game, Rising Esports would have won that game, 100%.
I don't know about winning the game because you need to take the fights to win towards the end.
Yeah.
But at least a podium finish would have been very easy for them. But there will come a time for them to unleash their beast inside of this lobby as well, ladies and gentlemen. In the meanwhile, if you guys want to unleash the beast, grab yourselves a monster. It is going to be an exciting set of matches for the semifinals. It's just day 1 so far. We're going to move forward after game 1 to game 2. But before that, a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after.
get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
Welcome back after that short break, and after witnessing that first game, now it just gives me a lot of hopes for specifically some of those dominating names. We're also speaking of Genesis Esports, we're speaking of Reckoning Esports, Revenant X-Bark as well, getting a solid game in their hands, and even AX. The fact that AX now is performing so consistently well, it just shows that maybe this time, once again, they will have a chance to win the BMPS.
Hey man, stop. Before you curse teams around there, let them try and get a consistent game, right? AX, the start was brilliant. Raiden is finally getting back into form. You have no right to destroy that form right there, right? Cast a curse is a thing.
I'm just trying to be positive.
I mean, okay, I understand the positivity, but one thing that Salty said, it's just game one. The semifinals are just getting started. My real concern is the other teams that are there on the stage. Everyone has such great potential. They've given us spectacular moments. I mean, Wyld Fangs did not have a great start to their day, but we cannot discount that 1v4 potential that comes in from the athletes that they have. And of course, the big numbers that Spray God was able to put up in certain matches in the previous tournament as well. Kana this time has been in phenomenal form. Even Sensei is doing better. So again, potential comebacks are possible. The start is great, but you need to keep the ball rolling.
I mean, if you talk about potential, right, every single lineup over here has a lot of potential. Even VXT did not have a good game, but we saw in the online stages what exactly this team is capable of. Looking at the players like Spartan as well, even Rex coming inside of the picture. I mean, these guys have been doing phenomenally well for themselves, and even in the eliminator list, VXT's got 2 players, for God's sake.
100%, and I completely agree with you there. I think I'm going to pick up an example from BGIS. We saw Myth Official play their first LAN environment inside of the semi-finals, right? It was the first couple of days which took them a little while to get adjusted to the lobby, to get adjusted to the pace and the surroundings as well. Surroundings do matter. Mentalities and what mindset you have the right before the game does matter as well. And I feel like once VXT fix that out, they're going to have no problems.
But guys, we also got to shed some light on Zero Arc. Even for them, they had a solid game. 12 points off of that first game itself, Johnny.
And it's perfect that we follow them up right after we talk about Myth, because I think it's the same shoes that Zero Arc is in right now. It's a big stage for them, an even bigger opportunity waiting for them on the other side if they can just do well in the semis and qualify for the grand finals directly from here. One piece of advice for everyone, all of the 24 names that are here in the semi-finals, don't even think about last chance qualifiers. It's called last chance qualifiers for a reason.
Yeah, and the fact that only 2 teams move on from the 16, that sounds absolutely brutal.
Exactly.
Just imagine the amount of teams that are going to be competing for those 2 slots, and the fact to dominate that entire slot's going to be real tough. You cannot just straight up move on and directly have a rocket start for yourself. No, you will be dragged down by teams. There will be a lot of targeting happening as well over there. So that's a place you would never want to go.
Whoever devised this format, by the way, just gave all the teams a little bit of leeway. Play your hearts out for 3 weeks. In the next 1 week, all of you guys are going to be in a world of danger. And look at where we are right now. It's just eliminations after eliminations and cutthroat access going everywhere.
What about the bottom 8 from Group D, buddy? You forgot about them? They're the fallen soldiers. You can never forget fallen soldiers.
Hey, but as Salty said, it was the yellow brick road in Alice in Wonderland, right? Everything, the set looks amazing, but once you actually reach that castle, you figure out that it's haunted in fact, and taken over by a lot of monsters. Turns out those monsters right now are your peers, are your competitors in all of the other teams, and you're going to have to take those monsters down if you want to stand a chance to stand at the top.
In the BMPS 2026, if you just sip on that monster, you can actually unleash the beast as well.
Oh, wow. That is one of
You see a monster, catch him and just sip on him. That's it.
I think that is going to be the motto moving on ahead in the next game as well.
Pretty much, but countdown almost about to run out. Just the last few seconds left. And of course, I'm just hoping that Rondo was a warm-up, because this is where things get real. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of the semi-finals, BMPS 2026. And of course, we are heading towards Erangel now.
The plane is going to be in the skies yet again, as lads, this time we still have groups A and B duking it out between them, of course. We're flying over the tropical lands of Erangel. This is match number 2 and a chance for all of the teams to try and get momentum on board for them. We are going to be flying up north, starting off from Georgopol towards Yasnaya Polyana. There's going to be a flight path which takes us on towards the northern hemisphere of the game itself. But if you do want to come down south, if you are God's Reign, how do you try and go towards military base, Johnny?
Oh, that is going to be a big challenge for sure. If you are actually asking me how well there are these few vehicle spawns towards Gatka, the Gatka roads that connect to Pochinki, there's going to be 1 vehicle spawn in Pochinki, in fact 2, if you're lucky enough. You can drop towards Shelter and Milta, although that is going to be a little risky, because what we have noticed, the teams that are present in this tournament, especially on Erangel, Pochinki, Farm, Milta, big clusters over here, big clusters forming around Rozhok as well. Positions you would definitely want to avoid if your drop spot is a little too far away. Otherwise, you could get caught off guard early trying to go for that vehicle. But this time, it seems like there might be a big cluster towards Yasnaya as well.
You know, Johnny, I think God's Reign and True Rippers is going to be a great combination in one lobby itself. I mean, True Rippers love gatekeeping these bridges, blocking the bridges as well. God's Reign love going there, but this time they've gone towards Zarki, a second drop location which puts them in contest against Autobots Esports. And what a circle do we have in store for us? Wow!
Yep, love this match so far. We have a circle centered between Prison and Milta, a big cluster of these teams present so far into the northwestern quadrant of the play zone. Everyone else, they've been kicked out. God's Reign, as Salty, you were talking about them. I'm a little concerned about that early clash that might happen. Autobots really, really close towards Northern Georgopol. You have Zero Arc as well, and Mysterious 4 towards Severny. Could be potential gatekeepers for the side of God's Reign. Although Genesis, I think they are going to be the ones celebrating, looking at the play zone, and Wyld Fangs are going to join them in this celebration. Both the teams, at the start of this match at least, find themselves in a very nice, comfortable position to play the early game with.
100%. And the only advantage it does give them is going to be the fact that there are going to be those early few seconds with which Wyld Fangs will, of course, do loot up the regions of Milta. There's also the lads of Genesis Esports as well. But after the teams migrate inside of the play zone, I don't believe there's going to be any sort of advantage. Yes, for sure, those lovely compounds are going to be under your grasp, under your control. But more than that, I think it's going to be the guns that do the talking. But like we were discussing about GDR, I think for them it's going to be one of the biggest challenges that they have faced so far. I've always talked about the fact that GDR loves circles when it ends in regions around their drop spots. This is very far away from their drop spot, by the way.
Yeah, it is very far away from their drop, but I also remember a time. But to be fair, that was under Destro's IGL, Destro's leadership, when GDR kind of also did really well when the circle was not in their favor. But a pin in that thought, Salty. This might be the first clash on the map of Erangel. We have Revenant X-Pac, mid-rotation, an early one as well. And I believe that rotation from Hunters, Revenant X-Pac might have just heard that vehicle passing by. They did check in that direction. Hunters on the other side of the hill was able to avoid visual confirmation, but now panic is going to set in. Revenant X-Pac should start looking for some serious cover in this game.
Revenant X-Pac this time. You mentioned about Trace. There's going to be Pain as well. Both of them kind of moving in tandem, and they are heading straight towards Milda Power, which can actually be a brilliant tactic, Johnny. Imagine this. Majority of the zone is still outside the map, which puts Milda Power at the smack center. And if something like that does happen, this can be a very wise call coming in from Ninja Jord as well. Couple of more teams on their migrations, on their hunt. VXT can be seen on the run as well. Last match, it was a little bit of a debacle. Johnny Spartan with the nade itself kind of completely took down the entirety of his squad. This time, of course, we'll be looking to make amends, though.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to. But we're going to see if they're going to succeed in their mission, or are they going to have to wait for their second opportunity. Well, switching focus to the players of Reckoning Esports. A brilliant start to their journey, securing that chicken dinner in the opening game. Of course, a tough fight towards the end against the players of Autobots and God's Reign as well. This time, I think this is one of those games that are definitely eyeing out for the trophy, especially Roman. We all remember the heartbreak that was caused in BMPS 2025, specifically for this man.
I still believe that is going to be the closest that Roman has ever come to a trophy, especially the official one. This time, though, I think the start was brilliant. Reckoning Esports are going to be very happy. But like we always say, amidst 24 teams, to be at the very top, to be inside the top 6, you've got to be very consistent. And that begins right now. Rondo is going to be a super strike. Either you hit it out of the park or you get eliminated. Doesn't matter. Your Erangels, your Miramars, and your definite strategy on each of these maps will, of course, give you the position whether or not do you get it. Reckoning Esports right now, where are they going to be? They're still outside the circle, by the way. And have a look at this, VXT. They seem to be chased by 4TR, isn't it?
Well, they are getting chased right now. It's going to be Viper with the initial shots. No contact, though. VXT do manage to deter that pressure, walk away without taking any early casualty. All 4 players still left standing. But this fight, Salty, it's just a build-up.
Yeah.
40 or VXT quite close to the other. We have the map, AX closing in. VXT, they have to be cautious, but there is no opportunity for AX to actually engage into VXT. They have a ridge for cover, but it's the same threat for them as it is for VXT. A third party from the back can completely ruin their chances of getting those bonus points, getting those extra points from this very, very early angle that they have.
100%. But you know what? I did have a word with a lot of athletes out there, and majority of them have a similar intention from day one. They just want to test out the waters, try and find out what the lobby feels like, doesn't really matter if you have a lot of LAN experience, if you don't, you always want to spend the first day, the first couple of matches at least, to try and understand how the lobby is functioning.
3 matches.
Yep.
3 matches, at least 3 matches, which is, I think, an okayish leeway for a lot of these teams to experiment. But even when you are testing those waters, you would want to see if you, well, not see, but try your level best to get at least 8 to 9 points in that game.
On an average.
On an average, exactly. Because let's not forget, it is the fight for the grand finals. Only the top 6 will get to move forward. Remember how tough it got for teams to survive when only the top 8 were going to qualify for the semis.
Yeah.
Well, this is just much worse, right? So you need to be consistent. You can't say, yeah, we ended a match with 0 points because we were just testing the waters.
I agree with you over there. I think survival stage was absolute brutality, but this time EXT
pretty much
on the offense. A couple of those shots did come in against Zero Arc, but not majority of the damage wasn't really done. Versatile, of course, will have to move out, try and find an alternate play path, but here there's a dilemma here, Johnny. The circle is still big enough. There's a massive cluster at the center, around the prison, around the mansion center. Do you jump on the bandwagon? Do you join the teams in there, or do you try and play in from the edges?
So I think we've noticed a circle like this. Not noticed, but we've seen circle like this before as well. And I've been just proved wrong. I don't even get to finish my sentence, I guess. Who am I? Absolutely no one. I was about to say that we might just see this head towards the prison shelter area, but no, the circle takes a hard shift towards the east, and now Milta Power sits smack center of that play zone. Revan and Xbox. Well, this is the moment where you come back to life.
You know, I said it right, Ninja. The call to actually send the entire team towards Milta Power was brilliant. It was genius. I mean, look at this circle, by the way, because 50% of it is still going to be in the waters. But now have a look at this, Mysterious 4. Goku involved in a 1v1. What sort of a weird pit stop is that, Zero Arc? You're of course going to get punished. Morty is going to be one of the important players being shut down. Mysterious 4, they're still going to be fighting. Naman takes a drop off. And Zero Arc with 2 players try and put up an offense. Players disembarking out of the open. Pain, his life gets knocked out. It leaves us with just Chandanopi on the other side, Johnny.
And Chandani has been a phenomenal player for the side of Zero Arc. And this is a very important fight for him to clutch. But Mysterious 4, they aren't doing any better. Finally the push is there, and Goku gets that last finish for his team as well. But look at this, a lot of third parties did happen on both the teams from the sidelines. We have Rising Esports, and of course there's one more team in the nearby vicinity. That is going to be the side of 40R. You see them on the radar. So only 2 finishes were secured by the side of Mysterious 4. The other 2 were picked up by the other squads. But Mysterious 4, they have to be paranoid.
Yeah.
In those houses right now, because you never know which will be the next name that just charges towards you. And of course, you have used some utility, be it terms of throwables, be it terms of ammunition or healing utility in that fight that you won't be able to easily replenish.
They basically used up majority of the utils, and right now they are going to be at the eye of the storm.
So not a lot of throwables were utilized in that fight. It was all down to just a gunfight between the 2 sides first. Both of them just circling each other. So it will be more around the lines of ammunition, armor gone, helmet used up. But every single small little disadvantage can be a big one. We do have a recap of that early fight. Chandanopi, he's incredible, but shouldn't be like that is a predictable move.
Yeah.
You are out of that fight for a good 10 seconds. The other lad is just going to assume that you are going for a revive, and he is going to make that bounce.
Should have expected that, I guess, but nonetheless, we keep on moving forward, and right now we are going to be spectating God's Reign. Moving in from prison right now, making their way inside of the play zone shouldn't really be any problems for God's Reign. There's still going to be the likes of Wyld Esports on their sidelines, playing in from the edges, so a fight is possible. Is definitely on the cards as well, but depends whether or not do God's Reign initiate this fight. The circle keeps on moving away from the landmass itself. Revenant Xbox in one of the best spots in the house. Genesis this time. Open fire against a couple of those lads. 40R down underneath. This is going to be nice.
Well, it can be, but Genesis, look at where they are on the edge. Backline's compromised by the side of Wealth and God's Reign, but as of now, Wealth distracted by God's Reign, trying to make their bounce along with the blue. That vehicle, I think it might have been stuck, and Now the players are going to be forced to just have 3 in just a single vehicle. This might not be a good sign for Wyld, especially with Genesis also present very nearby, and Wyld just headed right towards them.
I still don't believe that they are going to take a head-on battle, knowing Wyld Esports, knowing the way they try and use patterns inside of the game. They usually like to keep the fights for the back end of the game. This time the God's Reign. Neo disembarks, does have Autobots right under his crosshair. It's going to be the big man Lobster as a nade gets lobbed towards him. No damage being dished out, Johnny. But God's Reign, I still believe they are going to be in a very risky position out in the open. Shots getting fired. Neo does dish out a lot of damage, but Lobster escapes from the brink of death. Or does he?
Almost getting that knock, that finish for his team, Neo. But great escape from Lobster. But on that note, what just happened in this match? Meta Ninja wiped out with just, well, no points on the board. And Wyld Esports, even they bit as adieu. 2 more teams forced into early exits. And we just had a look at Wyld just a few seconds ago. Before we went looking at the players of God's Reign trying to chase down Autobots, Wyld was there. All 4 players in a decent spot. And well, Shazam, they are gone.
Shazam, they're gone. Wyld Esports. That was a quick exit for sure. I mean, we did spectate them just a wee while earlier. But this is what happens. This circle, Johnny, is going to be absolute brutal out there. The early movers, they're going to have a massive advantage. And for the ones who are coming in late, they're not really going to find a lot. But this time, Delta PG finds a brilliant knock from the distance, but invites a lot of retaliation. This time, he gets knocked out by Eggy. There's a brilliant spray, but can God's Reign pick him back up is going to be a big question. Neo takes a big risk, by the way. He's still in the blue. Johnny, don't believe that Autobots should really stop firing God's Reign for them. Problems escalate.
Yeah, I don't think God's Reign, it is going to be an easy escape for them. 1 player knocked out, and Autobots, they're down to a 3-man roster as well. But now, since they have caused some harm to God's Reign, they've forced them into the line of fire of Genesis Esports. There might be a potential third party underway in this fight, but look at that, the utility going out, and God's Reign, Aquanox is going to be the first man hitting the floor in this 4 versus 3. Neo, he's going to try and fight for his life. Another nade, it lands quite close, chips away a decent chunk of his HP bar, but Neo is still left standing with Justin in the back lines, looking to see if he can relieve some pressure, but it is a little too much, and God's Reign, they're trying to fight for their lives, but it seems like Genesis Esports, instead of beginning their own journey, they are putting an end to a few of these teams inside of this match already. God's Reign done and dusted. Autobots might be next, but Genesis down to the last man. Hunters finds Ralphie. That's the reset they needed in this fight.
And always the big man Hunters in a position where he's supposed to win. Genesis don't really have a lot of bodies left alive. Autobots is looking to try and chime in. With all of these men out there, they're looking for blood, and Hunters still so comfortable, by the way, still looking to find that revive against Fury, but is going to get denied. Hunters walks out of the smoke, has a little bit of space for him, but 2 players in front. Autobots moving around. Nades still not connected. Hunters now finally out in the open. Can he strike when the time is there? He finally finds one, but in the end, the vehicle explodes, and for Genesis, it is going to be a heartbreak yet again, Johnny.
That is just unlucky. He almost clutched out 2 fights over there. First, the clash against the players of God's Reign, and then Autobots. A beautiful third party, by the way, from the side of Autobots, but yeah, they've lost 3 now. Can't really do anything. Lobster, he tries to run for cover, tries to run for those, for the storage areas. Gets finished off. Mysterious 4. They're on our screens right now. 5 eliminations, playing the northwestern edge of the play zone. Kind of a decent position to work from, but unfortunately for them, they have Reckoning Esports down south and Rising Esports just a little bit up north on the high ground as well. So it's not going to be an easy escape for Mysterious 4 in the next few minutes.
For Rising Esports, there's going to be a massive split in play as well. Beard Baba right next to the shorelines. But enough of that for now. Reckoning Esports trying to make their way inside of the circle. Being marked by the lads from Versatile. Brilliant Molotov from Spro. He gets a Rex taken down, and Smoker now is going to be laid up with nades as well. I love what VXT has been doing so far in the online stages, but at the LAN stage, it seems like they're getting overwhelmed with a lot of information out there. And even have a look at this, Reckoning Esports down in the dirt. Team Tamilas taking shots from the backlines, Johnny.
Ignore the flank, you get ganked. That should be the motto of Reckoning Esports, at least as far as this fight is considered. Team Tamilas with a perfect third party for this fight. BXT, no escape option available. And same can be said for the players of Reckoning Esports. Pinned on the sidelines, there's a clear line of fire for Team Tamilas to exploit. And Reckoning Esports, the only option left is going to be for them to just completely back off.
We'll find out, of course, if they do back off, but as of yet, Pro once again lobs in another nade, does not connect. Smoker has to be so lucky, by the way, Johnny. BXT, they cling on to the tier life. It's not really the best of starts that they could have asked for. And the same can be said for Reckoning Esports as well. They had to try and move out of that dip, but were unsuccessful in doing that. Now getting constantly peppered with shots from the backlines. Team Tamilas is going to find yet another finish to their name. Second finish off the bat. And Reckoning Esports is reduced to just one man.
It's not going to be easy for that one last player to kind of get a full reset. Well, stop a full reset of Reckoning Esports. That previous win on the map of Rondo, it should have just kept the ball going for the side of Reckoning Esports, but this early exit, this could be the start of the regrets that we always talk about. But we haven't really spoken about two of the best performing teams from this map of Erangel.
Yeah.
It's Wyld Fangs and Revenant X-Spark. Wyld Fangs, they start from Milta. Revenant X-Spark, that early rotation for Milta Power. Both the teams, they've just avoided conflicts with everyone in this game so far. But now, it might be their time to get involved. And we see Wyld Fangs already taking control of these factories with Revenant X-Spark still stuck on the shoreline.
This is also one of the reasons why I love this sport, man. A look at the change of pace from the first map itself. Rondo was bloodshed after bloodshed. Blaze letting loose the floodgates of finishes as well. But here on Erangel, you mentioned a very important thing. Two of the best performing teams out there, Revenant X-Spark and Wyld Fangs, haven't taken part in any fight so far. This is what you need to do. Switch the pace according to the lobby, and Wyld Fangs and Revenant X-Spark have done a phenomenal job by that. You still look at Goten, by the way, is looking a little paranoid. Might be expecting a little bit of those inhabitants coming in from the south. Team Tamilas from the shorelines. Goten has been spotted. Is there going to be shots? Finally, the shots come through. Goten finally tucks underneath. It was really close. The Team Tamilas, they themselves are going to be quite exposed, Johnny. Can't really risk it all away, can you?
Definitely can't. I mean, that was very, very well timed, thrown from Goten. Otherwise, Team Tamilas, they would have had an opportunity to just move forward, run for the silos, and Wyld Fangs could have been under immense pressure. But the pressure not here to relieve the presence of Revenant X-Spark still right behind them. And this is how the paranoia sets in. We constantly see Sensei checking the ridges behind. And the rest of the team, you notice on the radar, they are also trying their level best to keep a track of where, potentially where the players of AX are going to pour in from. What are the intentions of Team Tamilas sitting outside the fences as well? But Team Tamilas, as they try to make a run for the fences, try to make a run for Milta Power, they're finally starting to fall casualty to the side of Big Boson. But this is going to be a trade, 3 versus 3 now. The numbers equalized from either side.
I still don't believe that Hig Boson, they are going to go into a head-on-head battle. Right now, Team Tamilas do want to finish off the fallen lads. A little bit of cover fire coming in from Hig Boson as well. Look at White Tiger. Tried to make a move, tried to close in the distance as Team Tamilas now set their nades out, looking in for the hunt. A lot of damage dished out against Hero as well. Finally, the knock comes through. Bunny has been knocked out in the front lines, and this man just charges straight at the opposition. Reaper is going to find that every day of the week, and Hig Boson. What a debacle it was. Diabolical moves. Then Team Tamilas, they're always going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, brilliant punishes coming through from the side of Team Tamilas, but they have to react a little bit quicker. That could have been a heart attack that bounced from the players of Hig Boson. Unpredictable, and of course, because of that, extremely deadly. But Team Tamilas, a player lost. They've lost Mr. IGL. 3 players still left standing and still forced outside that play zone. It's a big challenge for them. AX as well waiting on the other side. They have been spotted out, but still that high ground advantage, the advantage that the Ridge gives them, that enough cover to go for the peak, spray down Team Tamilas and completely shut any hope for a rotation inside of the play zone, any control of the play zone out. It's a big threat to deal with.
Talk of a big threat right now. I feel Wyld Fangs is going to find that quite relatable for them. Every team out there is going to be a massive threat. But on the flip side, have a look at this though. AX's Devotee finds a knockoff. Team Tamilas once again on their way towards the play zone, finds a shutdown, and Aim God has been finished off as well. I love the way Wyld Fangs are split up. I love the way Team AX are split up as well. For teams like Team Tamilas, for teams like Hig Boson, challenge is gonna escalate, Johnny. But now have a look at this. Spray God tries to go in against Justy, but a brilliant cover fire, which knocks Spray God down, and now the flank has been put out of commission.
Good trade coming through. Because of that, they are still gonna stay alive in this game, but Spray God finally gets taken out. That finish has been secured, and Wyld Fangs, they are now left bleeding. Star player from the team completely shut down. Kana, Sensei, Goten still left alive. How will they deal with this pressure? We are about to find out on the other side of things. Justy going for a peek behind the silo. Cannot really afford to forget about AX like that. They still have a decent line of fire to work with. And in fact, just to wake them up from the slumber that they might have fallen in, Revan and X-Pac on the flank. There it is, the last man from the side of Team Tamilas getting shut down. And we're finally down to the top 5 teams of this game. 16 players still alive.
Men in the best spot in the house, Revan and X-Pac, have such a nice vantage point to work with, Johnny. They can try and shut down multiple teams at once. They've got the lines aside on top of Wyld Fangs. They've also got their lines aside on Rising Esports as well. And Rising Esports on the flip side, I believe, they want to stay away from all of the fights, by the way. They do not want to participate in any of them. They just want to keep their numbers up high and maybe strike when it is hot against Revenant X-Pac.
There's a man that shares the desk with us. He's already celebrating.
He's got a big opinion, and that big opinion, I think it's coming out to be true.
He's saying that the circle is on top of them. They've gotten 5 finishes in the game so far. But Necro, can we assume that the Rising Esports, you're saying Rising Esports will win this game? This is a live interview without a mic. Necro says yes.
And that output was not altered, ladies and gentlemen. There was no lies told in that.
Yeah, absolutely no lies. He wasn't nodding his head, trying to say no.
Yeah,
Revan and X-Pac will be the ones eliminating Rising Esports. That's definitely not what he said.
We'll find out. I mean, does it even matter at this point? Revan and X-Pac, they're going to be the ones to decide if they want to decimate the lads from Rising Esports. For now, it is going to be a very technical and a very patientful game of Erangel. The final circle is still going to be stage 7.
Yeah.
We're going to wait for the final circle to pop off. As of yet, Team Tamilas are no more in contention. You've got one man from Hig Boson. You can see Codex, the way he's trying to push inside, and even AX as well. All of them hunkered down in that one corner. It's just Rising Esports and Revenant X-Pac, who's got basically the entirety of the wiggle room, Johnny.
Pretty much, but as you were saying, this, right now, what we are seeing, it's the calm before the storm. We have 3 teams with 4 players each, with 1 team with 3 players, and then just a solo survivor. Godex from Hig Boson, who's just trying to fight for his life. I do not like that spot, that bridge. He can get spotted out by Wyld Fangs, and he does. Kana secures that finish. That's the end of the journey for Hig Boson and Godex in this game. We're finally down to the 4 teams, the top 4 and 15 players. And of course, AX, not what they were hoping for, not what they were wishing for. Pain from Revan and X-Pac gets the first frag against AX, and even AX are now down to the last 3 players.
You know, Johnny, this game is really going to be a test of patience right now. AX stacked up with so many nades, so many smokes out there. The same can be said with Revenant X-Pac, 10 nades in the arsenal. Wyld Fangs do have a lot of smokes for themselves as well. But this game of Erangel, that has been a test of patience for all of the teams out there, is also going to be one shot at momentum. Revenant X-Park had so many frags in the first game, couldn't really capitalize on it. Wyld Fangs as well did find the start that they wanted to, but could not capitalize. Team AX as well had the start which they wanted, but could not capitalize. And now these four teams are going head to head against each other for the finale. Revenant X-Park still have got the elevation that is like a dream position. They can still find the chicken dinner for any team out there standing next to them. AX, I'm not really so sure, Johnny. Now, finally, after so long, the circle might just be looking to go away from them.
Yeah, it can be a possibility. And AX, they have to be cautious about it as well, just prepared either case. But Revenant X-Park, as you mentioned, that previous map of Rondo, it was a decent outing for them. They're just hoping to do a little bit better this time, and they already have. They are in the top 4, so they are going to walk away with placement points from this game. And hey, finish is getting stolen over there. Knock secured by Revenant X-Park. Finish taken by the players of AX. But AX, they're aware where the remaining players from Wyld Fangs are going to be. Another nade goes out. Goten, half his HP bar. Poof, just gone. Kana, he's still holding strong inside of that small little security room, but well, it's not secure enough, is it? If Devotee can just keep lobbing these nades.
It is absolutely not secure enough. It's almost as if Wyld Fangs in the center of the circle, by the way. Revenant X-Park, Aryan getting obsessed with finding those two frags for themselves. As of yet, the final circle, the final stage of death arrives. Wyld Fangs will need to push up. You can see the smokes getting deployed as well. But as soon as you come out in the open, there are going to be shots from the top lines. Revenant X-Park will be looking to find those two frags for themselves. But have a look at this. Goten this time strikes hard. A little bit of chaos on top of Revenant X-Park. Proton as well, looking to try and provide cover fire. Rising Esports can come in and chime into battle any moment in time, Johnny.
It's the end game. It's not a battle. This is the final war that you have to fight for the chicken dinner between the top 4 teams. 4 versus 4 versus 2 versus 2. And of course, Wyld Fangs, as you mentioned, they found the opening, Salty, but they weren't in a position to confirm that finish in Revenant X-Park. They show up with a full reset. Look at the final utility exchange between the 3 sides, Wyld Fangs, Revenant X-Park, and AX. And Rising Esports, this is just brilliant from the players of Rising. They were sitting on the sideline just waiting for their opportunity to strike. And finally, as it presents itself, the nades are helping with the knocks. And Rising Esports, all they need to do is just pull the trigger and walk away with the finish points. Aryan knocked out. AX, they're down to the last man. So is Revenant X-Park. And with the complete advantage, Rising Esports, this should be the easiest chicken dinner of their lives.
It's just one man left alive for Revenant X-Park, and even he gets shut down as well. Rising Esports, that was a brilliant game coming in from their side. Really not giving any sort of advantage to the teams that still stand a chance right next to them. Stayed in the shadows, and when they strike, when the iron was hot.
I mean, Rising Esports, as usual, just really good at closing out games when the circle is favoring them. And once again, I mean, as I said, Rising Esports will be the one to win the game.
Hey, man, you said that Revenant X-Park was going to win the game.
What's the proof?
Me.
Well, I mean, I don't remember you saying that on the broadcast.
Proof. It was live.
Why am I sitting in between these two lads?
It was a special interview segment. It's called Interview Without a Mic.
I'm giving you guys an idea, right? Let's, you guys should go live on your socials and try and sell this debate. It's a very heated exchange. I'm pretty sure the lads would actually love to see that.
Hey, you know what, though? We'll keep on talking about those debates. We'll keep on fighting. But right now, what matters is Rising Esports and that chicken dinner. With this sort of a chicken dinner now, Rising Esports is going to place themselves in a pretty great spot in the overall standings.
And look at the efficiency coming in from Foul. 524 damage is out, 5 finishes secured. And then we have Fox OP as well with 2. We have Yua with 1. 8 eliminations, 18 points. For Rising Esports, considering even that previous map of Rondo wasn't the worst, I think they walked away with like 5 points. This kind of puts them in a decent fighting position, but again, consistency. That is going to be the name of the game. This is just the start of the journey. First 2 matches. We were talking about it, Salty and I, at the start of the match, that first few games, majority of the teams as Necro, you like to say, they're testing the waters.
You know,
Yeah.
it's not about testing the waters as well. You look at Revenant X-Pac. You mentioned going ahead with 4 Assaulters is always the answer to every problem
Yeah.
out there in the universe. This was the game, right? This is the game where you really need those IGLs. You saw the way where Revenant X-Pac lost composure. All 4 Assaulters setting themselves in instead of taking the fight against
What?
Rising Esports. They should have been the ones to charge down against Rising Esports first and then take the fight against Wyld Fangs. And I feel like this is where they really need somebody to guide these lads as well.
I agree with you on the decision that they should have moved on and took a fight against Rising Esports, but even Rising Esports had line of sights against RNTX. The moment they sit inside of the vehicles and they charge, Rising Esports would literally just spray them down.
So it's two things combined together. As you mentioned, first it's the line of fire, and second it's the fact that if you look closely, Wyld Fangs and AX, based on where those two teams were, I think Revenant X-Pac would have just assumed like it's the same crew. It's
Yeah.
not two different teams, it's the same roster.
Yeah.
And they just wanted to take that team fight first. But anyways, we have the top players from that previous game on our screens. Foul, incredible start. By the way, Mysterious 4 also had a pretty decent game in this one.
They indeed did, right? For
I think
Mysterious
Goku
4.
was the only one who had 4 eliminations, no matter.
Yeah, I mean, for Mysterious 4, look, at the end of the day, what's going to matter is how many points they got in the overall point standings, which we will have a look at in the future. But right now, what I'm going to say is that Revenant X-Pac AX, super consistent. Back-to-back 2 games, they've got nice amount of points in the overall standings, and that's just going to keep on boosting them even higher. But for a team like Zero Arc to fall down that early inside of the game, that's quite devastating. Had a lot of expectations from Genesis Esports as well, and even they were not able to stand up to it.
I mean, man, you talk of expectations, and then this was the fight, Hunters in clutch situations. This guy is in art form. This guy is
The
a treat
vehicle
to watch,
blows
to be
up.
honest, as well. But that was such an anticlimactic end to the fight. The vehicle popping off, Hunters getting blown off as well. And then this was the fight that I was talking about. Revenant X-Pac before coming down the ridge. They knew there was Rising Esports up north. They knew those players were going to come down as well. But you know, the play still didn't really make a lot of sense, in my opinion. You lob in smokes, you try and push up as well for Revenant X-Pac, and that was it.
This is my question to both of you. Do you think they didn't charge up north because they knew it was Rising Esports? This is assumed like, yeah, these guys are not going to fight until it's just 2 teams remaining.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? I think there's also a possibility that Revenant X-Pac realized the fact that, okay, going for that fight also means that even we will get taken down.
Pretty
It will
much.
be a brawl where none of us wins. So Revenant X-Pac probably wanted to go for the safest odds, and those safest odds in the end did give them a decent amount of points. I mean, 13 points, Salty. Come on, be satisfied. That's still a lot of points they got.
Did anyone inform Genesis and Autobots that they weren't playing on Rondo? 7 finishes to both of these two teams, no placement point. It seems like early fights is all they are going to go for.
And the irony is that both Autobots and Genesis took each other down by fighting each other as well.
Pretty much. Yeah, the vehicle explosion next to Hunters, it was so unfortunate. It's Hunters. I think as soon as that fight between these two sides came down to a 1v1, we just believed for a second that, all right, maybe he got it, and then that buggy just blew up out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate, right? Even Hunters is probably getting jump scared back there
Yeah.
when that happened to him because he just never saw that coming. The vehicle is the one to take him out. But hey, the second page of the match rankings, Wyld Esports met an Ninja once again. They were not doing too good. Flop of a performance. Zero Arc, first game was great. Second game, the conversion's bad. God's Reign as well, the same storyline. 4TR's not doing too great. VXT's not doing too good. Team Tamilas were surviving for such a long time, but even they only got 4 points off of that game.
Team Tamilas has been the biggest surprise for me so far because you look at their run on the online stages, they were topping Group A back-to-back weeks, by the way, but here their start hasn't really been massive. Reckoning Esports still at the top, 32 points. Rising Esports a rise up 10 points. 10 positions, by the way, and put themselves at 24 points in the second spot. Revenant X-Pac closely following by. But Johnny, it seems like there's barely any difference between these teams out there. It's still very fragile.
It's just the start of the journey,
Yeah.
man. Right now, everyone's just trying to see how close to the top they can be before their matches for the day come to an end. And it is a valiant effort right now from the team, specifically inside of the top 4. But this is where heartbreaks are happening, to be honest, because we XT, Metanenza, 40 are not the start that we expected. 2 matches done and dusted. These teams are still in single digits. And of course, same goes for Wyld Fangs. Goten, Spraygod, Ghana. I am waiting for these lads from Wyld Fangs to just start sinking their teeth into the other teams and just give us a show for the semi-finals.
And I think for Wyld Fangs as well, the next game is going to be so crucial because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Group B is going to be playing 6 matches of the day. Wyld Fangs, the next game is going to be their last match before they are done for the day. So maybe there's going to be a big bounce back coming in.
I mean, there's a lot of questions currently going in my mind as well. But let's be honest. All it takes is one game to make a difference, man. All it takes is that one massive game with 20 points in the overall standings, and you're instantly going to be around the top 3. And that's what I'm saying. Even if Wyld Fangs is not doing too good, it's fine. Wyld Fangs, all they need is 20 points in one game. Even if VXT's not doing too hot right now, all they need is one chicken dinner, and even VXT's going to be inside of the top 6.
Pretty much, but again, I think it's very unpredictable what is going to happen at the start of the journey. As we talk about it right now, we've only seen 16 teams in action. 8 teams are still left waiting on the sidelines, waiting to see what they can do once they set on their foot on the stage. And if you guys want to see what these lads are up to, well, there's the scanner. Grab yourselves the tickets for the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen, of the BMPS 2026. And of course, the tickets for the finals will be out soon. Make sure you guys are following Krafton India Esports on their social media handles so you have all the updates as soon as they come out. And make sure you guys are following us as well on our social media. Necro has been giving out a lot of information, a lot of leaks, I heard.
I don't believe Necro would actually want to do that. Do you really want to?
I mean, I was trying to give out some big leaks, but then something happened behind the scenes, and I was told not to do so. But you know what, man? Another incentive that can really motivate you guys to come over here is also the fact that there's some nice food stalls over here, man. Look at that. Between the bread as well as over here, you guys can have some nice sandwiches. You guys can have some nice burgers, even some coffees, some cold drinks, whatever you guys want. It's available over here.
Just come down for the matches, lads. That is all I would say. Just come down for the matches and watch the action.
I was just about to say, we're talking about an opportunity that is supposed to be life-changing for everyone. I mean, we've heard these stories, right? Players sitting in the arena as viewers, as spectators, and then a few years later, they find themselves on that stage playing for a big-name roster. Could be you. If you're here, you can tell us that story the next time one of us is interviewing you for one of these tournaments. And what's with you? We're talking about a life-changing opportunity as well in food stalls.
I mean, even food is life-changing. Hello? You guys don't believe food is life-changing? Well, then that's your problem.
Chicken dinner is life-changing, Necro.
Yeah, there's also nice food available. That's what I'm saying. But you know what? Moving on the conversation towards much more important matters at hand. As you mentioned, it's also going to be the last game in the upcoming moments for Wyld Fangs. Now it's going to be their time to perform. And all those teams in that particular group, now it's going to be your time to perform. There's still so many big concerning names on the latter half of the board. But as I mentioned, all it takes is one massive game to bring yourself back on the board. But with that being said, now it's time for us to toss to a short break.
Semi-finals day number 1 is still going on, ladies and gentlemen, and now we come to a very important juncture of the day itself. The third match is about to get played, and of course it's going to be the last game for Group A. But joining alongside is going to be Icy Baby 1-2 alongside Necro to actually commentate on this game itself. Icy, first of all, a very warm welcome to Delhi. How has Delhi been treating you? And of course, how's the arena? How's the vibes in here?
First things foremost, wasn't expecting a huge crowd as well because it seems to be very hot here as well, considering how heated the games are as well. And I'm looking forward to see how Group B is going to be doing here because there are some teams that are doing okay, but there are some teams that are not doing okay. And in particular, I'm talking about Meta Ninja as well because they have to play back-to-back 6 matches today itself.
It is going to be a big challenge for Meta Ninja, of course, to try and at least touch that 40-50 point mark at the end of 6 matches. But is that gonna happen? We'll find out in the next game, ladies and gentlemen. We move straight to the map of Erangel.
The plane is in the skies, this time starting all the way from the military island. And as we know, the plane flight path as well, it's also going to be one of the most important things. The plane flight path is probably going to be heading all the way towards the Stalber Hill. And this plane flight path, it's not going to be too disruptive for these teams. If the teams do want to move on towards Georgia Pool, it will be a little bit of a tough stretch, but they can still make it.
Well, this is going to be a little bit of a balanced one as well here, considering how sweaty the lobby has gotten in the semifinals as well. We have seen a little bit of preparations from a lot of these teams, but in particular, I think Revenant Xbox has got to be one of the teams you have to watch out for as well. They have been very consistent in the past 2 games. Unfortunately, just could not close out on those chicken dinners here. You can see gunfights has been spot on coming from Revenant Xbox, but the only difference is that they are getting a little bit too greedy and just trying to take all kinds of fights. But hopefully, it is going to be for the better for them. But now, let's see. Early to just now, we did see a little bit of drop clash down towards Yasnaya, but nothing super major, which I hope is going to help things out here for some of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, Wyld Esports as well is currently heading towards Quarry. And as you mentioned about Yasna Poliana, there's also going to be Autobots Esports taking an exit around that same spot. For Mysterious Forest, well, they're not looking too great in the overall standings, currently sitting on the 9th spot. And just to let you guys know, the goal is going to be to move inside of the top 6, because from the top 6, you directly head on towards the grand finals. The bottom 2 teams from the overall standings gets completely eliminated from the tournament.
Oh boy, tough spot to be in here, but seeing how the circle is going to have shift completely to the west side, and once again in the semifinals, we are expecting a lot of weird circles here. We had one just now all the way towards Milta itself with about 20% in the ocean, but this time we've got like almost 20% in the ocean as well. So we are going to be expecting the circle to end somewhere in the Georgia Pool as well, but a majority of the time it has shifted on towards the western side of Hospital itself. So I don't see the circle hitting up to the north side here, but it could be a nice little escape here for teams who are struggling to actually make their way into the zone itself. So I think Higbo's on well. They're going to be very happy about this early circle, but we are going to be seeing the drop clash once more in Yasnaya. Meta Ninja in the mix now.
Yeah, Meta Ninja actually up against a team that's currently around that same block as well. It's around the overall school area, around Rozhok, and even 4TR is going to be inside of the school. Meta Ninja currently against VXT, and this is one of those standoffs that I personally never really saw coming. VXT is a team that does dominate when it comes to the firepower, but are they good enough to take on a team like Meta Ninja? Even Meta Ninja has been struggling too much, and right now the fact that everyone from the side of VXT is just moving out in the open, I'm not a big fan of this. Shadow Shevin, he's still not even able to find a single knock. That's concerning. Should have been at least able to get one single knock. That could have been a turnaround for Meta Ninja, but instead Shadow 7 messes up.
Oh boy, VXT, they are going to be on the hunt as well. He's all by himself. He needs a little bit of backup as well. He's got the shotgun to actually work with as well. He needs to find the pump. Misses the connection. May have messed up a little bit more. Tries to bait him up all towards the rooftop, and the rest of VXT are here. He needs to find the pick, but he just can't seem to find any. But he is going to try and make a jump here to try and go for the escape here. And guess what? VXT has been completely out-ninja'd here. And Shadow 7 continues to try and dodge his way through. VXT currently all 3 on the rooftop. Needs to buy time here for Shadow 7 at least.
Not even sure what Shadow 7 was doing in that scenario. But as I mentioned, when they were just crossing out in the open, he should have been able to find at least one knock. But he messed up. Should have committed to it.
Well, seems like the land pressure has definitely gotten into him as well. But Meta Ninja, what a very interesting switch of playstyle all year. But big name here from Javin. It's going to be huge. VXTD are definitely hurting. Perfect time for Meta Ninja to try and buy time, but Javin, Shadow 7, they're buying a little bit more time. Fierce is on the far end. Needs to try and regroup as well, but again, Meta Ninja, they only know 3 guys are inside this apartment. Apollo's also going to be there trying to find a little bit of angles, but they are pretty much choked out. Meta Ninja has no choice but to commit to this fight. And the only exit strategy is going to be on Apollo's with that buggy, but even then, the moment he runs away, VXT's got to have the free line of sight onto his Apollo's.
This is going to be a weird standoff. And you just never know who's going to be the one to come out on top till the end. And keep this thing in mind, these teams are pretty far away from the circle as well, so they need to wrap up with the fight as soon as possible, get their hands on some nice meds, and then try and think of what they want to do. Both these teams burning too much time. Nade was tossed once again, even from the side of Meta Ninja, but it's not making any difference. Versatile Esports. What do they want to do?
Well, it seems like Meta Ninja, they were looking for the 4th guy. Seems like with this shot coming in from Smoker, they've definitely heard him as well. From the back lines as well, we do see Meta Ninja, they need a little bit of a play here. coming in from Fierce. The moment Fierce gets knocked VXC, VXC will be the ones who have the back foot on the wall as of yet. But this is a very interesting switch coming from Meta Ninja. Usually, all year, especially from last year, they have been trying to contest Yasnaya, got kicked out for quite some time, forced to play Novo. Things didn't really work out for them. And for them to finally come back towards Yasnaya down here to semifinals, even during BGIS, which did not exactly happen for Meta Ninja, I feel like Shadow 7, he's going to try and pull out his old strategies to work in play, but again, contesting this drop is going to be extremely difficult, I would say.
That's the whole point, right? Right now, Meta Ninja is stuck, and they do not know themselves what exactly needs to be done. Probably fighting a lot of those demons in their own heads, and Meta Ninja at this point in time, they're just trying to find that first knock against Versatile. But this standoff is just burning through too much time. I'm never a big fan of these standoffs. The moment you are in a big deadlock, you just know you're done for in the entire game, because you're burning through a lot of times that you could have utilized to place yourself in a good spot inside of the circle and even loot up better.
I agree. This is definitely a very risky gamble coming in from Meta Ninja in particular, to decide to switch their usual drop spots away at this stage. Now, hurting not just themselves, they're also hurting VXT. And both of them are currently sitting in the bottom 2 as well. What a tricky situation. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby has already on their merry way inside the zone. And we know for a fact that Meta Ninja has experienced tanking zones to try and rotate in, but even then, this is just so risky. They do not have a lot of time. 6 minutes has passed, nothing much gathered from here. Meanwhile, the team's inside. Look at this, Mysterious 4, pretty stocked up, looking to try and find a little bit of space for the zone control here. Mysterious 4 scouts out AX is in the hospital itself. Decides that maybe not worth challenging this spot as of yet. As Circle still undecided, but of course, Hospital is straight in the middle as well. Team AX scouts out another team down south as well. That's going to be 4 TR. So a majority of the compounds inside the zone has already been occupied, while these 2 teams are still completely clueless. But what a push here from Smoker, finding Fierce. The entire backlines for Meta Ninja shut down.
There's a reason why Smoker's on the top of the eliminator list. And once again, he's here to prove what exactly he's got. That nade was so good, Smoker. He still somehow dodges it. Not even a single bit of damage dished out against Smoker, and because of that, now the man's looking pretty good and dandy. This nade being cooked up, it might just do a lot of damage, but Apollo, he moves out the perfect nick of time. And Smoker cooking up the one last nade he's got in his arsenal. This one needs to be exactly on the mark, but he whiffs that. Apollo patching himself up, popping that first aid. The blue, it's not going to have any sort of mercy on anyone. And this man from Versatile, he's got a lot of confidence that he might just be able to win this one-on-one.
Oh boy, Spartan coming with the back out as well. Apollo's getting taken out. Meta Ninja, they've lost Street right from the get-go, and now only Javin remains. VXT may have just came up on top here with a complete wipeout. No chance whatsoever. Javin, not even an S12K, just a basic shotgun to work with. Now, a lot of time being wasted, but VXT seems like they are going to double down and get all 4 players to commit to this fight. Javin going to try and fight Smoker, doesn't connect the shot, and now they are going to push up.
Meta Ninja in a lot of trouble, and eventually Javin gets eliminated too from the game. That's it. VXT, what a clean sweep it was inside of Yasna Polyana, and now Meta Ninja, they've probably learned their lesson. You should not go for a drop clash against a team that's currently in the red-hot form when it comes to taking fights itself. When it comes to Firepower, VXT currently are unmatched. Circle forming a little bit more on the left side, this time taking a bit of that northern shift as well, so that a bit of a piece of the pie is also in there. I'm speaking of Georgia Pool.
Yeah, but Circle, very brutal as well. It's going to be the open fields right from the get-go. You can see all those teams running around, driving around, trying to scramble for some sort of cover to work with. But nobody is looking to try and commit those fights because information is going to be given as well. God's Reign getting spotted out here by Team Zamalas. Seems like Team Zamalas, they do find a nice little fork to work with, but it does not have a lot of cover. Their only place that is going to be exposed here is going to be the swamp area, which in this case, a majority of teams are going to try and navigate away. Team Zamalas, look at this. Trying to shove God's Reign away from those spots, and God's Reign are forced to actually back up to the swamps.
God's Reign actually backing away, disengaging from that fight because they know it's not a good one. Respecting the opponents, and right now there's also going to be Wyld Fangs around the proximity. So they have to be even more cautious. And Wyld Fangs is not a team that's going to let go of a fight like that. If they do see an opportunity, they will strike. They're also not doing too good in the overall standings, which just means they're even more hungry. Rev the next park in the top 3. right now they're trying to execute a defensive gameplay.
Yeah, I like what Revenant Xbox has gotten himself into here as well. They do have a nice hill to work with here. The only ones they aren't going to be exposed to is going to be the guys coming from Everest. But even then, nobody's going to risk going into Everest right now, considering how wide the circle is. So Revenant Xbox, one of the famed spots here, going to hold their way through. But we are going to be expecting a lot of teams run into them as well. And Revenant Xbox, they have been in red hot form in terms of gunfight. So they are looking to try and force teams in towards them to try and pick them off. Very unique strategy. Nice ambush point from Revenant Xbox. And they've done this all season as well. So hopefully they are going to be able to refine it furthermore. But for Rising Esports, interesting switch up as well. First time seeing Rising Esports pulling up a hovercraft in play. And it looks like they are going to try and get Yuva into safety, try and reposition the hovercraft for the end games. Team Tamilas again spots out another team, but you can see the anxiety slowly kicking in on Team Tamilas. Doesn't exactly sure of who they should be focusing on, but they do have taps on those two teams. But this is a nice setup. I think this is the first time we're starting seeing teams protecting hovercrafts and getting those repair kits to try and extend those lives.
In general, speaking of Team Tamilas, the performance has been lackluster. If you talk about the qualifier weeks, for the first 2 weeks, Team Tamilas was dominating the overall standings. But considering the fact that Team Tamilas, they should have also realized the fact that the other teams aren't really taking things that serious. And the moment when things started getting a little bit more heated up, Team Tamilas, they started struggling. And that's the reason why they're here in the semifinals in the first place. But right now as well, if you look at the start, for Team Tamilas, it's been terrible. Currently sitting around the bottom three. It's not the place where a team like Team Tamilas and even Wyld Esports is supposed to be in the first place, but right now they need a big game, and that's the only thing that can actually pull them out.
Well, it's going to be a little bit tricky here, but seeing how the circle is going to shift on towards the east side, things are going to get extremely difficult, and Genesis somehow, for some reason, made one of the biggest gamble to stay on top of Everest, and now they've got so much control to try and punish teams a lot. But again, Stage 4 is going to force them down. That's still going to be a problem Genesis will eventually face off. But let's talk about a team that has had problems right from the get-go because of Metaninja. VXG, unaware of what's the situation inside the zone, and they're still outside the zone. Stage 3 on its way. We've got a lot of bandages here on Smoker, 20 in particular. It's going to be able to hover around here, but again, zero information pushing in the zone. This is going to be the riskiest attempt. And fortunately for him, from our perspective, guess what? Nobody in the southeast corner. Biggest threat, only Genesis.
I mean, they're going to be burning through a lot of meds too, though. Right now, luckily enough, they do have a lot of bandages, so that's going to compensate for it. And as you mentioned, the only team around that breaching point is going to be God's Reign. But even God's Reign is pretty far away. So as of now, VXT is going to have a free breaching point. Once again, it really comes down to where they want to breach in from. If they try to go around the southern side, VXT's messed up. They can't do anything. They have to go for a fight.
This is such a scam as well. Based on the initial circle prior to this, all of us, well, not you, in me, I was expecting the circle to shift to the west side. And you can see this huge cluster of teams already docked up to the west side, and now they're in a stalemate where they just cannot rotate in towards the next phase just because everybody is still hovering around the west side. And now this entire cluster is going to force fights, and we are going to be expecting a lot of teams getting picked out mid-rotations here. And because of this, for some reason, VXT has to be counting their lucky stars. Only biggest threat, God's Reign, but they do have a nice cover to work with.
And you know who else has a great spot? It's going to be Genesis Esports. No one's around the big boy mountain to actually contest Genesis Esports, and they've got the peak in their hands. They can have so much intel, they can shoot down so many players, collect so many scrappy points out in the open. It's up to them. God's Reign spotting out the players of VXT. They did spot out a few players in the open as well. But they just can't do anything, cannot even pull the trigger yet. The moment God's Reign does that, their position's going to be compromised, and VXT will know who exactly is watching them.
Yeah, at the same time, I think the best decision for God's Reign is just let them pass. There's no reason to think the fight. Getting in a knock is great, but you're not going to be able to convert too much. And despite all that, like you said, positions exposed, there's not going to be a lot of conversions, well, and ammunition is going to be a big problem for God's Reign, so they don't really want to risk it. But seems like the circle is going to shift on towards Hospital. The outskirts of Hospital, Mysterious Fall having one of the God compounds on the north side. Genesis has to come down from the Everest itself. Wyld Fangs also has a very decent shot. But for Revenant X-Park, this is something that I really like from Revenant X-Park. Their position looks very, very shaky, but every single team is going to force to rotate down south, which results in them getting picked out out in the open. So as long as Revenant Xbox is able to hold on, they're good.
The concern is also going to be the circle moving away from Genesis Esports, and even they have to come downhill. But as of now, Rising Esports straight up sending it against Team Tumulus, and Reaper once again gets caught off guard. What is Team Tumulus doing? Where's the coordination? Remaining 3 players, they just run away, and Reaper, you gotta feel bad. Getting backstabbed by his own teammates like that. Should have waited at least for the man to try and close in. And Team Tumulus, the remaining 3 players, they just run away inside of the circle, and it's not even a good spot they found themselves in.
Tricky spot. You see, like you said as well, Rising Esports, they need to push through. And again, the biggest threat is going to be Revenant Xbox later on. They're out in the open. But, of course, the players may not be lucky. For you guys watching at home, we hope you guys get lucky as well, because the Lucky Spin is live as of yet. With the first spin every single day discounted, so be sure, check it out.
And the fact that we've already hit 4 CR prize pool for this BMPS 2026 is incredible. The support from you guys have been insane. And yes, keep on loving and supporting the game just like this. Keep on loving the athletes. But as of now, back towards the game. AX. I'm not a big fan of what's happening around AX. Zero Arc around that same place as well in Zero Arc. They've actually found a little bit of an entry around Hospital as well. AX right now is going to be so unsettled.
This is such a tricky spot to be in here, especially how the circle has kind of forced them out in this scuffle. AX, they do definitely need to wrap this up as quickly as they can. Same can be said for Zero Arc, because now the biggest threat is going to be getting out of Hospital safely. We are starting to see Reckoning Esports hearing all these commotions, but AX, they just don't want to risk this fight. But off the sides here, Rising Esports try to push for a different angle, gets scouted out by Hick Boson. Both teams getting mad scrambled out in the open. Vehicles exposed. Smokes has been deployed here. Bunny is still giving those information here for Hick Boson to try and capitalize on this. And Rising Esports, they need to get this reset. But guess what? Hick Boson, they push through.
Oh, 2 players instantly drop dead. But still, there's a chance. Rising Esports, they might just pull back. What am I watching? Probably one of the most awkward duels. And somehow Wave wins it. What? This is unbelievable! Mind-blowing stuff! That man just shuts down all the 3 players! This is something that has never happened before!
Oh my goodness, they tried their best, but here, well, they are going to try and capitalize on this demise. The nades are coming in, they find the 2 knocks, and foul is going to come through. But from the sides as well, we also have a 4-party. Team Tumulus also going to be joining the fray here with Wyld. Rising Esports now in shambles. And Wyld Esports, they have hurt company. And it looks like they are going to decide to back out of this fight.
Yeah, Wyld Esports backing away, but there's also going to be Reckoning Esports now chiming in against the entirety of Wyld. So much back and forth going on. Team Tumulus, they close in, scooping the remaining points of Rising Esports as they've been eliminated from the game as well. But now Wyld Esports, they decide to take a head-on-head fight against Reckoning Esports, and already one of the players is being caught off guard.
Reckoning Esports, they've lost one, but Roman, he is going to try and capitalize on Wyld's demise, getting stacked out in the open as well. The knocks are coming in, but they do need those conversions. The rest of Reckoning Esports seems like they're still undecided if they want to commit to this fight, but they have to with the circle forcing the back. Wyld is going to have it a little back as well, but the nade comes through from Roman, finds the second, doesn't need backup. Seems like there is going to be space here for Reckoning Esports to completely wipe them out and then back off.
Dragon OP knocked out. For Wyld Esports, that's going to be the main playmaker, not in the game anymore. And that's also going to be Big Dent. How can they recover? Getting that revival on Dragon OP is probably going to be one of the most important things to do right now for Wyld Esports. But these constant utilities, they're really keeping them in a bad spot. Wyld Esports now down to just this one last man, and even the Blues on the move. Rico needs to be on the move as well. He needs to find at least 1 knock against Reckoning Esports. That can give him the sigh of relief, but as of now, Reckoning Esports, they're keeping the defense tight.
What a nade coming from both Pro and Roman. Complete shutdown, and now Rico at the mercy of Reckoning Esports. It seems like he will be given a little bit of small breathing room here with the circle coming through, but Pro is going to be left here to try and guarantee this confirmation to make sure that the backs are not exposed. Rico at the edge of the wall, Pro still continuing the pressure. Molotov is there, Rico out in the open, the sprays comes through, and Wyld will be eliminated, and Reckoning Esports cleans house, and now they are going to make into the zone.
Easy stuff from Reckoning Esports, but still it got way too close for comfort. And right now, Revenant X-Spark in God's Reign. 2 powerhouses colliding against each other. Revenant X-Spark, those nades not exactly finding proper connections. And even Bane is taken down low for God's Reign, just constantly tossing those utilities. One of them has to find a knock in a quick two-piece. Those utilities on point, and Revenant X-Park had no reply to that. Proton and Pain knocked out Trace in the back. Can Revenant X-Park hold on? Probably the answer is no. Trace is just all by himself. He's able to find the first 2 strikes. Hold on, he might just do it. Now the situation's down to a 1-on-2 Trace. He's being isolated by both the players. Out in the open, Trace is, but he can't do it. Valiant effort from the man. He gave it all he had.
But look at this, the third party comes through. VXT comes in for the slam, but Neo with the one tap slaps him off. Tries to stop the aggression, but the push comes through. VXT, they are looking for the slam, and Spartan all by himself. He cleans out God's Reign, and VXT almost loses the entire roster as well. What a close battle.
Bueno, man, what an action-packed game. But now it's time for Genesis Esports as well to enter inside of the fray. And within the blink of an eye, Zero Arc has been done and dusted as they bite the dust. Nicely done, but even for Genesis Esports right now, they're not out of danger yet. The Blues on the move. Genesis needs to be a little bit quick with these revivals.
Oh boy, while they're trying to revive, Mysterious 4 is looking to try chime in. Circle about to take the zone. Naman with the off-angle pick drops him down low, but there are no knocks yet. But it seems like Mysterious 4, they are going to try and back off here to try and go for a drive-by nade here. Hooking up, but does not connect. Genesis on the run. They've already a skedaddle out there without resetting that health. Great exits here coming from Genesis.
Yeah, and Genesis is going to live a little bit longer now because of that move. But Wyld Fangs, they've got their arms wide open. They welcome Genesis Esports around that proximity. But Wyld Fangs, are they quick enough to shut down Genesis Esports? All the 4 players intact, by the way. Genesis Esports right now possesses a lot of threat to Wyld Fangs.
It seems like Wyld Fangs, they've said hello, put a little bit of pit stop, and then completely bailed out of the fight. And it seems like a lot of things are going to be working in an awkward situation for them here. But Genesis, fortunate for them, they get the full reset, and they're going to be A-OK. It seems like they are going to be in a little bit of trouble. They're still outside the zone, but it seems like circle inside. It's going to be a little bit tricky here. Mysterious 4 has perfect information, and their zone favored towards them. The only strong compound in this zone as of yet, and they have to line us out of everybody in this game.
True. Mysterious 4. Even they've got a bit of those line of sights in Genesis. For VXT, finally they're having a good game. A massive sigh of relief. But the moment I say so, Smoker falls down, even Spartan's knocked out. VXT, they're under line of fire for a lot of these teams. And Wyld Fangs, they find another knock. VXT right now, survival seems impossible. The players are out in the open, but getting that revival on the player might just be possible. Keshu is behind that haystack. He can still be brought back up.
Such a tricky spot to be in. Wyld Fangs continue with the popular shots. VXT trying to inch into the zone, but don't think they can actually pick up Smoker here. They are exposed, and Wyld Fangs got the line of sight, completely covering their way through. Seems like VXT, the miracle luck run, may have just ended right here, right now, but the top 5 finish isn't too bad. Top 6, I would say, with decent amount of placement points as well, considering the entire fiasco that they had right from the get-go.
Should have gotten a lot more though. VXT expectations were through the roof, and right now, Wyld Fangs, they're also getting charged on by Genesis Esports. We knew this was going to happen sometime, but now it happens in front of our screens. Viper as well gets traded out instantly, but even Godin falls apart. Wyld Fangs, they've got no proper reply to this entire pounce from Genesis, and within the blink of an eye, Wyld Fangs, they've been eliminated from this game. That was a quick wipe.
Very nicely done from Genesis. Seems like their prime is back. The one that we have been waiting for. We thought they were out. It seems like they're back in form. They're here to dominate. They've got 8 eliminations, but problems still arise. Mysterious 4, one of the biggest threat in this game itself. But 2 elimination only. They've got the God spot, but they can't seem to find the pick here. Autobots outside the zone is probably going to try and deny those points here, Ralphie. But for Genesis, looks like they are going to pick up the stragglers outside. Pro is stuck all out in the open here. No cover whatsoever from Reckoning. Ralphie, for some reason, gets shot through, but the play zone will be the one that claims him instead.
Next circle shift. It's going to be happening pretty soon. And it's going to pop right on top of Genesis Esports now. It feels like even the gods are favoring Genesis. They want him to win. Genesis around the block, around the edges. They've also got a nice wide spread to play with, and all the 4 players as well on the block. They're unstoppable as of now.
Oh boy. Genesis Esports. Seems like getting a few knocks here with the circle forcing them out in the open. Genesis still has cover, and now Mysterious 4 needs to go up. And for some reason, Naman gets picked up. He's inside the vehicle, but Roman, he fights a pick, but he drops down to the fall damage. And Mysterious 4 actually still somehow survives this, but they've lost Naman out in the open. But Roman, what a tricky, sneaky sneak in.
Oh my god. Mistakes after mistakes. But at least Roman was able to do something in that scenario.
How did he sneak in the vehicle just like that? That is so crazy.
Hey, but Reckoning Esports, though, there's still some life left. And that's going to be the name of Pro. Reckoning Esports have been so consistent. This game as well, consistently performing. They're in the top 4. The previous game as well, they were doing good. The first game, they got a chicken dinner. Reckoning Esports is doing real good. But the moment I say so, they've been eliminated from this game, which is unfortunate. But they still got a lot of points off of it. And right now, Genesis Esports, their goal is going to be to secure a chicken dinner no matter what. They've got the circle. They've got the best possible spot. Everything is currently favoring them.
Boy, Autobots pinned. Mysterious 4's got the widespread. Genesis now gonna stand Fury here to try and clean up the guys in the shack. And Autobots somehow in shambles. Lobster needs to be picked up as well. Arif is forcing a lot of smoke. Seems like he's gonna be able to get the reset here. Meanwhile, Fury gets spotted out from the off angle with Mysterious 4 taking him out.
That's what you call overcommitment. And he instantly gets punished. Fury shouldn't have done that, which means Reckoning Esports, or not Reckoning Esports, Genesis Esports, their formation is now going to be broken. They had a nice 2-2 spread going on, but that 2-2 spread might just need to be called off. Mysterious 4 out in the open. It's not a good spot. Fury gets confirmed eventually by the man from Autobots Esports. For Mysterious 4, right now, winning this fight against Genesis Esports seems next to impossible unless Autobots Esports does something that favors Mysterious 4.
Yeah, at the same time, Viper finishing off Autobots as well. But with this nades coming in from Gravity and the Hunters, the tag team is going to be good. And Mysterious 4 now going to be in shambles. Viper finds the second as well. And just this might be it. Genesis might be able to snatch out the entire chicken for themselves now.
Definitely
what a blunder.
Chance. Definitely a chance. Genesis Esports, since they were man down, they needed to find a quick trade, but Mysterious 4 as well, they're pretty sleek. Even they find a quick knock against Genesis. Now the fight's down to a 2-on-2. There's a man knocked out of Mysterious 4 as well, and there's no way Goku's gonna go for it. He's actually gonna try to make that push as well. Ejects outside of the moving vehicle, and Hunters, what a nade! Straight upon the mark, the man gets knocked out. Mysterious 4 now down to a 3-man squad, but even now 1 man gets claimed, and that's going to be a 2-man squad left.
Oh, great patience here coming from Genesis. They're prioritizing on those resets. Mysterious 4 also going to be backing out to try and reset this fight. Gravity going to extend the aggression, finds the pick on Naman. And just like that, Mysterious 4 is back to resetting once more. Autobots has not moved a muscle. Lobster can be the saving grace for Mysterious 4, but it's going to be tough. But this nade, the bounce, the perfect bounce! And he gets them as well. Genesis Esports, what is this precision?
Nicely done by Genesis Esports, and in the end, even the chicken just gave it to them. Perfectly done, nicely played by Genesis Esports. In the end, for a moment, it felt like it was getting a bit too scrappy, but things were under control when you've got players like Hunters in your roster. He was there holding those streaks.
You know, it doesn't really matter how many times this team hits a rock bottom. They know how to bounce back in style as Genesis Esports. I think, Necro, with this performance, they are going to send themselves back on the top of the overall rankings. This was a big game coming in from their side. And I see, of course, we've been talking about how it was just Hunters pulling in the reins of the team during the online phases. Come the land stage, all the players, they seem to be in form right now.
Yeah, Viper definitely pulled up big time here with this opening nades in this fight. And of course, Hunters, he's the MVP for BGMILIVE 2026 itself. But this time, it seems like the whole team is very solid now.
Indeed, the entire team is just great, right? And there's been a massive performance bump as well in the qualifiers week itself. At the start, Genesis was struggling too much, but then later on, we saw that form go up. We saw the performance go up as well. And guys, how can we forget that one moment from Rising Esports? How was he able to shut down 3 players all by himself? It's unbelievable.
This is the stage of the LAN environment. This is the pressure of the LAN environment. And we see a lot of these players falter, but not the ones who are in front of us, of course. Look at those numbers, by the way, 8 and 5. 13 eliminations shared between these 4 players. Viper, of course, 1,081 points of damage. I see we've been talking about the fact that Viper wasn't really clicking in when the online phase was around the corner. But come the land stage, it seems like the land demon is back.
Well, I would say the land demon is still Equinox, but right now Genesis feels like the land team straight up because they look really, really complete. And this is the team that we saw in BGS Grand Finals itself. We were questioning what happened to them in the qualifier round, what happened in the survival, what happened to whatever. And then now, out of nowhere, hey man, they're back on form. Okay.
You guys are speaking of land demons, and I think you guys forgot Reckoning Esports as well.
Yeah.
They had another consistent good game on the board, and I think Reckoning is still going to be on top of the overall standings. They will be unshakable, but Genesis Esports is definitely going to be on the second. Now, this man as well, Gravity, getting 5 finishes on the block with 483 damage. The conversion rate was great.
The conversion was great, of course. But then again, I mean, this was just the first half of the day, and Group A now is going to get swapped with Group C. We'll find out, of course, if they can come in and make some big bangers. But so far, the top players from this game, it is still going to be Gravity, Hunters, and Viper. You've still got Pro in the mix of things. You talked about Reckoning Esports. Once again, a very consistent performance inside of this game. 7 eliminations being found. They were still going to be there inside of the nearby the top 5 region as well. So I'm expecting Reckoning Esports to maybe put up 50 points on the board out of the 3 games. Are they close, Negro?
I think they definitely are. I think Reckoning Esports is probably just going to be one decent game away from actually getting those 50 points. And at the end of the day, I think Reckoning Esports will still be on top of the overall standings.
Well, we'll talk about the overall standings for sure, but after the highlights, I see. I mean, this was a fight where you could see Versatile try hard as well. We saw Zero Arc really put up a little bit of performance. There's a couple of those finishes coming in, but none of them could actually take the game to the final stage of the game itself.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well, considering that they were forced to fight against Bethany's, but for some reason VXT was able to sneak in the zone and then, you know, get a decent amount of placement points. But for me, what's really impressive was that Genesis Esports had one of the biggest gambles on the Everest itself. Some reason Circle shifted back towards the east side, and they had free rotation in the way through as well. You can see the audience's reaction. Everybody was like, what? How is Genesis able to somehow survive impossible scenarios?
The funny part is Genesis Esports, they thought that the Circle was going to be taking a shift on the opposite side, so they went towards the left side. So they were getting knocked out around the left side, so they retreated to the right side again, and the Circle just formed right on top of them. It was some incredible stuff that happened, but Genesis Esports, in the end, what matters is the closure. And Genesis Esports eliminating Mysterious 4 in that scenario was insane. Taking those frags as well in their hands, they did not even break a sweat.
You know, even Autobots, as a matter of fact, I think they were quite close from winning this game, apart from that final circle, we just put them completely inside the blue. We'll find out how many points did they secure. 8 points overall for Autobots, just 2 finishes. But then the positioning for Autobots was brilliant. You look at Mysterious 4, a little bit of improvement over there. 4 finishes, 5 position points, and 9 total for Mysterious 4. Meanwhile, Reckoning and Genesis, they are at the tippity top, 23 and 11, respectively. I see, like we talked about, Reckoning, is it the dream start to semi-finals of BMPS 2026?
Well, it's a good start for sure, but again, they're still unexpected as well, considering the fact that day 1, it's all about setting up the homework and everything. Day 2 is all about adaptations here. I'm actually more concerned on towards a specific team. It's going to be Autobots here, just because past 3 games, they have been somewhat consistent in terms of getting 7 to 8 points, 7 to 8 points, 10 points here and there. They are somewhat consistent, but we haven't seen that big, explosive game here coming from Autobots, which, again, I think it's okay, considering that today they have to play 6 games in total. So I feel like them being low-key is a smart play right now.
You know, you talk of smart plays, I see. We do see a couple of very smart positionings as well. GDR couldn't really do much inside of this game, but apart from that, I think their run was quite brilliant. Have a look at this. They are going to be on the 6th spot. Played 3 matches, 25 points, tied up with Autobots Esports. Revenant X Park, they played their Group A matches. They're done and dusted. 28 points for them. Rising Esports on 29, Genesis on 37, and Reckoning on 43 itself. Rising Esports is going to be playing the next 3 matches, I see. Necro as well. There's a question to both of you. How important are going to be the next 3 matches?
Look, the next 3 matches are going to be probably one of the most crucial matches, because if a team is playing all the 6 games today, they need to make sure that they're setting up a target that's going to be unbreakable. And Reckoning Esports right now is the right track. They're currently sitting on the first spot, doing really good for themselves. Genesis Esports as well, they need to move on with that same momentum.
Yeah, but all things considered here, they are going to be playing their matches tomorrow itself here, considering that we are going to be having a little bit of shift today itself. And you talked about teams coming from Group B that has to play back-to-back non-stop as well. I think Reckoning Esports in particular, they're okay, but I'm more concerned on towards Autobots and also Rising Esports, because again, they are the table toppers for Group B, but they're not at the top itself here. So in terms of morale-wise, they're going to be great, but in the bottom half, look at this. Team Tamilas, Meta Ninja, 4 TR, Hig Boson, 3 games thrown out the window. Can they pick themselves up? Morale is going to be an all-time low, and that's where the inner demons actually creep up here when it comes to land settings like this.
You know, since you're talking about demons right there, I still feel like the demons for Group B is still not over yet. Because you look at majority of the teams, Rising Esports is going to be the only one who is still contesting for the top, but they're still quite far away, by the way.
Yeah.
Group A has completely overshadowed Group B in all departments, in my opinion. I just want to wait for Group C and find out what can they do right now.
Yeah, but the problem is now Group A is also going to be taking a back seat, and we're going to have Group C inside of the action, which means Group B is now going to be overshining the entirety of Group A.
Yeah.
But it also means that now Group B needs to understand one fact, and that is to set up a massive benchmark so that no one else is able to take over that entire benchmark. And in general, right, if you move on the conversation around the teams on the latter half of the board, I don't really see a lot of that gap in the overall standings yet. One massive game, you're instantly going to be inside of the top 6.
But I think... yeah, please go on.
Well, it is going to be a tough one here, but you can see the crowds are getting extremely pumped here, excited to see how the next group is going to be playing here. And considering that Group B is not doing well, I feel like Group C is going to have a very, very easy time as well, just because of the fact that, you know, being down under, they need to go in for the reset. I don't know, a lot of things can happen as well.
You know, man, the arena sounds like an absolute cauldron out there. The cheers, of course, it is, because their fan favorite team is going to be playing their matches right now. A very special interview is lined up for all of you guys.
हेलो एवरीवन, मेरे साथ अभी मौजूद है TAG के कप्तान यानी कि जेली आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। ग्रुप सी के साथ आपके सफर की शुरुआत हुई थी BMPS 2026 की। 4 सप्ताह बीत गए, ग्रुप सी में ही आपकी टीम रही। हाँ, एक वो राउंड था जहां पे वो 40 पॉइंट्स आए, बट ओवरऑल स्टोरी को आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
ओवरऑल स्टोरी इस तरह से है कि कभी हम लोगों का अच्छा जा रहा था एक दिन, फिर दूसरे दिन हम लोग वो जा रहा था कि इतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पा रहे हैं, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली जब वही हमको ज़्यादा मैचेस खेलने के लिए मिले, क्योंकि एक अच्छी टीम अगर कंसिस्टेंट है तो वो निकाल ही लेती है, तो वही है। थोड़ा 3 मैचेस मेरे हिसाब से मेरे को कम लग रहे थे, कभी अच्छा हो रहा था, क्योंकि फिर एक मैच वो नहीं हो रहा था कि कम बैक कर ले किसी मैच में, वो चीज़ पॉसिबल नहीं हो पा रही थी। बट जब 12 मैचेस मिले सर्वाइवल स्टेज में तो ईजिली हम लोगों ने कर लिया।
बट ग्रुप सी के साथ आपका क्या नाता है? यहाँ पर भी आप ग्रुप सी में ही खेलते हुए देखने को मिल रहे हैं।
अभी ये तो आपको क्राफ्टन से बोलना पड़ेगा, कुछ तो नाता जुड़ गया मेरा ग्रुप सी से, लेकिन मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता। देखो, किसी भी स्टेज से किसी भी ग्रुप से खेल के बस जाना अपने को फाइनल ही है। फाइनल अगर आप पहुंचते हो तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप किस स्टेज से आ रहे हो या आप किस ग्रुप से आ रहे हो।
बिल्कुल, आपके टीम के प्लेइंग 4 में भी बदलाव हमें बीच में देखने को मिले थे कि ओलमाओ उतना ज्यादा ठीक फील नहीं करे, तो उनकी हेल्थ थोड़ी बहुत खराब थी। अभी टीम का क्या समीकरण है और कियोलमाओ की हेल्थ पे कुछ अपडेट?
क्यों तो अभी नहीं खेल पाएगा, क्योंकि वही हेल्थ का इशू चल रहा है उसका बहुत ज़्यादा। मतलब अभी से पहले कभी वही इवेंट में बीमार नहीं हुआ, ये पहली बार था जब भाई को बीमार होना था। तो वो 1 महीने के लिए बीमार हुआ, जिस वजह से ऊपर नीचे शफल होता रहा। उसमें भी टीम की परफॉर्मेंस से बहुत सारे इश्यूज आए, ऊपर नीचे करना पड़ा हमको बार। मैं ऐसा हूँ नहीं कि मैं बीच में प्लेयर चेंज करता हूँ, कभी भी एक ही लाइनअप के साथ जाना प्रेफर करता हूँ, लेकिन ऑप्शन नहीं था तो वो किया। और अभी भी क्यों नहीं खेल पाएगा, लेकिन मेरे को हर्ष के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है। हर्ष यॉट
बिल्कुल उम्मीद है कि आपकी टीम बेहतर खेल करके जाएगी। हाउ इज इट प्लेइंग विद जॉनथन अगेन? क्योंकि इससे पहले भी जब आप गॉडलाइक में थे, जॉनथन के साथ आप एक बार खेल चुके हैं, वहां पे बेबी जो हाइट अचीव करने की कोशिश थी वो नहीं हो पाई थी। इस बार क्या अलग कहानी है?
इस बार जो हाइट्स में अचीव नहीं कर पाया था वो पूरी तरह से करना है। बहुत ज़्यादा एफर्ट डाला है हम लोगों ने सबने, और जॉनी के साथ तो मैं बहुत पहले से, आपको पता ही है, साथ में रहते हैं हम लोग। ऐसा लगता नहीं कि वो अलग टीम का मेंबर है, हमेशा से ऐसे लगता है मेरे को कि भाई जिस दिन से वो खेलने आया कि भाई इनके साथ तो खेलते ही आया हूँ, ये तो हमारी टीम के लिए बना था ऐसा, तो अच्छा लगता है उसके साथ तो खेल के।
साथ ही साथ अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर ना 4 रोंडो के जो मैप्स है वो खेले जाएंगे 16 मैचेस में से, तो उसके ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है? आपको लगता है कि अग्रेशन थोड़ा और ज्यादा दिखाने का मौका होगा, या फिर ये रोंडो कैसे अफेक्ट कर सकते हैं ओवरऑल जो टूर्नामेंट का आउटकम है?
मेरे को देखो बाकी टीम्स का नहीं पता, लेकिन मेरी टीम के लिए ये चीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी है, क्योंकि जो हमारे रोंडो है वो लास्ट डे पे 2 रोंडो है। हमारे ग्रुप के लास्ट डे पे 2 रोंडो होने वाले हैं, जो कि मेरे हिसाब से बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज है। अगर बाई चांस मान लो स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस हमारे इतने अच्छे नहीं जाते हैं तो फिर हम पे रोंडो का कमबैक करने का और 2 रोंडो मिल रहे लास्ट डे पे, इससे अच्छा क्या चाहिए अपने को।
जी आपकी खुशी काफी कुछ बयां कर रही है। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर योर मैचेस जेली। That's good. तो ये जेली और इन्होंने बताया कि आज के दिन पे और आगे के जो मैचेस है वो किस प्रकार से खेलने वाले हैं। मिलेंगे आपसे अगले इंटरव्यू में, तब तक के लिए चलते हैं सीधे एक्शन की तरफ।
Well, seems like we have a little bit of answers here to our controversial question of the year, or maybe last year, or even the year before as well. And now with Jelly back in the picture with Jonathan, things seems to be doing okay now, I would say.
They are doing okay, and you can see the love they have from the fans as well. We didn't even officially announce the group change, and you could already hear the entire arena just going TAG, TAG, TAG. Are we hoping to see TAG on top?
Hey, maybe it could happen as well. The dream is real. We do see a little bit of a confidence here being said from Jelly. Hopefully things are going to be able to traverse as well. But now, with the group change coming into play, things are going to get a little bit tricky. I brought it up just now as well. Group B is going to be playing back-to-back as well. Obviously, Rising Esports is going to be one of the teams that is sitting on top.
Yeah.
They're pretty okay. But one of the teams at the bottom, in particular, Meta Ninja, one of the worst performance I've seen coming from them.
Yeah.
Them
Ever.
pulling out a strategy to decide, hey, you know what, let's contest Yasnaya, which, again, that was a 2024 drop spot for them, especially from Shadow, but now completely out of nowhere. Let's go back to our home grounds.
I think it's a little bit deeper than that. I mean, Rising Esports currently, I think is going to be the only team from Group B who has kind of broken their shackles. The rest of the team right now, the next 3 games, it does not determine whether or not they drop into their spots. It really matters if they can really make the other 3 games count.
Well, for all things considered here, we are going to be having a little bit of shuffle. So I would like to introduce our new team as of yet here. The one's going to be joining into the teams here from Group C itself. The first team is going to be White Walkers walking up onto the stage here. They are going to be the team to watch out for from Group C. We have Dreams, Veyron, Anush TOP, Beast, and Ryzen.
But with White Walkers taking the stage and the temperature dropping, the winds have of course shifted, and the gods of the wind god themselves are ready to be a part of the action this time with Ryzen Infinity in his prime form, Kaiser, Probot, and of course Lou towards the end.
You know, of course there are going to be a lot of teams out there who will take a stand for themselves. But the last man standing has to be the group of these boys. Last Party Esports.
Well, it is going to be intense, of course, because it is time for the Willenok to take underway. Nebula Esports with Adi, Kratos, Nomi, Phoenix, and Arjun.
And of course, now a new team who climbed their way all the way from the bottom, now pushing themselves into the semifinals. We have True Rippers with Punk, Omega, Shayan, Turby, and Achuk.
Big cheers on that. To be honest, a lot of experience in this lineup. But the ones who come next don't really have a lot of experience for themselves. Still want to find out what the name of that team is. They are here to break all the myths. This is Myth Official.
And well, while the young blood might be boiling on this stage, we know these boys are going to cause a lot of chaos, and it is going to be rapid indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, rapid chaos with Flash, Psycho, Toxic, and of course, Dhruv.
And of course, the fan favorites, the ones are looking to try and take the top spot. We have Team Apex Gaming with Jelly, Jonathan, Kiolamau.
You can see the nervousness on these lads as well. They carry so much pressure on their shoulders, and you can see these boys as well. They are absolutely elated.
We have to do it. We have to do it. I mean, the fans are up on their feet. Are you ready?
I don't mind, man.
DAG! 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 DAG!
Are we even allowed to do that on an official broadcast?
Hey man, the fans are doing it. We are fans as well, so why not?
Oh boy, this is going to be a very, very tough lobby as well. And when we talk about LAN settings itself, we know for a fact when Jonathan is playing, the crowd goes absolutely crazy. And you can see the intensity, the shift in emotions completely settling down as well for all those teams playing up on stage. Will they be able to handle the pressure when the crowd is against you?
Exactly, and it's not just the fact that TAG is crowd favorite. It's also the fact that Jonathan, as an individual, is in what seems like the best form we have seen him in the last few years. He was constantly competing for the top of that leaderboard, And then he's backed by Harsh and Hydro, two phenomenal athletes in their own right.
And always, Jelly on the land stage is supposed to be an IGL to be feared off as well. There are lads who come in not with a lot of experience, not with a lot of fan expectation as well. I'm talking about Myth Official. They're going to be the team to watch out for from my side at least, because last season in the semi-finals, I still remember those performances from D-Trox, from Daddy. Hope they actually keep it forward.
Yeah, hopefully things are going to be for the better here as well, but at the same time, you can see the pressure is starting to keep in here as well. AX, they're still very calm and composed, which is a good sign for them, but you can see the faces, the reactions, and the emotions of some of these teams as well. It seems like, you know, when the crowd is against you and you have to deliver, it is going to be very, very difficult as well, considering the LAN settings completely different from the online settings where you are undisturbed by any outside factors. And this time, when LAN is in play, a lot of things can be taken into account as well. We saw a lot of whiffs in the first 3 matches as well.
100%. A lot of waves coming in from Team Tamil, as you could see from their faces. They were very disappointed with their first 3 matches. Of course, with the next 3 coming in line for them, there is going to be that silver lining. Maybe Team Tamilas is going to find their online form yet again. We saw the Eliminator Johnny Dhruv over there, who had reigned supreme over the rest of the lobby for at least 26 to 27 days. Now inside of the LAN stage, it's going to be a very interesting affair.
It was towards the end where we actually saw him fall off the Eliminator leader list. But you can't deny the fact that if Rapid Chaos have made it this far into this tournament, if they are about to play the semi-finals, it is because of Dhruv.
Hey, you know what? All things considered here, the crowd is going crazy for Jonathan. I'm curious to see what he has to say, because we're going to be jumping an interview with Jonathan right now.
So hey guys, I'm Jonathan. I play for Team Apex Gaming. Role का तो यार वो तो जल्दी से पूछना होगा क्या role है. And बाकी yeah, so let's start. मेरा करियर टू बी ऑनेस्ट काफ़ी क्रेजी रहा है. मैंने अप्स देखे, डाउन्स भी देखे, ट्रॉफीज जीते और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट लोगों का प्यार जीता है मैंने. दैट्स एवरीथिंग टू मी. एंड यार अभी भी आई गेस कि आई हैव दैट इन मी टू गो अहेड, पुश दोज लिमिट्स एंड या गेट दैट ट्रॉफी. वही है अभी. सो लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोज़. ट्रॉफी यार देखो, जीतना तो है. MVP जीत लिया, प्यार जीत लिया लोगों का. अभी यार आई गेस एक फेवर बचा है लोगों को देना, दैट्स ट्रॉफी. सो अभी भाई आई एम जस्ट पुशिंग माई सेल्फ, प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं साथ में टीम के साथ यही. एंड बाकी लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोज़. कितना टाइम लगेगा किसी को कुछ पता नहीं है, बट या एवरी टूर्नामेंट इज़ गोइंग टू बी वेरी क्रूशल फॉर मी एंड आई विल जस्ट पुश. सो देखो, जब मैंने मेरी पुरानी टीम छोड़ी, मेरे दिमाग में एक ही नाम आ रहा था, दैट्स जेली. जेली यार मैंने काफ़ी टाइम से खेला भी है उसके साथ, हमने मज़े भी करे हैं. एंड यार दैट गाय इज़ अ होम टू मी, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. सो या ही वॉज माई फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी एंड डायरेक्ट उसे कर लिया मैंने. एंड वी आर हियर राइट नाउ एट सेमीफाइनल्स. सो वी स्टार्टेड आवर जर्नी फ्रॉम ग्रुप बी. गिरे पड़े, ग्रुप सी आए, फिर सर्वाइवल स्टेज आए. ये 3 जो राउंड्स थे, बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला एज अ टीम. सिनर्जी बनी हमारी और स्ट्रॉन्ग. न्यू टीम है, आई नो टाइम लगता है चीज़ें को, बट वही ज़्यादा मैचेस भी मिले प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए. एंड उठे, जो मेन स्टेज था जो कि सर्वाइवल से उठना था, वहाँ पे हमने मेन दिखाया कि वाई टैग इज़ ऑन टॉप. सो वही अभी तो सिर्फ शुरुआत है. अभी सेमीफाइनल्स बचा है, फिर फाइनल्स बचा है. सो इट्स गोना बी एन अमेजिंग जर्नी. सो आई एम एक्साइटेड फॉर इट. यार ये किसने बोला कि बेंच होने के बाद और चेंज कर दे? नहीं, वैसा नहीं था. काफ़ी टाइम से मैं प्लान किया था कि यार मुझे खुद का कुछ करना है. एंड वी आर हियर राइट नाउ विद टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग. सो वही टैग ऑन टॉप. सो वही अभी प्लान है. एंड यार टू बी ऑनेस्ट, बेंच का वैसा तो नहीं है. लाइक जब भी टीम को चाहिए फॉर मी लाइक टू टेक द बैक सीट, आई ऑलवेज टेक दैट फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ द टीम, अगर वैसा कुछ लगा. एंड बाकी यार टीम का तो जेली के हाथ में एंड कोच के हाथ में, उनके हाथ में कि कैसा क्या प्ले करना है क्या नहीं. उनकी जिम्मेदारी दी गई है, क्योंकि यार मेन हमारा गोल तो इज़ वन ओनली, दैट्स विनिंग द ट्रॉफी फॉर आवर लवली लवली फैमिली आउट देयर, फैम जॉनी आर्मी एंड ऑल द एपेक्स आर्मी. So whatever is needed for it, we'll do that and we'll keep going.
So many questions finally answered by the man, the myth, the
Yeah.
monster himself, Jonathan. And it seems like rebuilding is going to be the way to go here. And of course, nothing but the trophy. And Johnny, I know you have a lot to say about this.
Not a lot, actually. I think that was a perfect interview. A lot of insights into what is going on with Apex Gaming, what their plan is. And in fact, Jonathan, how he as an owner, a player himself, is looking to get involved with the team. Complete reins being given to the management to Jelly and the coach in terms of their performance. It's just one suggestion, though. I think the fans of Apex Gaming, I mean, they have been named Apex Army by Jonathan himself, but I think they should be called the Predators. Because, well, these Apex Predators, they're out for blood. And they're out for the blood for all the other 15 teams that are sitting there on the stage looking to take on their favorite team and their favorite athletes.
You know, I had a question in my mind for a long time. How did you decipher the entirety Hindi interview?
Oh,
by the
yeah,
way?
I
How
see.
did you get information of that conversation?
Well, there was English subtitles, and at the same time, I watched the video beforehand and asked for it. It's called preparations, but at the same time, a lot of answers, questions that has been answered throughout the years, you know, resetting, you know, and at the same time, looking for the trophies. Obviously, with a message, a strong message coming from Jonathan, I'm not sure if other teams, if they were paying attention or not, but I'm pretty sure that message from Jonathan is going to affect the lobby itself here, because Nebula is going to be the team that we also have to watch out for when it comes to consistency as well. We had seen them their ups, and we've also seen their downs as well. And now them being here in the semifinals, who would have thought as well?
Exactly. I mean, we would not have predicted that we would get to see them in the semifinals, but hey, it's an honor for us, right? We get to see the improvements as they happen, but they aren't the only ones. There's another team, Nebula Esports. A lot of hopes from them when we began our journey for the Pro Series, but well, they are also still here. They are also going to be playing. In fact, they're going to be starting their journey of the semifinals in the next game.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I'm curious to see what Adi has to say as well, considering the fact that Nebula Esports has been trying to lift the trophy, but can we actually hope to see for it as well? Because now we're going to be jumping an interview with him now.
BMPS सेमीफाइनल्स में खड़ा हूं और मेरे साथ है नेबुला के आइजल आदि। आदि कैसे हैं आप?
एकदम बढ़िया।
आदि, क्राउड पूरी तरह से भरा हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर है। व्हाट डू यू थिंक कितना इंपॉर्टेंस रखता है ये सेमीफाइनल्स आपके लिए?
ये मेरे लिए जितना इम्पोर्टेंट है, जो जितनी भी सब टीम यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट है उनके लिए भी उतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट है। आई थिंक कि सबको BMPS मतलब जाना है, इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करना है, उसके बाद मेन गोल तो इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करना है, तो बस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है मेरे लिए।
इंपॉर्टेंस की बात तो हमने कर ली, बट यहाँ पे पहली बार फॉर्मेट में भी थोड़ी सी अलग हमने चीजें देखी हैं। रोंडो थोड़े बढ़ चुके हैं, फ्रैग ज्यादा निकालने का मौका रहेगा, कट ऑफ के मार्क जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, टॉप 6 टीम्स आगे जाने वाली हैं, उसमें भी इम्पैक्ट पूरा आएगा। उसके लिए क्या प्लानिंग है आपकी?
मेरे हिसाब से जो ज़्यादा रोंडो मिल रहे हैं, तो जो टीम्स एग्रेसिव खेलती है मेरे हिसाब से उनके लिए बहुत फ़ायदा है कि उन लोगों को मेन बूस्ट मिलेगा उस चीज़ से। और एक बड़ा मतलब कोई भी अगर कहीं पे मतलब पॉइंट्स का लीड भी हो तो इजीली कवर हो सकता है।
ऑलराइट, देखो अग्रेशन की बात आपने करी, हम तो जानते ही हैं आपका विलन आर्क यहाँ पे चलता रहता है, लेकिन इस टूर्नामेंट में उसको आपने टोन डाउन भी किया है, अग्रेशन भी थोड़ा कम हुआ है, उसके बारे में क्या ख्याल है आपका?
थोड़ा मैंने सोचा कि जो अंधा गेम प्ले है उसको थोड़ा स्ट्रक्चर में लाया जाए। एग्रेशन वही रहेगा, बस उसको थोड़ा एक बेटर वे में यूज़ कर सके, जिससे हमको आगे जाके एक लॉन्ग टर्म रिजल्ट अच्छा मिले, बस वही चल रहा है।
ऑलराइट, पहला मैच अभी हमने देखा रोंडो का, इट वाज ब्यूटीफुल। रोमन ने बहुत अच्छा खेला, रेकनिंग ने चिकन निकाला, एक्वानॉक्स वाज गुड। आपको कैसा लगा वो मैच और आपको कुछ ऐसा मूवमेंट उस मैच में जो आपको याद रहेगा?
अच्छा लगा, जैसे GDR के 2 बंदे बचे हुए थे, उन्होंने एक मतलब मस्त हाई फिनिशेस निकाले उन लोगों ने, बस एंड में थोड़ा चिकन मिस हो गया, वरना बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे थे। बाकी RG भी मेरे को लग रहा है कि मतलब ओवरऑल टीम ना अपने गेम प्ले पे वर्क करके आई है, इतना जो इनको टाइम मिला है सेमीफाइनल्स के लिए, और बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है। मेरे को लग रहा है कि सारी टीम्स रेडी है फाइनल्स के लिए।
ऑलराइट, इन्होंने तो बात करी होमवर्क की, बट आप भी होमवर्क कुछ अलग कर रहे हैं इस बार। ट्रूज का आगमन हुआ है आपकी टीम में और अब तक उनका इम्पैक्ट कैसा रहा है?
इम्पैक्ट उसका बहुत अच्छा रहा है, बस थोड़ी नई चीज़ें हमने ट्राई करी है, बस थोड़ा उसको मास्टर करने में हमको टाइम लगा है। बाकी आई थिंक मेरे को लगता है कि अब वो चीज़ हो चुकी है, अब बस गेम प्ले में दिखाना है।
चलिए अब गेम प्ले में दिखाने की बारी है, बट थैंक यू सो मच आदि हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। दैट वाज नेबुला's IGL आदि।
A lot of very, very valuable insights here coming from Adi, and of course their journey here in BMPS has been nothing shy of a little bit of experimental as well. Instead of aggression, they tried a structured approach and things hasn't been looking out, but they have made preparations for the semi-finals itself. And as you can see, vibes are looking pretty okay as well. Seems like they are ready to party.
That's more than okay vibes.
Exactly. But you can't distract your star player like that. Showering him in his love with it's fine, but not before a game.
Should I distract you, Johnny?
I'm already distracted with you, and I see right next to me.
Well, for all things considered, moving on as well, because now on screen we have the match schedule here between Group C and B, and they will be playing back-to-back 3 matches here. They will be starting here from Erangel and then ending their 2 games in Miramar. And Group B, they do have new preparations here. And fortunately for them, this small little break here does give them a little bit more time to switch up their potential mental gameplay, because 8 different teams are coming into the mix here with 8 different drop spots with 2 different maps.
Exactly, that mental reset, it's the most important thing, especially when you're playing a LAN event. You need those few seconds to discuss exactly what went wrong and what needs to be fixed. But one thing that you need to fix if you're watching this broadcast online is you have to be here. You have to be here for the semis and the last chance qualifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in Delhi, do make sure to drop by and say hi. There's a QR code on your screen. Scan it and grab your tickets now.
You know, if I was in the audience watching this event live, and if I was in Delhi, I would have taken a season pass for myself, like the entirety of 6 days, man. 1 day is not going to be enough.
Well, for all things considered, you'll be very surprised how quickly those tickets actually sell out as well here, because we've got a full packed stadium here on a Tuesday itself. Like, this is a working day. We've got full packed all the way through. Wasn't expecting it here in day number 1 of semifinals itself, but again, the pressure is on. This is the semifinals we're talking about. Like, who doesn't want to see the best teams? Which teams are going to make it to the grand finals in Jaipur itself?
Big question we are still looking an answer to. And of course, as you mentioned, the arena is back, the stage is set. Now all that's left is for that one moment of us finding out which team, and specifically which team from Group C, is going to do well in the next game.
You know, you mentioned Group C. I'm going to still hope for the best of Group B as well. There are teams who are struggling on the overall standings. If they do try and maybe stitch together a couple of partnerships together, I'm pretty sure the climb onto the top isn't really that far away. One big game, 120 bomber, Johnny.
Yeah.
Teams like Meta Ninja, teams like Team Tamilas will be back with life once again.
For sure. I mean, 20 bomber, it is a big leap that you can take if you are able to secure 20 points from a single game. But the problem is that if you aren't able to secure that one match, then it becomes a problem, because going for a 20 bomber, it's a high risk, high reward play that you're looking to make. And again, if the risk does not work out, then the punish will be as brutal as the reward itself.
Yeah.
Hey man, guys, for all things considered, we are having our fair share of fun as well.
Yeah.
But we've only got a very few time here, because now the match is about to begin and things are gonna get extremely heated here. Will Group B get the reset, or will Group C come in with a fresh air and completely stomp out the competition? Because now the map of Erangel is gonna be prepared, the game is on, and they are ready to rumble here for the BMPS 2026 semifinals itself. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into the game and to the map of Erangel.
All right, this is going to be a big one for sure. The map of Erangel, a switch of groups and a switch of pace as well. And again, we were talking about that small little break, Salty, that we just received, right? For the teams of Group B, it might just be an opportunity, as me and IC spoke, that mental reset. But you know, there are these moments where you are just waiting to be let loose on the entire world, just so you can burn everything to the ground. And if there is a delay at that time, then the fire in your heart can also simmer down.
I think it is 100% a possibility as well. And in the world of sports, I'm pretty sure the breaks do matter a lot, especially in the world of BGMI as well. But, you know, considering that majority of the teams from Group B, they were still struggling, I don't believe Group B is going to be very unhappy with the fact that they had to go through a stoppage of play. Group C coming in, though, is going to be a different ball game altogether. Imagine this. These are teams who tested their hands, who got their hands warmed up on the map of Rondo. Group C, by the way, on the other side, they are being forced to play through the map of Erangel itself. I think that is going to be very crucial.
But right off the bat, we have the flight path starting from Milta Power, ending towards the west of Hospital. And again, the fan favorites, TAG. This is the one flight path they wanted. It's close to their drop. They get an easy access of Nova Repnoi, and that means an easy start to the game as well. The next question now is, where will the circle take us? But, Salty, are we having a Pochinki drop clash? Off the bat, Wingard could be in some trouble.
They certainly are right now. I can just see Ryzen right underneath. It's going to be yet another team. And I mean, Pochinki is big enough. It can house those early teams out there. Just in case, of course, if you do not share those compounds with your opposition itself, if you can space out, maybe you can eject yourself out of Pochinki. Try and go on your merry way as well. It's not completely impossible. But right up the gate, the circle drops down, Johnny, and this time we are moving towards the region of Quarry, the region of Farm, and the regions northward of it. Rising Esports is going to be at the smack center. If Negro would have been casting this game, he would have been so happy.
Yeah, but Rising Esports, I think their ideal start for the game is that Ferry Pier Query split.
Yeah.
So we are going to see them move down south, although the center of the circle, Gatka, and those regions in control of Big Boson. Big opportunity for them to actually recover a lot of points on the overall leaderboard after this game. But on our screens right now, that early conflict of Pochinki, and finally it's revealed who is there next to them, next to the players of Wingard Esports. It is Mysterious 4. 4 versus 4 between the two sides. Wingard, they are kind of used to this, by the way.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, Pochinki, yes, it's big enough to have and house two teams at the same time. But when it is time for these two teams to move out, at that moment, they are going to be forced to settle their differences. Unless Mysterious 4 actually backs away early, then Wingard has an easy escape route. But if Mysterious 4 choose to stick around, then Wingard will have to try and pick a fight.
It's going to be a very tough ask for Wingard to be actually try and get this entire fight. The hands aren't really warmed up. On the other side, Mysterious 4, they're pretty close to the top as well. They're on the 7th spot on the overall standings, 22 points secured. They have got Erangel under their control this time. Early stages, no shots yet to be fired. Henry in the front lines. And there's those Wyld Fangs been coming in the picture as well. I'm still hoping that maybe Wingard will deploy a couple of players on the flank trying to get the opening, but it isn't really going to be there. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. On towards Nova Upnoy is going to be the Apex Predators, Johnny. What do you think? Good start for them?
Well, we are going to have to see. Again, first game of the day, Apex Gaming. They showed up, by the way, from the survival stages till the semifinals, that transition for me personally, Apex Gaming is the team to beat, along with the side of 40R, just because 40R was the number one in the best of the rest race, right? They were 9th. At the end of the qualifiers journey inside of Group A, they were the first teams into the semis.
The closest to the grand finals.
The closest to the grand finals. And then, of course, Apex Gaming, with the turn of momentum, with the kind of turn and play style that they had in the survival stages, was beautiful to witness. But this time, it's the semis. Let's not forget, Apex Gaming, they like to, well, read the game, read the lobby a little bit, as we spoke about it, test the waters. All they need to make sure is they don't lose out on too much while they are in that testing phase. But we'll come back to that thought in a bit. It seems like Wingard are itching for that early fight against Mysterious 4.
A little bit of the nade was lopped out by Kaiser. Didn't really land on the mark, but I like what Mysterious 4 is doing, right? They're moving from cover to cover, trying to cover the distance between them and Wingard. And finally, when the confidence has come through, can Wingard put an end to this rush coming in from Mysterious 4? It's going to be a big question. Look at that, Henry already inside the compound. Needs to rise up, needs to climb up, as well as nade exchange from both sides. Still, no contact being found, Johnny.
Yeah, no. Well, some contact found as Kaiser does tank a little bit of damage of the nade, but no direct contact between the two sides. And I'm actually more concerned about that man who was sent on the flank from the side of Mysterious 4. What is Goku up to? You see him on the radar. He's crossed the road, and he's still looking for an angle, but there could be a potential pinch attempt from the players of Mysterious 4. They're still looking for an opening. Infinity, up close and personal, the first man who will be required to put the fight, but Noob, he's going to be the one with the opening, and Wingard are going to be the first ones to lose a player in this game.
You know, this was a very exciting team to watch out for when the online stages were still around the corner. And for Wingard to actually suffer something like that, it's so surprising, by the way.
Yeah.
No movement's been given out, footsteps being heard, but completely ignored. Mysterious 4 this time will look to capitalize numbers advantage in their favor as Kaiser and Probot still hold from extremely risky positions. Look at Kaiser, by the way. All by himself. 4 players from Mysterious 4 try and overwhelm him with numbers. But Wingard strike. And what a strike it was. 2 players on the ground already. And Wingard make a mockery of Mysterious 4. And they push this last man left alive. in the form of Henry, but shot through the smoke. And Wingod put an end to Mysterious 4.
Well, that was a heavenly crossfire from the side of Mysterious 4. And no answer. No answer for that. Wingod Esports still surviving. 3 versus 4. They won that first fight, but can they win the second one? As 4TR, they are there for the third party without even a delay for a single second. Kaiser, he's been dropped low again for the second time. Probot can't do anything but hide in a corner. And 4TR, they're not going to make the same mistake as Mysterious 4 this time. Too much damage, too much pressure, not a single second to breathe. And there's the first knock in this fight, the second to follow it all up. And now the last man still alive from the side of Wingod Esports. Kaiser, can he pull off another miracle and keep Wingod Esports alive in this match?
It's going to be very tough. His armor, his vest was completely chewed up, and finally 4TR official. They're coming from all different sides, and you know, this is the fun fact about it as well. You look at the different 4v4s, Mysterious 4, with the way they tried to stand up against Wingod versus the class and the quality of 4TR. I think rightfully we said they were the closest to the grand finals.
Exactly. I mean, 4TR, they have a lot of confidence, they have a lot of firepower, and they aren't really afraid of anything. I think we saw this when they were playing as Non-X, and things have gotten worse for everyone from the perspective of 4TR based on the kind of aggression they used to bring to the table. Because now they also have Viper, who's a pretty phenomenal athlete. I keep saying this again and again.
Since you mentioned about Viper, I mean, there are things that I am learning right now. Those micro movements that we got to see from Viper, especially the way he took down that second last player from Wingod. It's just so brilliant to watch. Micro mechanics at display, but finally Johnny the circle does shift once again as we move to the second zone. This does take us to the south of the mainland. Ferry Pair is going to be still in contention. You have Chinky in it as well. Gatka is still going to be a little on the outsides, and the center of it all is going to be completely out in the open.
Yeah, but I think it's just the middle of nowhere, this position. Not a lot of cover options available for these teams who got there early. They're going to have the edge. The late breachers, they are going to be forced into very uncomfortable fight. And right now it seems like Rapid Chaos are getting forced into an uncomfortable position as few shots were taken by the side of Apex Gaming. But Apex themselves have to be cautious. On the radar, you do see that green splash. And that is the side of Myth. A team that might be new on the block, but they aren't new to these fights. Or these lands of Erangel.
Yeah, but Johnny, have a look at this. I mean, if you do try and take a glance at the map feed, Team Apex Gaming might just be caught in a pickle right now. They've got Myth Official right on their north side. They've also got Rapid Chaos coming in from the backlines as well. Certainly not the best of positions for Team Apex Gaming. I would love to find out, can they hold this position as well? I think Hush does have a little bit of information. Myth Official being in those compounds. It's going to be very hard for TAG. Both the teams try to take advantage of that situation. Nebula on the other side, they are going to be at the smack center, quite comfortable. No real threats being found. But as soon as I say that, it is going to be Autobots versus Rising Esports. And both Foul and another player just getting taken down. Rising Esports in a big pickle. Beard Baba has been knocked down in the back lines. Autobots still trying to keep their man numbers up high. It isn't the usual. Autobots, we have never really seen them take a backseat in a fight like this. And once again, Lobster has been shut down this time by Team Tamilas.
Quite unfortunate start for the Autobots. They were looking to recover those early losses, but this map of Erangel, it's not proving any better for them. 2 players lost, in fact 3, as Eggy, the last man left alive, is running for his life. And out into these open fields, it's very difficult to survive.
Nebula Esports still at the smack center of the circle. You know, Johnny, if I was in Adi's position, I would be very uncomfortable. Completely out in the open, so many teams surrounding you from all sides. Have a look at the map right now. You've got Meta Ninja approaching you from the northwest. You've got White Walkers trying to come to your cluster from the west. You've got Team AX from the east. True Rippers from the south and Hig Boson from the north. For Nebula, there's challenges on every single direction. And right off the get-go itself, it is going to be Meta Ninja trying to dive into battle. Kratos finds a brilliant opening. Nebula do have the advantage. Fierce and Apollo's trying to bring it back. A partnership for Meta Ninja, which is still going strong, and they are making a mockery of Meta Ninja as well. Fierce jumps around the corner and lands the final nail in the coffin. Nebula Esports, like I said, they should have been uncomfortable. Now they are back to the lobby.
Yeah, not really the fight that we expected, but good on the part for Meta Ninja. They were struggling throughout the day. And with these 4 points, their grand total for the overall leaderboard right now just sits at 7. So I think a lot of heavy lifting need to be done by Meta Ninja themselves, but quite unfortunate. Hegi is being hunted down now. NAX, they show up knocking on his door. They have him surrounded. It's just 1 against many. And I have no hope left for Hegi. He just has to bow out. 26 points on Autobot so far. It is a decent start to their day overall. I think the next 2 matches, the last 2 maps of the day, maybe Autobots can recover. But hey, Apex Gaming, now they are under pressure. Rapid Chaos, they show up, knocking on the door. 2 players already down and out. And Harsh in the back lines, he's looking to see if they can find any trades. But Apex Gaming, it seems like it's not the start they were hoping for. The dream all of a sudden has turned into a nightmare.
Flash is still tailing them, by the way. Rapid Chaos Esports, they wanted the end of TAG in that fight. And Jelly and Harsh spectacularly went out of it. Jonathan caught in the crossfire, couldn't really do much along with Hydro. Those are heavy hitters from the side of Team Apex Predators. Apex Gaming, by the way, getting shut down brilliantly by Rapid Chaos. But we talked about it, Johnny. Their positioning for TAG is extremely dicey. They had Myth Official up north. They had Rapid Chaos from the south. I kind of thought that Rapid Chaos may have taken a different rotation, but this time it feels like they just went straight through TAG, by the way.
Yeah, they just rammed through and ran through them. But we'll have to see, can they get a full squad wipe going, because TAG a little bit split that formation. They weren't really accounting for Rapid Chaos to get that aggressive in a blink. But Rising Esports, as we have them on our screens, the last time they were part of the cluster of the circle, they did quite well for themselves. This time they're forced to fight their way in. And mid-rotation shots being fired on Rising Esports at the hands of True Rippers, but somehow Rising Esports still managed to stay alive.
Yeah, surprising in my opinion, but have a look at this. The Dream True Rippers underneath the lads from Team Tamilas right now. They've got Aim God, they've got Reaper as well. Shots coming in from up top can be devastating for True Rippers. Circle just moves up north, by the way. I think 4TR is going to be very happy with this play zone, but from the Blades of Grass, it is Yuva OP. That clip was brilliant. Aim God couldn't really move a muscle over there. Team Tamilas, that was a massive strike, but Rising Esports who want to take advantage of it. Yuva from the back lines did find the knock. Fox OP, not really a lot of HP on this man. It's Rising Esports. They're putting up a stance right now, Johnny. They really want to take this fight.
Yeah, they do want to take this fight, but it is not going to be an advisable one for them. Players lost already. And of course, they are banking on the fact that they have room for error to work with, but this time it might just backfire. Fox OP, a little bit of a blunder, and even he gets taken out. Team Tamilas, this could be a clean squad wipe gifted to the side of Team Tamilas, but no! As they try to push the raids, a third party from the distance, True Rippers, as they were lying on the sidelines, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. It presents itself. Juste from the side of Team Tamilas hits the floor, and look at Omega. He cooks up that nade, lobs it. It falls a little bit short, but True Rippers, I think this is the time when you need to pull the trigger. The spray gets the second. They're looking for the third. It should be a run over, and there it is. True Rippers ripping the competition. And Team Tamilas, well, there is no way out of it, is there?
Absolutely not. They try and run away as far as they possibly can, but this time True Rippers, with the way they waited that push, with the way they did try and get the right timing, I think it was just ideal for a team like that. It's also very important for us to remember that Team Tamilas were the first ones to take shots against True Rippers. They had the height advantage for them. True Rippers waiting in the back lines, waiting for the blue zone to approach them. This time from the sidelines. Long range shots coming in from Cyrax as he keeps on connecting bodies after bodies, by the way.
Raiden baited the side of True Rippers in their tracks, and Cyrex, what a beautiful, beautiful display of team play coming from the players of AX. True Rippers, they had no idea the trap that was laid out, but I think we are going to see what the impact, the end result of that is going to be. Are we going to have the wipeout of True Rippers over there? White Walkers on the other side. I don't see any escape, man. White Walkers are pinned in that shack. They have Higbos on up front. They have Meta Ninja right behind them. And they are in that util range.
I still kind of like Higbos on in their positions, by the way. Holding down from the edges, trying to not really move past through many teams right now. But on the flip side, have a look at this, by the way. True Rippers, they were trying to fight out against Team Tamilas from the edge of the circle. Now they are smack center, trying to duke it out against Lastare, and Punk is in the position of his life. I just hoped that he had the rest of his comrades available with him, but unfortunate stop up against Lastare. It is going to be a 1v4.
Yeah, there was a lot of aggression from the side of True Rippers, but it has kind of backfired. That late rotation from the edge, not really working out for them. But we'll have to see what the end result is. If Punk survives and if he is able to secure a few placement points from this game, then it's all still going to be good and dandy for the side of TR. But that's a long shot, right? It's a very, very long shot. On the other side of things, AX, I think AX is just, they are getting in the groove.
Yeah,
5 finishes on the board already.
Yeah. I mean, right now, even True Rippers were kind of getting into the groove of things as well, but 3 players being shut down. We saw Cyrax with those beautiful long-range sprays from the distance. Just 3 finish points to work with, 1 man left alive, but on the other side, have a look at this, though. Higbos on Esports. Nades coming through. This time trying to maybe pull up a prank. With the smoke grenade itself, is going to find absolutely nothing on the end of it, but White Walkers, how long are they imagining to stay in that shack? Because that shack is going to get blown up in like a few seconds.
It will get blown up, but I think White Walkers, their intention just should be to force the players of Higbos on into the line of fire of the opponents, and that is, I think, exactly what they're trying to do. Already, the first big kind of a manipulative play has happened as Higbos on have just walked into a trap as well. 1 player knocked out. Meta Ninja looking for that second knock in that fight. By the way, the first knock was secured by 40R. And well, the second one still hasn't happened yet. But anyways, Higbos on. They are going to be blown to smithereens. And it's to OP. A brilliant slam dunk nade helps them secure the knock. But the finishes, White Walkers has to be the most unfortunate team of all time.
Unlucky.
Either you're losing players or you're losing points.
But have a look at this, though. Myth official on the other side. They are taking a back foot from this fight itself. They had control of the ridge, but Rapid Chaos, they come in with those vehicles itself. Daddy and Lucifer in the front lines as Daddy goes down. Rapid Chaos, they're still going to be fighting. Psycho is still alive. Fragga has been knocked out. Detrox from up top can really make a difference, but not anymore as he loses his 3 comrades right in front of him. Now, is he going to be able to bring the fight back for him? 2 men right in front, and Rapid Chaos find yet another shutdown, Johnny.
What a start for Rapid Chaos, a team that lost all momentum very early into this tournament. Now, in the semi-finals, have somehow just found it all again. But this time, there's pressure from the Rare. Even Punk, he's looking for a little bit of revenge. There's the knock. Can't really get the finish though. Rapid Chaos still in this fight on the radar. You do see the players of AX itching and looking to get involved. Looking for a third party in this fight.
You know, Punk this time all by himself, the solo warrior. Inside of the circle is still trying to find blows after blows, by the way, on the flip side. Team AX is the duo of Raiden and Cyrax we're talking about. Cyrax and Raiden moving forward. I guess they're going to spot Meta Ninja out in the open. Apollo, you're going to be in trouble. Raiden coming in from the flank, finds 1 knock, but gets shaken down. AX, they are unstoppable, Johnny.
But the remaining side of Meta Ninja, they have a line of fire towards this compound. They can potentially try and spray AX down, but it's a little too late. The distraction from the flank. And AX do manage to stay alive. The positions have been traded out. Look at the side of Apex Gaming. They know These open fields, they aren't secure, but can't really afford to move out anymore. There's a ridge that protects them from Punk, from Rapid Chaos, sort of from 4TR as well. But yeah, they don't really have the numbers to pick any of those fights. They just have to wait and see what the opponents will be up to.
I agree with you there, but have a look at this. The Punk driving straight into Rapid Chaos this time. You've got Flash and Fragger still alive. I'm hoping Rapid Chaos stay away from the fights, at least for now. 2 players left alive. They had an amazing start with 7 eliminations, but now needs to stay a little passive, Johnny. Stay a little still from the edge of the circle to try and get that big chicken on board.
Pretty much, and it's not going to be easy for sure, but look at that finish feed. I think it's Last Stade getting involved, as Rapid Chaos also are finally losing numbers, but White Walkers, there's no one behind them, just the blue. They are forced to run out into the open, and it's going to be a difficult exit for them, but this might be the end for Rapid Chaos in this game.
Yeah. Got in a pickle and a hard place right now. Can they try and get away from it is going to be the question as the nade comes in. Amazing bit of survival instinct coming in from Flash.
Oh no!
What have you done, Flash? Oh my god, it's so hard to believe somebody just walking onto their own death. The Rapid Chaos. Too much praise too early, is it, Johnny?
You know, when you are in the heat of battle, sometimes you freeze.
He didn't freeze over there.
He just wanted to warm himself up with that molly.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate. Rapid Chaos, they're going to watch it back over and over again. I'm pretty sure Flash is going to be kicking himself. But on the flip side, have a look at this. 4TR, we didn't really talk about this team, Johnny. They had the start that they would have loved. They finished off a team and sent it straight for the center of the circle. Now they cover the most amount of ground as compared to the rest of the lobby right now.
Yeah, we have 7 teams left. 6 teams playing the southern half of the play zone right now. Only 1 in the northern half. It gives them an edge, but it will be difficult to close out the end game without any information. Although it's very impressive seeing True Ripper still present in this match. This was the first game. It could have gone extremely wrong.
Yeah.
But Punk has somehow at least managed to make sure that True Rippers do not walk away with 0 points from this match.
You know, there's a saying, you're never going to walk alone. This man seems to be carrying the responsibility of his teams on his shoulder right now. Punk needs to learn to say, I gave up. This man never gives up, by the way. Once again, all by himself, trying to make it inside of the circle. Is he going to survive? Big questions being asked. Going in right behind TAG. Those 2 players can be quite a big risk for Punk if they can catch him rotating right next to them. But now Punk, what is he doing? Taking shots from the distance. It is going to be 4TR taking shots. Rapido. And now it's going to be a nade coming in from Chile. It almost looked on the money, but finally fell a little short.
Everyone right now knows exactly where Punk is.
Yeah, right.
There are 3 different teams that are trying to finish off this one man, and it's just a question of who gets that 1 extra point. It's unfortunate. Right now, in this game, you want to be anyone but Punk. That nade! It was a little too close, but somehow he's so lucky to still be standing. Maybe this one? Yeah, this is it. Finally, the point gets secured by the side of TAG, and that becomes their 2nd finish of this match.
And the arena explodes. You know, the fans do get happy. 1 finish, Punk being eliminated. TAG fans are going to be looking for redemption. And of course, it did come in from Jelly as well. This time, of course, shots connected. 4TR is going to be in a world of trouble. Right at the smack center, not really a lot of covers to work with. Shots coming in from all sides. There's Meta Ninja, Team AX, and TAG, all of them start to take shots, take their digs at 4TR right now, Johnny.
Yeah, and 4TR, they might be in an uncomfortable spot, but I think they also have the opportunity, the control of the circle to just force everyone else to fight amongst each other. It's a 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2 situation. Last 4 teams, 8 players still alive. And of course, TAG as well. I think if somehow TAG are able to drop AX out of this game, they might stand a big chance, a big probability of securing the chicken dinner. But as we were talking about 4TR, it seems like now they are finally down to their last man.
I mean, they certainly are. But for how long is going to be the question. Once again, Team AX inside of the smoke. They are still trying to work their way around. It's not going to be easy. TAG this time. A lot of damage being dealt up. Jelly still in a mix of trouble, and the nade strikes as TAG get taken out, and Team AX, they just keep on popping bodies after bodies. 7 eliminations for Cyrax, Johnny.
And of course, I think they are going to try and rack up a few more. AX, the defending champions of the crown of the Pro Series from 2025, looking to see, first, can they make it to the finals, and second, can they defend that trophy? Well, it all could begin with this chicken dinner Erangel.
It's going to be tough. AX, like you mentioned, looking to defend their crown. Cyrax knows exactly what the job is going to be for him. The circle is in their favor. For Meta Ninja, they are going to be further away from the circle as compared to both AX and 4TR. It's not really the best of positions you would want to be in. Look at that as well. Look at the utility number, just one smoke. Not anymore, as it has been lobbed out as well. Meta Ninja trying everything in their arsenal, Johnny, to try and make it inside of the final stage. If they do it, pretty sure shots are going to come through as well.
And as you said, I think they have to just try tooth and nail away here. There's a potential focus fire from the side of 4TR and from the side of AX. Both the teams just pinning down the side of Meta Ninja, and the result, it is clear. Meta Ninja also down to the last man. So is 4TR. Fierce steps out into the open. Has he been spotted out? I think maybe that nade was a little too close, but Fierce somehow is still alive.
What a game from AX so far. An absolute class of a lineup. Did have their fair share of struggles, by the way, in the early stages of the tournament. But this is how you make a bounce back. This is how you play like champions. Cyrax taking in shots. Has found 7 finishes already. Oh my god, by the way, that was extremely close.
Yeah.
Cyrax knows exactly where the man is. Just need to catch him off guard and just needs to catch him napping.
I think they're just trying to get an idea of how far exactly these last 2 individuals are. They had a lot of utility lined up. The players of AX7, they've lobbed out 5 grenades left on them. And well, Arthur gets spotted out. There's the first. Raiden finds the frag, and now it's a 1 versus 2. It's the Clutchmeister from the past. Fierce left to clutch out yet again, but these nades, they're too close for comforts, and they're raining down like destruction, just chipping away on that HP bar, little by little. Left with 1/4 of that HP. Can Fierce clutch out a chicken dinner?
Survive a little while, Fierce. There's going to be just 1 needle left coming your way. And if you can manage, I'm pretty sure a couple of those players are going to come out in the open. Still has those 2 grenades to work with, by the way. Yet another nade gets lobbed in. Fierce is going to protect himself from that, but finally gets spotted. And Team AX get their much needed winner chicken dinner. Defending champions no more. This team is now attacking champions. They are coming for the crown.
They truly are a Team AX. What a phenomenal performance here in day number 1. And their journey continues. The momentum on fire. And what an explosive game itself today itself. Team AX is looking to try and qualify into the grand finals just today itself. But again, it's not over yet. But they are now sitting at the top.
You know what? Yeah.
What a performance.
What a performance. And one question that a lot of people ask was, especially at the start of this BMPS, what if what we saw from AX last year was just a fluke? Well, after the way they are playing on land stage, I don't think it was. I think this team is more comfortable playing in an arena like this than they are just playing those online matches.
Johnny, I'm still remembering all the questions that we as commentators asked Team AX when they were struggling on the online qualifiers.
Yeah.
IC must remember them as well. He was very critical of their performance of this team not playing like their past season. But now you look at Cyrax, the way he has stepped up on the land stage itself. This team is on fire right now, Icy. Don't you agree?
I agree. And at the same time as well, it took them a while to actually go back to their original form.
Yep.
Because when we talk about the journey from Team AX, this was the roster that came in last year itself. And then they had a wide split for BMSD, for BGIS earlier this year. And now when they came back together again here for the Pro Series, you could see that, oh, this was the original roster. But it took them so much time to actually adjust themselves and get used to their game plan. It took them, what, 3 weeks before we saw them come back during the final week of qualifiers itself, and now the momentum has not stopped as well. And the MVP has to be Cyrex from AX. This is very, very impressive of him.
Yeah, of course. 9 finishes on the board. I think 1100 plus damage dished out. But apart from that, a big moment for the side of AX, and I think I like the adaptation that we're seeing from their side.
Very true.
They are supposed to be an aggressive team, but every single time we see them struggle, they always just hunker down, try to find some breathing space, and once they have a few points again on the board, that is when they're like, all right, go time again, we're going to start fighting.
I think Johnny said it very correctly. Adapt on the fly and try and be as fluid as you can. I think they have been the most adaptive team on the lobby right now. They went in aggressive on the map of Rondo, but as soon as things came down on the passive side of things, Team AX just switched things in a flash.
Hey man, for all things considered as well, timing is everything, and so far AX has been able to find the right timings here. And now the top 5, we also have Fragger from Rapid Chaos, we've got Fierce from Meta Ninja, and Viper from 4TR. It seems like we have a little bit shift here coming from this group here itself, and majority of them actually came in from Group B in particular. And I like how Meta Ninja has also decided to that, hey, you know what, our first 3 games was a flop, but they were warmed up. You can see how aggressive on how they're taking fights as well. Nebula was getting caught off guard as well. We saw them actually going for a lot of aggressive plays, which again, doesn't seem Meta Ninja to me.
Exactly, it doesn't seem like Meta Ninja. It doesn't seem like Nebula as well, as you mentioned. I mean, they were also, for some reason, very eager to take those early fights. But apart from Meta Ninja, apart from Nebula, and apart from AX, by the way, one more very impressive performance in this match came from Punk from True Rippers.
True.
That team would have been the first team to get eliminated in this game, but for some reason, Punk just decided to punk us, and everyone else in the entire lobby finished in the top 5 as well of this game.
I think that fight against Team Tamilas was extremely technical, by the way, from True Rippers. The weight on the push and the timing of the ambush as well. I think both together combined, Punk really did find out the gap in the lobby back then. But those long-range sprays from AX just didn't really make sense for them.
Exactly, I was just about to bring up as well. It was also AX being one of the biggest defenses in that lobby itself.
It's an open field. Why would you run out like that on top of the hill? That was a debated moment for True Rippers, by the way.
Hey, fair enough. But all things considered here, considering that the performance coming to this play and with the group shuffle in play, majority of the teams coming from Group B did really well in this game. Maybe because of the fact that they are kind of warmed up as well. Team AX definitely a team to watch out for. Meta Ninja also a small little bounce back here with 15 points. But is it enough? Well, it's the start of something in my opinion.
I still believe that we aren't really appreciating Apex Gaming because of the fact that there's so much expectations on them. I think had they been able to win a chicken dinner, we would have been praising them. But 8 points from a position where they were, where Rapid Chaos destroyed them in the first couple of minutes, I feel like that was a bounce back.
Yeah, it was a decent bounce back, as you mentioned. Good recovery from the side of AX. And again, I think, as you mentioned, expectations are there. This was just game 1. I think for the side of AX, I would love to see where they end up at the end of match number 6 of the day, because that's the most important thing. If AX can find themselves within the top 8, that's the best case scenario. And I think right now, me and the fans are hoping to see that happen.
Exactly. When we talk about average points per game so far, AX and Reckoning Esports are pretty much in the situation where if they breach past 10 points per game scenario on average here, AX continuing the journey here, tying with Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning Esports is 1 game behind Team AX. However, now, we do see a little bit of tumble here coming in from Autobots as well. They've somehow maintained a 7 to 8, 9 points ratio per game until the last game where they got taken out rather early. So that is going to force them in a little bit of tumble here. And this is going to be very concerning because for teams in Group B, because they are the ones going to be setting the benchmark for the rest of the other groups to chase tomorrow itself.
You know, for Rising Esports as well, I think the opportunity was there. They were playing their 4th match. They couldn't really cover the gap between them and God's Rain in spite of playing a game extra, and that is so surprising for me. I think Rising Esports, in spite of really backing the chicken dinner, I think right now they are going to be struggling, Johnny.
Yeah, I think the struggles are going to continue unless they find some form of consistency, by the way, as you mentioned. I mean, that chicken dinner, you only get the value of it if you are consistent enough in your matches. But as we move down the leaderboard, this is the last page, and I think the worst performance throughout the day has to be from the side of Wyld so far, after we are done with like 4 matches.
Yeah.
Because 3 matches done for Wyld, they just ended with 8 points. On the other side of things, everyone else, Nebula, Esports, Myth, White Walkers, True Rippers, Wingard, Last Stade, Rapid Chaos, and in fact, Apex Gaming as well, added to the same list. All of these teams from Group C. This was just the warm-up game. All of these teams still lagging behind in points. Apex was the best performing team inside of this group. And now I think they need to focus and pin down the next few maps. Those 2 Miramars, they're very important.
I want to point out something.
Yeah.
What? Myth Official is a Miramar specialist, by the way. They're going to play 2 back-to-back Miramars.
Hey, fair enough, man. All things considered here, we are going to be seeing Miramar Myth is going to try and sneak their way in the grand finals again here because if you remember last BGI semifinals, that's exactly what they did. D-Trox pulled on one of the big games as well.
Yeah.
And most of his clutch actually came in from Miramar itself. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not Myth is going to be able to do that here. But I think now this is where things are going to be put in question as well. What is the goal for some of these teams? Top 6 is going to be the goal here to try and qualify towards the grand finals. Staying out of bottom 2 to risk getting eliminated completely. So there is a lot on the line. But for those guys watching at home as well, guess what? We have a new entry into the elimination leaders as of yet. Seems like Cyrex, who's been sneaking on the bottom 5, top 5, top 6 for quite some time, and now is on top 2 just off this game.
Hey, that was a sprint. I mean, as you mentioned, we have seen him a few times on the 5th position, on the 4th position every now and then. But now this leap, it gets him closer to Smoker. But Smoker has a good lead. Although, unfortunately for BXT, as we mentioned, today has not been the best of the days. And we'll have to see how far they can take themselves, of course, at the end of the journey. But one thing I see, as you were pointing out, I would like to mention very important thing, right? If you're playing on that stage right now, and if you're just playing to avoid the bottom 2, then you don't deserve to go to the grand finals. You should be playing for qualification right now.
I mean, if I was on the stage, I would really hope and pray.
You're playing for a single point if you're on that stage.
Yeah, exactly right. I would try my best to
That's
avoid the
our
bottom
focus,
2.
Salty. Let's not. Our goal is a single point,
man.
yeah.
Fair enough. But all things considered, I think getting a single point is not that great here. On average wise.
It's us.
What do you mean?
See,
It
that's the
means
thing,
a
right?
word for us.
I think getting a single point is relatively easy if you're given 12 matches. But if you got 0 points in 12 matches, that is a point of concern. Because considering how chaotic things can get as well, you are going to be finding a freebies here and there.
Fair enough.
Are you saying you expect us to get 1 point in 12 matches, I see?
Well, if you only get 1 point in 12 matches, that's a big problem.
Yeah, we were thinking like 1 point per game.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's us. We need to talk about the teams, guys. These guys are a lot better than us. And I think the average for them should be about 8 to 9 points per game. Are we still sticking to that number?
Not anymore, in my opinion, because I think when, in terms of qualification standards, you are looking at top 6, you will have to average 10 points per game, no matter what.
Hey, no matter what happens, well, can they do it in a new map as well? Because this is going to be our first Miramar of the semi-finals on screen here with Group B and Group C. Nebula, you can see that they are feeling the pressure as of yet. And of course, if you guys are looking to get close and personal with us and also the teams as well and watch them duke it out in this competition, now's a fantastic time to grab your tickets now to watch BMPS 2026, which is live in Delhi. Now, QR code is on the screen. The semi-finals and the last chance is going to be a land for you guys to witness as well. And amazing enough, the place here is amazing. We've got a lot of space to work with. We've got food, we've got people, we've got nice vibes. Everything is all on the stage. And of course, who doesn't want to have a close-up here with Jonathan?
Exactly. I mean, you get to see your favorite players. You get to enjoy snacks while watching some of the best BGMI you can witness in an arena like this in front of your eyes. And I'm just going to say it, man. I just hope someone gets up close and personal with me. I am a monster in close-range battles. But anyways, I think...
I disagree, Johnny, but it's completely fine.
Yeah, we're going to see how the matches goes. Let's just head towards the next map of Miramar. Ladies and gentlemen, the deserts of Miramar will be on our screens right about now. It is game time now. Miramar on our screens. And all the jokes apart, well, we're going to have new jokes to crack at the end of the game. There is going to be a little bit of a switch as well. Well, guess what's the switch, ladies and gentlemen? It is that we have had enough of Salty so far, so we're just going to let him go. And it's me and Icy now. I see a lot to discuss for this map of Miramar. Are we expecting recovery or are we just expecting the teams doing well on the overall leaderboard so far, just to run away with the momentum?
I think it just comes down to the initial drop collision itself here. Just today itself, we've seen a lot of drop clashes in Rondo. We saw in Erangel also in both the particular groups as well. And I think now the best part about doing their homework is that are they going to have those major drop clashes? And those drop clashes is going to affect the overall gameplay.
Yeah.
And I see that when it comes to this performance as well, El Pozo, obviously, you know, Nebula is going to be hunkering there for quite some time here. This time without K9 in the mix, I think they are going to be very, very happy, considering the fact that earlier BGIS, we've seen how K9, especially with Somraj and Nebula, has always had that tensions of borderline tensions with each other, which resulted in them making uneasy rotations multiple times, which resulted in them not being able to perform in the grand finals. Now with K9 out of the picture and Nebula, not a great debut. Can they pick themselves up for this game?
Listen, man, you talk about Miramar and talking about tense moments, then all I can look towards is that city of Picardo this time, which is missing both Vasista Esports and Revenant X-Park, because, well, they are not there in this game. So Picardo right now is kind of in a soft control of the side of 40R, but it's a big city for an entire team. Not big enough for two teams, but 40R, this should be okay. Although we do have the circle, and this time that early zone, it's going to be centered between La Benedita and Los Leones. La Stade already starting off a little off-center, but this gives them a lot of early opportunity to rotate towards the eastern shorelines.
Hey, for all things considered, 40R has been taking Picardo and dodging Revenant X-Park for quite some time as well. But what my question here is, with Revenant X-Park in the mix later tomorrow itself, if that happens,
fun.
Is 40R going to contest? Because we saw a lot of ego clashes as well. We saw how VXT was clashing with Meta Ninja all day. And now things are going to be a little bit spicy as well, because day one is all about, you know, finding your spots, finding your groove, finding your momentum, getting a little bit of lead here. And I think Meta Ninja in particular, now as you can see on the screen for Shadow 7, they have to play 6 matches. And just now that game was their best performance out of the 4 games.
Exactly. And as you were talking about those ego clashes, I think day one is when you're supposed to have those ego clashes, right? Day one is all for ego establishment and satisfaction. If you aren't able to establish your ego, that means the other lads have just pushed you away, because Day 2, Day 3, Day 4 of the semis, you really do not want to be taking that risk of going for a drop clash and just crashing out of the game itself.
Well, I don't know, man. Like, Meta Ninja risked 3 games just to try and find space there, but at the same time, it wasn't really...
Look at where they are on the overall leaderboard, right?
Hey, they played 4 matches with only 18 matches, so I don't know. Miramar is going to be their saving grace.
Chicken dinner and then they are safe.
Okay, fair enough. But seems like Higbozon may have had a little bit of oopsie here. They tried to flip the vehicle. Seems like they have to find 2 brand new vehicles, or in this case, maybe 3 brand new vehicles here, considering they've only got 1 so far to try and rotate their way through.
And, well, as you were talking about Higbozon, they're present towards the northern edge, not too far away, Mysterious Form Meta Ninja. And if those vehicles, I mean, Miramar, it's an open map, easy for vehicles to get spotted out, easy for players to spray you down from a distance as well if you're not cautious and safe. And, well, I'm just hoping to see, are we going to see a chase of the players of Higbozon? Is Mysterious 4 going to follow up? Or anyone around them going to try and pin them down? Yeah. This early rotation towards the eastern side, though, I love it. Yeah. As of now, there's a lot of open space. Might not be there in the next few minutes.
Well, considering they were a little bit far off on the drop spot as well, they were trying to be looting on the fly here coming from Higbozon. They may have messed up one vehicle. Fortunately for them, like you said, east side is completely cleared. But this is a very surprise entry on screen right now. And that's going to be RD coming in to try and lead the pack into the zone relatively early. They've left El Pozo about, what, 2-3 minutes into the game. Now they're trying to take space. And I'm surprised that Nebula Esports has not decided to book it for center or something. They are going to be taking a little bit of a edges here to try and pick off a couple of loose stragglers. Seems like they do spot out Autobots. Agi from the far fray gets a couple shots in. Nomi almost losing his life as well, so he's going to try and go for a couple more picks, and just like that, Autobots, they are forced to swing wide here.
Well, the intention from the side of Nebula might just be to try and see if they can gatekeep anyone making that early rotation. I think you would assume, because it's a circle towards the southeastern quadrant, it is assumed a lot of teams to be present towards that northwestern and the western edge, but Autobots forced out of position. Nebula Esports, some room gained to work towards the edge, but outside of the place and all the way towards La Cobriera, we have Team AX. Off to a great start to this day. And I think intention will be as clear as daylight itself, to stay on the top by the time the day comes to an end.
I think majority of teams haven't really figured out what this circle is going to look like as well, because it's, number one, it's stage 1. Yes, it's going to be the southeast corner. Los Leones is going to be one of those teams, the spots here that is going to be one of the most difficult to play in, because once you commit, you are not going to be expecting high fragging games. You are going to be in the fate of the circles itself, right? Like, you are going to be looking to hide into those buildings, hoping that nobody comes and crashes you, and they're not going to be able to expose themselves a lot as well. So that's going to be one of those teams that they have to dodge your way through. But seems like for Wyld Esports, this is a very interesting switch up as well, because Wyld, they didn't really loot too much, and they're already booking it with a
scooter.
A scooter.
It's not even a bike, it's a scooter, man. And that made me uncomfortable, I'm being honest about it. Two-wheelers on Miramar, a big no-no unless you are present towards Chumasera or anywhere where the stunt tracks are, those ramps are present. But luckily for Wyld, they do manage to stay in one piece. They haven't lost anyone inside of the game yet, although a few early shots being taken on the players of 40R. One of the men has lost a decent chunk of his HP as the side of Meta Ninja finally have an opportunity to build up some pressure.
Oh boy, Meta Ninja, as of yet, seems like they are scouting players from the middle of the zone. Very early mid rotations here, Meta Ninja in prime position. But on the finish phase, seems like we've got that first pick of the game. Team Tumula's finding the first player. That's going to be the players coming from Wyld. But on screen, Autobots, Lobster in a little bit of scuffle, and Rising Esports has no idea he is around.
And there's one more man on the flank, but Lobster still goes for it. That's the first and the second as well. Lobster, the claw sink in, and Autobots, well, they are not going to let Rising Esports rise anymore. Already this fight is lost as Rising Esports are down to their last player. And with that man, Hope could be slipping away as well. But what do we say to Autobots, man? This team is deadly. Lobster, they charged in. He saw, and I have to say, okay, if we broke it down when he went for that swing outside towards the right, I think for a second he caught a glimpse of the man on the other side of the ridge trying to move in as well, and then instantly decided, all right, better odds of just running into that 1v2.
Hey, man, when we talk about alternatives instead of a shotgun, AK has to come into the picture as well.
Yeah.
Normally, we do see a lot of SMGs just because of the fact that hip fire gives you that additional mobility to kind of strafe left and right. But the AK, if you connect headshots like that, you are going to shred them down before they can actually do anything in this scenario here. So in terms of the one-hit potential, AKs are still a very, very solid team. Very unpopular in the competitive scene, but it's ridiculously annoying to handle in your classic games.
I think, as you mentioned, it's that first shot, headshot damage that counts. And with the AK, it's pretty massive, but we'll have to see. Rising Esports still in this match. Are we going to see another move like we saw from Punk in that previous game? But what is the play zone up to, man? This is such a hard shift. Again, between Los Leones and Chumasera we go, and White Walkers all of a sudden find themselves sitting at the smack center with Nebula Esports up north. Both the teams, they are going to look to take control of some compounds towards the western periphery of Los Leones. But this kind of makes life easy for Yuva as well. He's present towards that western edge of the play zone, and if he moves down south, he can potentially just stay isolated for the longest of time inside of this match.
Yeah, it seems like the circle forcing towards the west side as well. I think Autobots, they're going to be A-OK from an easy entry from the west side. But for teams outside as well, especially from the northeast corner, through Rippers, Hick Boson, Rapid Chaos, they're a little bit late to the party. And there's not exactly a good entry point as well. With Los Leones still in the picture. If they're forced back into the city, they're pretty much stuck. They're going to be sitting ducks towards the end games.
And it's not going to be easy to get out of there as well. But True Rippers with the first pick, that kind of breaks the standstill of this fight. Hick Boson, they've lost one man from their side, and Shyam, well, I think he's going to try and see if he can spot out more players from the side of Hick Boson, maybe try and pick a fight at distance. But as you mentioned a few moments ago, Aishi, both these teams need to be cautious about the presence of Rapid Chaos, because that third party is not going to leave any survivors.
Oh, seems like now in towards the city as well. The Stade and TAG does have a little bit of a rough idea to try and play around towards the center of Los Leones here. They are trying to hug out those west side, which the apartments give them a little bit of elevation to work with. But I'm not expecting high fragging games, or in this case, high fragging finishes from all this team stuck right here as well, because even if you get a knock, you're not going to be, most likely you're not going to be able to convert anything unless you get close and personal. So I'm very surprised by the decisions coming here from TEG and Lastade. I think they want to prioritize the safety, want to prioritize the placement a little bit more. and then hope to win your duels close and personal. But seems like the call has been made from TAG. There is a team right beside them, and Jelly's gonna move on ahead. It's outside of the city itself to try and scout out for a secondary drop here or position to reposition. Very unorthodox, but
Yeah.
I hope it works out here for TAG.
It's a high-risk play. I don't know what the reward is going to be, maybe informational advantage or the positional advantage if they do plan to take control of the hills south of Los Leones. But again, as you mentioned, I also spoke about it, it's a high-risk maneuver from the players of TAG. But look at this spray from Lobster. No one expected it to go down that way. Two players just staring him in his eyes, and Lobster just goes, hey, what's up?
That has to be a Northeast special. Trust me. It is a Northeast special in the community.
Really?
Yeah, it's very popular among the community there as well. AKs are just their thing. Like, it's not popular in pro scenes, but if you pull it up in the right time, right moment, it surprises people.
It's literally the Pro Series.
Well, fair enough. Only in the hands of Lobster so far.
Only in the hands of Lobster. People get uncomfortable with AK.
Yeah.
That recoil is just like really annoying. But I guess I'm just talking about my personal experiences now. It seems like the experiences for True Rippers from that previous game haven't helped them a lot, I see. Even in this one, they are getting third-partied. Rapid Chaos, they open things up as Punk has hit the floor.
Well, speaking of True Rippers, they're still outside the zone, duking it out. Punk in a little bit of a sticky situation with Termi already taken out. They're still stuck in the stalemate, but Rapid Chaos losing Flash. Time is not working in their favor as well. Stage 3 on his way. Cheyenne getting spotted out by Psycho as well. But look at this. Psycho, he doesn't have a lot of ammunition.
Yeah.
Where did all those ammunition go? What happened to Rapid Chaos?
Oh no. That early start, that early pin that was there. All thanks to True Rippers and Hig Boson. It hasn't allowed Rapid Chaos to have complete loot. And yet they are still trying to force this fight. True Rippers Shyam, he has more ammunition to work with, but the numbers are pretty much even between the two sides. That vehicle moving to go for that revive has been spotted out.
I'm very surprised by this commitment as well, but now Cheyenne getting spotted out with the play zone actually taking him out. Rapid Chaos Esports not going to be able to get those points, but Stage 3 already on its way. True Rippers, they have to make a move. Same can be said for Rapid Chaos Esports. This is going to hurt so much more, but on the sad side as well, both teams lack ammunition, lack meds. This is going to be the worst possible scenario for both of these two teams.
Exactly. At least a few individuals from the side of Rapid Chaos had decent meds to work with. We saw four first aids on Psycho over there. But True Rippers, yeah, this is just heartbreaking. Lost players early in that previous game, are losing players early in this one as well. But what is going on towards Los Leones? White Walkers, they were there in the center for the longest of times, but then there was a cluster around them, and now more teams are pouring in. Jelly pushed up by Lastade. That preemptive nade, it needs to find a knock, and it does. The 200 IQ play from Jelly kind of works out, relieves early pressure of this fight from the players of Apex Gaming, but it's not yet over. The pressure finally is a little too much, and Jelly succumbs. Lastade, they have their first finish of this game.
Oh boy, TAG, they tried to save him, ran in for the rush, but guess what? They run into a completely different team, and that's going to be White Walkers in the mix. TAG, they were two split up, and now they are hurting. White Walkers could not survive their ordeal. They were two split up themselves as well, and just like that, they close out the distance to push out of the city. White Walkers losing 2, TAG losing 1, but they'll still somehow be able to equalize and reset as of now. Biggest losers has to be White Walkers in this entire fiasco.
Yeah, pretty much. That rotation it's been compromised again, and it's the same as that previous game of Erangel. White Walkers, they're going to be forced outside of the play zone, and they will be forced to stay there for a very, very long time. But TAG, as you mentioned, it's not any easy for them, I see. There's so many teams up front. There can be immense pressure on the players of TAG, and if they aren't really able to find their way out of it, they could be done and dusted in the next few zones. But I think Wingard, Meta Ninja, 40R, Nebula as well. Nebula and Meta Ninja have cover to work with, so their job has been made a whole lot easier. But all these teams playing the northern half of the circle, they are right now just praying for the next shift of the play zone to be a Northern one.
Yeah, as of yet as well, with the circle actually shifting back north as well, the God spot is in favor of Nebula and also Meta Ninja. But for the teams in north here, Win God also finding a space in the north side just because we all expected this circle to potentially shift into the city as well. One of the biggest scams so far. But let's take a look at the replay of what happened here between Team Apex Gaming. You can see the rest of the pack here realized that Jelly was in trouble, tried to roll past, but realized that, wait, there's actually a different team right beside them, but had no choice to engage against White Walkers, resulting in Jelly's death when Lastali pushed up onto him.
Well, let's see though how the rest of the match is going to turn out. Autobots, it's not Decepticons that are after them right now, it's the players of AX. And in fact, they have found an opening as well. By the way, look at the spread from the players of AX in this fight. They have created a pin situation for the players of Autobots. Surrounded from every single direction, getting shot at every single second. And well, this nade could have been the final nail in the coffin, but Eggy somehow still manages to find a trade as Raiden hits the floor. And finally, Autobots have some breathing room to work with, some hope to recover.
But it's not exactly over as well. Aryan needs to wrap things up. He knows that Iggy is still pinned. The nades are coming in. Iggy with the counter nade almost clapping him as well. But the chip damage from Aryan is going to be able to knock him down low enough for the second nade to take him out. And Team AX, they are able to clean two. Autobots also losing another player. And just like that, Autobots has been eliminated in the hands of AX once more.
This is the reset that you do not want to see. Autobots, they're doing quite well. This was their 5th game, 30 points on the leaderboard, averaging about 6 per match. But it's not enough. I think if they are trying their level best to stick around inside of the top 6 of the overall leaderboard, because those are the names that will be moving for the grand finals from here. But like AX, decent start.
Yeah, seems like fatigue is slowly kicking in here for Autobots here. First 3 games was somewhat consistent, and then everything has been just downhill from ever since the group switch comes through. And AX has been maintaining their consistency, and it seems like mentality has been crucial for them. But can they overcome their resilience is going to be the question here, because we are going to be expecting company, Myth Official, going to be trying to chime this high ground away from Team AX. Detrox looking for the nade here, sees Aryan. He's lobbing over, tries to kill a sneaky one as well, but Team AX baiting a lot of utilities here. No connection so far from Myth, but the Devotee, he knows where Detrox is. What is that game sense from Devotee?
Hey man, unlike it did for John Mayer, Gravity this time saves Detrox as the nade rolls down the hill. But on the other front, Aryan still looking for an opening, finds yet another one as Lucifer from the side of Myth falls. That second one could have gotten both Harshal and Detrox, but luckily for them, they are still alive, although vision given means information given to the opponents as well. And AX, it seems like they're just mowing down the players of Myth and turning this name into a myth itself. Daddy from the top of the hill has an opportunity to line up the players from the side of AX, but it seems like confidence is at an all-time low for the players of Myth.
Yeah, what a set play here coming to the AX. Look at them juggling aggro, and Devotee finding Daddy once more. Myth Official, they just could not handle this. And look at this, no breaks, only push, and they are going to find the last player here from Myth. Cyrex with the hunt, and they do take him out. Back-to-back wipeouts here for Team AX. What a set play from them.
Yeah, brilliant execution coming through, and AX, they have been phenomenal, I guess, with set pieces like this. But Rising Esports, well, what is that? He found one and he gets both of them. Lost survivor from the side of Rising Esports, and this man, Yuva, has been rising up to a challenge. Well, Apex Gaming, it seems like the Predators are the ones turned into prey for this one.
Oh my goodness, Yuva, he's going to try and find one more as well. White Walkers comes through, he finds one pick, and now it's going to be a 1v1 between him and Anush OP, but it's too low. He eventually goes down, and no, it's actually Cyrex from afar that stole both of them knock. What a sneaky player, oh my goodness.
Hey, whatever you were about to say, I agree to it, man. What was that? AX! Oh my goodness, I thought AX would still be recovering from their own clash against the side of Myth, but no, man, they are out for blood. I see it's a map of Miramar. AX has 10 eliminations.
Oh my goodness, what a sneaky play from AX as well. But Yuva, he's been clutching things big time, left, right, front, and center. But now Anuj 2 OP, last man standing for White Walkers. AX getting pummeled here. Aryan getting picked off from Team Tamilas, but the Molotov is going to burn him alive. But it's going to be Cyrex once more on a dominating streak. AX, they've just lost Aryan with that push. It was good. They were able to find points, but it seems like they're down to 2 players. But on screen, Wingard with a little bit of a slam here with Hick Bozon coming on top. But now with a 3-way showdown, 4TR from the side. Anonymous with the nades to try and knock out those White Tiger. And 4TR looking to try and push through with this third party.
Well, let's see. It has to be a good one for sure. And well, the timing, it is perfect. Makes their lives a whole lot easier. 2 points on the board for 4TR. And this is the movement space that they needed inside of the play zone itself. Northern half all theirs. The remaining teams are going to be fighting for control of the southern half itself. And 4TR, based on where they are on the overall leaderboard, all they need is a half-decent match. Day one, your intention is just to stay around in the top 8.
Oh boy. What a game we've had here in the semifinals. In a blink of an eye, guess what? Circle 6. 8 teams remaining and 29 players left alive. Nebula and Meta Ninja has not left their god spots yet, and they will be the biggest obstacles for teams trying to rotate from the south side. Lestade has somehow been able to cross and the edge of the zone with 3 players in attack. AX, big problems for them to cross over. Team Tamilas, they have chimed in and know that AX was on the southwest corner, so they are going to try and find a new entry point here. 4TR, great rotations, cleaning out the norths, and now they will have free access to the north side. But for the east side, Rapid Chaos, Mysterious Fall, still in a tight scuffle.
And it's just going to get worse by the second. Mysterious Fall, they've gone for a split. Rapid Chaos still sticking together, but Goku from that back lines, I see he's the man I'm concerned about. If he finds an off angle, catches Rapid Chaos off guard, then this could be a pretty one-sided affair, this fight. Mysterious Fall moving down south. And it seems like they are trying their level best to find their way inside of the play zone, but the struggles are going to continue as even the flanks right now are going to be compromised.
Oh boy. Mysterious Fall still waiting patiently here to try and push through. Rapid Chaos still has those compounds, but I don't think they're aware that Mysterious Fall needs to push through them. But even then, Rapid Chaos, I don't think they're worried about this. They themselves also need to push into the zone. Seems like off screen as well. Lestade was able to pick off the last player of AX. No entry into the zone, and AX's domination will bow out on 8th position in this game. I would say a pretty valiant attempt as well.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort, but as of now, it's up to no avail. But the game is still on, man. You'd never know if they walk away with the chicken dinner. We could be saying different words for them.
True.
On the other side of things, Team Tamilas. A util exchange between them and Lestade, and well, this one favors Lestade because Team Tamilas, even though it's just a few meters, they are outside that play zone nonetheless.
Yeah, Lestade, look at them. They're all cooking up nades as well. They're waiting for that big slam to try and catch them off guard as well. We've got all 4 cooking up nades. Smoke's being set up. And as soon as they hear those vehicles from Team Tamilas, they are going to cook it to try and slam them as well. Aim God trying to chip them away here to force out a little bit of reactions here from Lestade. No connection so far. But no noise has been made yet from Team Tamilas, so they are still trading. But here it comes. The walk comes through. No vehicle sounds. And Lestade, they are cooking up for a set play.
Oh, but look at this. Team Tamilas, they've made it to the broken buildings. And this nade, it could be dangerous, but it whiffs. And Lestade are still going to be left standing. How much utility is still left on the players of Team Tamilas? I see that's a big question. But this Molotov, it can cut off the angles, and it can be a big playmaker as well in this fight. Still a soft standstill, but the distance between the two sides, it's not really there. The opening, though, finally found by the players of Lestade. And now, Team Tamilas, they are going to have to be cautious about this. 3 versus 4. They've lost the advantage, but Justy from the rooftop is just raining death and destruction. And now we're down to an even-Steven situation. 3 versus 3. Lestade against Team Tamilas.
Oh boy, Aim God from the flank trying to chip them down. Finds another knock. Great jump shot here from Aim God. Team Tamilas looking to reset their way through on the edges, but they're all hurting. Aim God looking to try and pressure Lestade here. A wide swing push through. Aim God finds all 3. An absolute destruction. What a push from Team Tamilas. What a clutch from Aim God.
Hey man, I thought it's just the color that's similar to a range, but Aim God made Team Tamilas look like puppets over there. And Lastare, well, they couldn't do anything about it. Team Tamilas, what a win. AimGod living up to his tag. How could you be so distracted that you don't even communicate amongst yourself, I see?
Oh my goodness, they were baiting so hard, they were making so much noise. Team Tamilas just made them in a situation where they didn't know where to look. AimGod finding the perfect timing. That is an absolute big clutch there. Meanwhile, Rapid Chaos trying to push through. They were getting caught out. Psycho getting knocked out from 4TR. Group trying to find a little bit of space. But Meta Ninja, 4TR, they're all pinning all the teams on the east side as well. And from the far fray on the west side, Nebula is also going to be chiming in. And just like that, 4TR, they get taken out.
Well, 4TR out of the way, and that just makes the recovery for Mysterious Foreman and Ninja Team Tamilas a little bit easier. But Nebula Esports, this is a team that was looking to make a big play on this map of Miramar. And Nebula Esports, well, they are going to have to wait, or they might have to wait for the next map as they lose a man. Although trade has been found, Team Tamilas, AimGod hits the floor. More nades lob towards the side of Team Tamilas. AimGod finished off, and Team Tamilas are left with just 2 players in the match.
Oh boy, Nebula now. They have had the God spot for quite some time. This time they have to push out. Team Tamilas sneaking right beside them, but they are pinched between Meta Ninja as well. So Nebula, seems like they are going to try and chime in with the first knock here. Mr. IGL getting taken out with those nades. Reaper looking for an off angle to try and catch an aggressive push. They just might be able to find it. But Adi looking to try to thirst this, but Kratos getting picked from the sides. Reaper, beautiful off angle here. But the rest of Team Nebula, they know where he is. He's getting chimed in. He flicks a 180, takes down the second, but Adi was able to save the day. But Nebula, they're getting third party themselves.
Yeah, 5 finishes on the board for Nebula Esports, but it doesn't matter now. This is the recovery they were hoping for, even for Meta Ninja. This could be the best game they've had throughout the entirety of the day. And Javin, he just wants to make sure that that will be the case. Rapid Chaos completely spotted out. Javin with the spray does not really manage to find the knock over there. But at least he has made sure that Rapid Chaos won't have anywhere left to run, anywhere left to hide. Meta Ninja almost on the verge of finding the double digits as they have 9 eliminations on the board. And now the only thing that is left between them and the chicken dinner are going to be the 2 lads from the side of Nebula Esports. It's a 2 versus 4, and I think it is going to be a chicken dinner for Meta Ninja.
Yeah, they did their best here. Coming from Nebula, they somehow lost players mid-rotation here. But Meta Ninja, a very clean game coming from them, all 4 players. Adi does have an off angle, but this is some heavy lifting that Nebula Esports needs to do. 2 nades to work with. Adi lobs the first one, needs an opener, but it seems to be falling a little bit too short as well. Meta Ninja knows where he is, as they are going to play this a little bit slow. A very disciplined play here from Meta Ninja. And with the circle, somehow going to force them out in the open. Nebula does have a little bit of an off angle to work with for both Adi and Phoenix. Meta Ninja's space is going to be out and open here. Fortunately for them, there is a lot of vehicles to work with, but they need to find a way to overpower Nebula Esports right now.
It's the danger man on the flank, Phoenix, that you have to be cautious about. I think the plays from Meta Ninja, they might just be aware about where Adi is, but now the smoke's lobbed out, looking to move on the flank. No utility on Adi, just those 2 Molotovs. I want to know if Phoenix has a few nades, because if there is utility remaining, well, no nades. If they had those nades, maybe they could have just completely annihilated Meta Ninja without even having to make a peek.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky here. But the final endgame zone here is going to force Adi forward as well. They still have an off angle, but Meta Ninja wait for a couple of tap fires. They scout out of the second player. That's going to be Phoenix in the compound, so they know they are separated. And Meta Ninja knows for a fact that Nebula will be forced to push out in the open. So this time, Meta Ninja is going to be the ones that play the waiting game. But seems like the entirety of Meta Ninja, they're shifting their focus on Phoenix. Scouts him out. The sprays come through. Phoenix will get knocked here. Now it's going to be a 4v1. It is going to be the hunt for Adi now.
As you mentioned, it is the hunt for Adi. And I think Meta Ninja, they don't really care. That Molotov, it seems like, was enough. I'm still waiting to see. Was that point denial? Did Adi this molly himself? Well, he did. So I guess now we understand how serious things are over here in the semifinals.
Of course they have to be, right? But especially even teams like Nebula Esports now finally getting a decent bit of stability in the overall standings.
I just have to say this. Wasn't this like the second game for Nebula Esports? Why are they getting try hard already?
Hey, for all things considered here, considering their first flop in when their debut came in, things hasn't been looking great. But let's talk about Meta Ninja's momentum. Their first 3 game was a complete flop.
Yeah.
And then after the group changed, something happened. And now Meta Ninja is just so consistent in this past 2 games. And if they maintain this performance into the last game as well, Meta Ninja just might be able to recover whatever mistakes that they started off for the day.
So what you're trying to say is Group A is currently the entire kryptonite for Meta Ninja.
Yeah.
Meta Ninja is not able to perform against Group A for some reason, but when it comes to the entirety of Group C, Meta Ninja is doing a lot better compared to the past performances. And what a solid game as well, right?
Yeah.
This sort of a performance now revives Meta Ninja's entire run in the overall standings.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, if we want to flip the script as well, Autobots is the kryptonite for Group A, but this group, Autobots is just, everyone is the kryptonite for Autobots for some reason.
I don't think this group, any of the teams in this group are going to do well with those early rotations. We saw every single team. Higboson, they tried to move early, they got taken out. Nebula Esports, True Rippers in that previous game was struggling. Nebula Esports somehow were able to stay alive, even though they also were on the move early. Autobots, as you mentioned, on the flank, again getting annihilated. Early rotations for Group B and C, yeah, it's going to be a no bueno.
But can we now officially say that Nebula Esports, the strategy that they wanted to figure out throughout the entirety of the qualifiers, now they've mastered it? I mean, they managed to finish off in the top 2 with not a lot of finish points. Now we're seeing Nebula Esports in much more of a defensive stance. What do you think, Icy?
I think it just comes down to timing, right? Like, Nebula has been known to play a little bit of strategic in terms of rotations here. This game, they were able to do so, but their map at Erangel, that wasn't a strategic map. That was pretty much getting, pretty much open fields and everything as well. And I think Nebula struggles when it comes to rotations, struggles when it comes to taking fights. But aside from that, I think if you give them a solid macro map, they should do well. But with that being said, let's talk about Aim God's performance itself, that clutch. That was huge. The push against Lestade to shut them down, resulting in him being the MVP. That was a sick play here from Team Tumbleers.
The man finding a perfect flank as well. But what's going on with AX? This team is on a different level this time. I mean, the way AX is playing inside of the BMPS, there's just something about the Pro Series and Team AX. They just always end up popping off, destroying the entirety of the competition.
I guess they were also misinformed that they just had to play the qualifiers just cause, and they would just get into the grand finals, and now they're just surprised. Oh, we have to qualify for the grand finals, do we? And we are seeing the true form of AX. And especially, I think, Necro, you have to agree with me on this, because you were there, I think, when we saw Devotee for the first time. I still remember that game of Erangel. This man used to play for a different roster back then. Last man surviving for his team, clutches out a 1v8 to secure a chicken dinner. From then till now, I don't think we have seen a lot of bad days for Devotee. Ever so consistent. And now with Cyrex also stepping up, I think AX, it should not be too difficult to make it to the grand finals.
The funny part is we haven't seen bad days, but we have seen where Devotee just does not exist.
Oh, yeah. So, that is true. He's just gone. Takes enough.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, this clutch comes from Ryuba. This is his second big clutch and just shutting people down here. Earlier today, we saw them demolishing Team Tumbleers when they were trying to map Erangel, and this Miramar just shutting down TAG was sorry, not TAG. It was a little bit of awkward situation as well, because technically I don't know how Yuva does it, but he has been clutching big time just today itself.
We had multiple clutches in this game. First there was that lobster moment, then it was Game God as well, and then you, as you mentioned, a lot of clutches. I think this is what the semifinals is all about, right? We know every single team is strong, but the team that can do well in the heat of the moment, where the pressure hits its peak, will be the one that survives this gauntlet and will be the one that plays the grand finals.
The most important thing, though, Team Tumbleers as well, finally getting revived in the overall standings. A decent game from their side. Not exactly something that's completely blockbuster, but at least it is something that's going to keep Team Tumbleers in a decent spot in the race.
11 a game. It gets you going, right? It gets you across the board. It gets you to the grand finals. I think if they can be consistent, we still have 3 more days, so there's still hope for Team Tumbleers.
You know, I was very surprised by the set play coming from Team Tumbleers and Lestade, both at the same time as well, because Lestade was expecting Team Tumbleers to slam in vehicles, but Team Tumbleers actually crept up on them, tried to isolate them, forced Lestade to group up, and I felt like both teams played really well, but what really caught me off guard was that why would Aim God out of nowhere going for a brain-dead push, and Lestade wasn't prepared at all, because I feel like Lestade was still caught in that overthinking scenario where they're trying to outthink each other, and Team Tumbleers said, you know what, let's stop thinking and just push.
Yeah, and another set piece was that AX against Myth fight out into the open. What a brilliant choke by the players of AX, created on the players of Myth. And it was such a story for both these two teams, because if you remember last year Pro Series, Team AX were the undergods of that tournament and they ended up winning it all. And this year, it is Myth that are in the exact same shoes.
I mean, hey, right now as well for AX, if you look at the overall standings, it seems like they might just win it all if they keep on playing on the same spectrum. But then if you look at Meta Ninja, that catapult 8-position leap in the overall standings for Meta Ninja, that's insane. If you look at the current top 6, I mean, there's only Genesis Esports currently from the Group A itself, and even Reckoning Esports in there.
You know, for all things considered, I think Meta Ninja had one of the most impressive recovery today itself. Just because, again, first 3 games, complete flop, and then after that, bounce backs and 2 back-to-back, very dominating performance and very consistent gameplay. And same can be said for AX as well, by far very, very consistent. They gave them enough points here. Now, question remains here as well. Consistency is going to be the key, and what are we looking for? That is going to be the most important thing. By the end of the day itself, or maybe this entire semifinals, you want to be top 6 in the overall standing. So how can you get there? You need a minimum of 9 to 10 points per game consistently. And so far, AX has hit the quota. Meta Ninja, they recovered. But they're now barely on the borderline now to try and maintain their average.
And you know who else is consistent? Rapid Chaos Esports. Second game, Rapid Chaos Esports have got solid amount of points. Yes, it's unfortunate that they're still not inside of the top 6, but if they keep on playing the last game as well with the same pace, I believe Rapid Chaos Esports can easily at least breach inside of the top 8 without even breaking a sweat. The last page as well is going to be on the screen, and pretty much the teams on the last page, they need a nuclear performance to bring themselves around the top 8.
Yeah, but I want to go back to that point you were making about Rapid Chaos, and I just want to say that they are off to a decent start. I understand that's the only team from their group that's on the second page, but I am still concerned because it seems like Rapid Chaos are getting over-aggressive, and over-aggression can, of course, bring with itself a lot of risk.
I believe as long as Dhruv is informed, things can be good. Before that, we've got a nice interview lined up, so let's go backstage and check it out.
अब हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं ब्रिज कैंप एक्सपर्ट और ट्रू रिपर्स के कोच क्रैटोस हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। क्रैटोस, आपका स्वागत है। पहली बात, कैसा लग रहा है आपको एक लैंड इवेंट पर वापस आकर?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, एक्साइटमेंट फील हो रही है प्लेयर्स को देख के वापस। मतलब इतना लंबा ब्रेक के बाद अब देख रहा हूँ तो मन कर रहा है कि क्यों ही छोड़ दिया, खेलते रहना चाहिए था। मतलब वो जो एड्रेनलिन रश होता है अरीना में आते ही, वो मतलब जैसे ही घुसा वो फील हो रहा है, और एनवायरनमेंट में ही मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटमेंट हो रही है, और मैचेस भी देखने में बहुत मज़ा आ रहा है।
काफी टाइम बाद आप लैंड इवेंट पर आए हो, आपको कंपटीशन में कितना चेंज दिखता है जब आप खेलते थे, जब अब ये यंग प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं?
पहले थोड़ा वही मैंने कल भी बताया था कि थोड़ा पहले पेस स्लो था, लोग थोड़ा टीम वर्क कम करते थे, इंडिविजुअली ज़्यादा खेलते थे। अभी गेम स्ट्रांग हो गया, टीम गेम्स बहुत बेटर है, लोग बहुत सारे नए एग्रेसिव प्ले स्टाइल के साथ आ रहे हैं, बहुत अनप्रेडिक्टेबल हो गया और गेम। और जो नए IGL है, मैं वह खुद शॉक्ड हो जा रहा हूँ उनके मूव्स देख के, असॉल्टर्स के मूव्स देख के, तो बहुत बढ़िया हो गया मतलब अभी पहले से गेम तो।
पर अब अगर यहाँ पर एज अ कोच की बात करें, आपका कितना इन्वॉल्वमेंट है टीम के अंदर, चाहे वो रोटेशन को लेकर बातचीत हो या फिर टीम डिसीजन की बातचीत हो, कितना इन्वॉल्वमेंट है आपका ट्रू रिपर्स के अंदर?
पंग तो काफ़ी टाइम से खेल रहा है, और वो खुद एक IGL मतलब काफ़ी टाइम से, मेरे को ज़्यादा नर्चर नहीं करना पड़ रहा है उसको। बट बाकी मेरा इन्वॉल्वमेंट टीम गेम बेटर करना और अलग अलग मतलब नए स्ट्रैटेजीज जो मैं पहले खेलता था वो थोड़ा और इम्प्रूव करके कैसे उसको एग्रेसिव करवा सकता हूँ, मैं वो दिखता हूँ बेसिकली। और कम्युनिकेशन वगैरह जो गैप है प्लेयर्स में, वो मैं बेटर करने में थोड़ा ज़्यादा फोकस्ड हूँ अभी तो।
अभी आपने यहाँ पर फर्स्ट 3 मैचेस देखे, वहाँ पर ट्रू रिपर्स नहीं थी, अभी 3 मैचेस में ट्रू रिपर्स है, तो कंपटीशन देखकर क्या लगता है कि ट्रू रिपर्स इस वक्त कहाँ स्टैंड करती है, या फिर 3 मैचेस वो कैसे खेल सकते हैं?
पहले तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था कि टीम डे 1 में इतना एग्रेसिव खेलेगी जितना मैं अभी देखा फर्स्ट 3 मैचेस तो। और जैसे मेरी टीम का प्ले स्टाइल है, आई थिंक मेरे लिए तो बहुत अच्छा है ये चीज़, क्योंकि उनको सिचुएशन का एडवांटेज लेना पंग को खास करके बहुत अच्छे से आता है। तो आई थिंक हिल डू गुड, और लास्ट 3 मैचेस में मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि हम थोड़ा अच्छे पोजीशन में तो रहेंगे, इतना कॉन्फिडेंट तो हूँ मैं।
चलिए, क्रैटोस तो कॉन्फिडेंस रखते हैं अपनी टीम के अंदर, देखते हैं ट्रू रिपर्स कैसा खेलती है। चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ।
Man, oh man, I would really love to see this legend from the past create new legends on the stage with True Rippers. A blast from the past, having heard a few words from Kratos over there from True Rippers, but a lot of insights about what their intentions are and what they're looking to accomplish. I mean, which is pretty much a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
do you guys think they are succeeding so far?
I mean, True Rippers right now is doing pretty good, right? It's a nice stagnant pace that they're going with. But I do believe what's going to be needed is an explosive performance, and that's where currently True Rippers is lacking. Maybe one game with 15 elimination points, and that's going to give them 25 points on the board, and you will see True Rippers instantly just propelling themselves somewhere around the top 3.
I think True Rippers has tried a very weird strategy here, which I think during the qualifiers as well, we saw how multiple instances where Punk was resulted to try and solo warrior his way through to get some points. We saw that debut in the Erangel map as well for True Rippers. But this second game, I would say for their Miramar map was a little bit of a questionable play.
Yeah.
Why were they gatekeeping Rapid Chaos? Why were they outside taking this fight? Which I think felt like one of the biggest problems for True Rippers here. Usually they don't play like that. They always play for macro. So I was very surprised that this happened. So this final game for today itself here, I feel like maybe True Rippers gets a decent amount of points. They still have wiggle room to kind of experiment here and there.
Exactly, and again, as you mentioned, room to experiment, it is there because it's just day one and they're just playing their first few matches. But again, you're going to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. I think that is going to be the motto as we step into the last match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I hope you guys are prepared as we head towards the deserts of Miramar.
Probably the most important game for all these teams, since it's also going to be this last game of the day. And as we know, final games means you at least want to have a good end of the day, so you can at least go back to your bed and have a good night's sleep. With the plane hitting the skies, once again, this map of Miramar, it comes in with a lot of hopes of making those comebacks in the entirety of the overall standings. And starting all the way from LSR towards El Pozo, this plane flap had tilted a little bit on the northern side.
Hey, for all things considered here, I think the intensity and the difficulty of the lobby has drastically changed over the past few weeks that we've watched here at BMPS here. And I think this is my first, no, not really the first set plays here, but I think the first lobby out of all of BMPS where we start to see every single team are looking for set plays here. And this is where things get really, really tricky. For those who have no idea what a set play, I'm talking about tandem names, I'm talking about synchronized pushes, I'm talking about the bait and switch strategies here. It's happened all throughout this entire day itself. And there's so much strategy and tactics that has been brought out today. It's unheard of. I wasn't expecting the difficulty to push up this high here when the stakes are this high.
Hands down. I mean, especially with even Nebula Esports getting a decent bit of performance in the previous one, it just adds on even more. But right now, towards Hacienda del Patrón, we've got two teams locking horns. Mysterious 4 and True Rippers right next to each other. Just in that interview with True Rippers, one thing is for sure, they're definitely looking pretty confident, and with that confidence, they also do find the first strike. What is Henry doing? The man had no idea, gets knifed to his own death. What is going on with Mysterious 4? Things are collapsing, they're crumbling down, and now it's just one last man standing in the name of Noob. Can he really make it happen? Can he really do something? Can he be the lifesaver for the entirety of Mysterious 4? And the answer is going to be no.
Oh my goodness, what a flush here from True Rippers, but at the same time, the MVP for this fight has to be Termi. Knocking one guy with a knife and then shanking the second guy before going down, dropping them down low enough for Mysterious 4 to lose 2 players just like that. What a wipeout from True Rippers. What a performance.
The question is, what was Henry doing in that scenario? He should have at least heard some sort of footsteps. He literally opened the door right in front of him, and Henry still had no idea that Termi took an exit from that door. Questions in my mind, but I really hope they do iron things out as they move on in tomorrow's day, because right now for Mysterious 4, in the span of 6 games, they've managed to achieve 27 points. It's not a good average, but tomorrow they need to have a recovery.
Well, and I would say for Mysterious 4, from this point onwards, especially from tomorrow itself, they need only spectacular games to try and survive the top 6. But other than that, it seems like the next point of interest for Mysterious 4 should be to survive not being in the bottom 2, I would say.
Yeah.
Not a great spot to be in here, at least for Mysterious 4 fans. But for the rest of the lobby as well, with one team down in the picture as well, and the Circle giving us a very, very interesting switch as well. Seems like we have had a lot of ocean paddings here just today itself. I think we have 2 coming from Erangel, and now 1 from Miramar itself. Puerto Paraiso is in play with 30% in the ocean itself. Double islands are still available. And I know, Necro, you have been one Tinkit. We've seen one in BGIS. We've seen one last year.
It's not going to go.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think
just
so.
not.
Yeah.
It's
No?
way too around the edge. I don't think it's even a possibility to shift there. But hey, something else that's going to be a possibility is this beautiful Mustang that's currently on your screen. And it's kind of funny that when the man is riding a horse, that's when the Mustang pops up. But as of now, he's also getting shot at. The entirety of Lost Ade, they might just be in a lot of danger. And especially against a team like Team Myth, who are desperate for these points. They're not going to let go off the tracks against Lost Ade Esports. I'm pretty sure right now Lost Ade hopes that they had their hands on the Mustang.
Oh my goodness, Lost Ade, they know for a fact that they cannot outrun them as well. The chase continues, Lucifer finds one, Shadow gets taken out, and the next will be Evil with only 1 HP, could not even patch himself up, now gets right over as well, and just like that, Lost Ade losing 2 players, and Myth Official with 2 very, very easy picks here. Oh, this is a tough spot here for Lost Ade as well.
That's got to be unfortunate. And I'm not going to lie, our observers are definitely cruel for that. Because Lost Ade in that moment were definitely thinking that they had a vehicle, and that's when you show a Mustang. Wow. Salt on top of the boots.
Oh, as the game progresses as well, seems like Wyld going to be rotating from the east side here. Very early rotations, uncontested so far. But you know what's nice while driving on a Mustang in the game? Is to look like the Spartan King. The gold spin Spartan King is currently available here with your first spin per day discounted as well. So be sure to try your luck and spin for the Spartan King set.
Skin Loki looks kind of cool, but moving on towards the game itself, Wyld Esports, another team that's currently struggling in the overall standings. And the fact that Myth Official and even White Walkers are not doing too hot in the overall board, it's unacceptable. You expect a lot more from these banners, and Myth, especially speaking of a player like Detrox, the way he was popping off even inside of the qualifier weeks, even inside of the final week, he was doing pretty good for Myth. Right now, it seems like the form has faded away.
Oh boy, Meta Ninja. Seems like they are going to try and make a little bit of a mad dash as well. They have been doing well for these past 2 games. This 3rd game needs to be another banger here to try and recover the losses that they had in the first 3 matches. It has been a long day here for teams coming from Group B, but AX and Meta Ninja somehow is able to endure the fatigue. And that's the difference between experience and the teams with lack of experience as well. To handle the land pressure itself, it's just very, very different as well.
Oh, White Walkers around the block, taking those shots against Meta Ninja. And right now, Meta Ninja sitting on the 2nd spot as well, or the 3rd spot in the overall standings. Oh no, the vehicle flips over. That's probably the worst thing that can happen to you, but it's all good in the hood. Once again, the vehicle's retrieved. Looking at the circle, still a major portion of the circle is all the way in the water lines, so you can't say only 50% of the land mass is available for you to go for that grab.
Oh boy. Speaking of rotations here, they're getting a little bit desperate to try and push through as well. Team Terminal is going to try and rotate from Los Leones here. 4TR playing from the south side. Lost Ade with 2 players. Seems like they are going to try and hug the shorelines to try and rat their way through. But Autobots inside Puerto Paraiso. Now the question here is, where will the circle form here? Because it seems like it may just be the center of where Meta Ninja is. But the circle may also shift back towards Los Leones as well. There is a high possibility that may happen here. Such a tricky spot to be in because Puerto Paraiso, not a great city to hold, just because, number one, everything on the west side is all mountain terrains that has high grounds and elevation that can see through every single angle of Puerto Paraiso. True. But if the circle shift back to Los Leones, teams on the east side, especially on the edges of the terrain itself, they are forced to try and push through, and it's going to be it's an uphill climb for most of them.
It indeed is. And look at this, what's happening on the screen? Wyld Esports, they somehow just find a loose straggler. And that's going to be an easy knockout and a finish as well. Oh no, that has to be the biggest mistake of their life. Just giving up on a man like that, that's got to sting. And now the fact that Wyld Esports, they've already tasted one of the frags, I'm pretty sure they would not want to back away. Hake Bozon right now is pretty much pushed on the defensive end of the spectrum. And then you've also got a team like TAG just completely surrounding this area as vultures.
Ooh, Wyld. Seems like they are taking this a little bit slow. I'm not a fan of what they're doing. But at the same time, the idea of what Wyld is trying to do is just try to protect those vehicles. They need this for the end game, especially with this big major shift. So stage 1, they do have a little bit of information, but again, look at this. Look at how steep the hills are.
Oh my
And
God.
it seems like the biggest scam ever has just happened. The circle
Nebula.
shifts all the way to southwest corner, not even close to Puerto Paraiso. This is where the big chase comes through. Every single team needs to rush for dibs, and I think Nebula will have the easiest pathing for the west side. But everyone from the east side, oh my goodness, this is one of the most brutal rotations here. Look at how steep the hill is.
This has to be the biggest prank, right? TAG as well now starting to face the brunt. Wingard Esports, they somehow are able to find the first strike. Nicely done. And now Wingard Esports, the fact that they might just be able to win this fight against TAG is just absurd. Hydro is trying to make the pounce all by himself, but Hydro is lost. Where are you looking at, my friend? Wingard Esports, they're somehow just shutting down TAG as TAG's lost. They've got no idea who's hitting them. 3 players knocked out, done and dusted. The last man from TAG's on the run. He needs to play for safety.
Oh my goodness, TAG hearing the wrong things, listening to the wrong direction, and just like that, in shambles, Wingard completely shutting them out. And it's only 1 player remains here for TAG. And in 3 matches, they've only gotten themselves 10 points. A very, very rough start here for the semifinals for TAG. But it's not over yet. As long as there is a will, there's a way. 1 player remaining. Anything can still happen. However, for Meta Ninja, it seems like they've lost their IGL. Shadow 7 has had a little bit of center control. And they will still push on for center control inside the zone and realize that some of this terrain is very tricky to work with. And fortunately for Meta Ninja, they find a compound for themselves uncontested. So that is going to be a small little reset here. Pre-fire is coming in, but nobody is responding. Nobody's home. Lucky for Meta Ninja to find spots.
But man, that curveballing shift from the circle really caught everyone off guard. As you mentioned, the biggest scam has to be the biggest scam indeed. And Nebula Esports somehow just got a free entry inside of the circle, probably sitting in one of the best spots as well. How lucky you have to be.
Yeah, considering how steep the mountain terrain is, looks like Team Tamilas, they may have messed up their vehicles. They're trying to protect it, to try and barricade themselves, but I don't think they can move those vehicles. It seems like they're forced to use this buggy, and even this buggy has lost its tires. Team Tamilas, they've lost all mobility.
If they want, they can actually just push it with that buggy. And maybe it's going to get it unstuck. Not sure though.
Yeah.
Just me trying to crafting some theory.
Oh, they've got to try something, but as of yet, they're out in the open. They're getting pressure here from White Walkers. They're getting shot from afar. Hopefully, they are able to get out of this pinch because as of yet, White Walkers have no idea that Team Tamilas is in a tough spot. But for White Walkers, seems like they don't want to overcommit here. The circle is about to move in 5 seconds, so I think White Walkers is going to try and bait for some sort of information before the next push. Meta Ninja in the circle, and guess what? The circle actually shifts even smaller out in the open. Meta Ninja God spot. Nebula again, the God spots 2 times now. Both Meta Ninja and Nebula has got a decent compound in the map of Miramar.
This can actually be a really good game, even for the side of Myth. And the fact that even Autobots Esports right now, they've found themselves in a decent spot. Even they can do a lot better. All these teams currently inside of the spectrum actually do stand a chance to do good. White Walkers, their struggles have been clearly visible in the overall standings. With only 3 points in 2 games, White Walkers, that's unacceptable. They need a lot more points in the overall board. And right now, True Rippers, there could have been a successful knock as well. The man, Omega, is also getting shot at from the underneath. Vehicles on the verge of being blown over. With a few more bullets can actually blow it over as well. Something needs to be done. The man's trapped, and eventually even the knock is also converted. Nicely done by Team Tamilas.
Beautiful stuff here from Team Tamilas, but True Rippers again getting caught out in the open. Omega is still in position to be saved, but seems like a very risky gamble considering how spread off True Rippers are. Team Tamilas will be very happy that knock. Seems like they are going to try and secure this confirmation, but they don't really want to overcommit as well. Circle's still somewhat in play here for Team Tamilas, but Omega, he's pretty much done for. It's over for True Rippers. Not going to be able to save him here in this scenario. But for Team Tamilas, they are forced to try and rotate away here. They are going to try and push through into the zone. Seems like Team Tamilas, they will have to cross the road, and I don't think they are looking to try and make drastic movements here. They're still trying to punish a couple of rotations here, left, right, front, and center. But it's still a very tricky situation, Necro.
You know what else is tricky? The way the circle is forming. It's just constantly popping in some of those places that you just never expect.
They've got like 2 or 3 scam circles today itself. It's just tricky, right? Semifinals has put a lot of tests onto the players themselves and how things, well, it is making them a little bit challenging for some of them. But for Vanguard, it seems like they've just arrived to the zone. Fortunately for them, they do find a little bit of space here down towards the edge itself. So it is going to be a little bit of a good sign for them. Try and find a little bit of a cover to work with. Information, not a lot for them, but they do have a decent amount of elimination here. And interesting enough, they're the ones that have been very, very aggressive right from the start.
Aggression is something right now at least you cannot really do. You need to at least calm your nerves right now. All these teams just waiting for the first fight to pop up. The moment that happens, there's just going to be third parties instantly hitting the deck. And speaking of someone hitting the deck, even the man from White Walkers, he gets knocked out. Unfortunate start to the fight for the side of White Walkers, and now recovery, it might just be impossible. Rapid Chaos Esports, they're trying to be as aggressive as possible, but Throove is also getting chipped away by the circle. He might just get knocked out. I don't think he can withstand the amount of damage the zone is currently putting on him, and he gets knocked out by the play zone. What a big blunder.
Oh no, Rapid Chaos. They're stuck out in the open, and White Walkers, I think they've realized that they are weak, but they want to push out. They're not exactly in zone as well. Veyron has been confirmed by the zone, claimed there. Anush OP now going to try and lob the nade to try and snatch, make something work, but no, not worth it. White Walkers say, let's just back out. Rapid Chaos Esports now forced to try and engage this fight. I think Anush OP's one nade has literally forced paranoia onto his Rapid Chaos Esports, and they're getting chipped away. 4TR with a long-range pressure. It is slowly going to get in the heads here of Rapid Chaos. You can see they're forced to make drop utilities now.
It indeed will. Such a slow-paced game. And it's all because every single team right now alive in here, they know the importance. So many teams have also taken those individual blows, right? TAG down to just one man, lost out as well. The same storyline happens to them. True Rippers down to a 2-man squad, and a few individual blows on the names of White Walkers. Rapid Chaos Esports take blows on an even Meta Ninja. But maybe a fight might just brew up between Rapid Chaos Esports and White Walkers. But I highly doubt that's going to be a possibility, since Rapid Chaos Esports, they just want to back away and find themselves in a good spot inside of the circle. And this time, Psycho, it just straight up sends it.
Well, seems like a desperation calls for a desperate measure. And Psycho's play just might be able to push through, but now the second lineup comes through. Punk goes in for the spray. No connection, does a little bit of chip here and there. But Rapid Chaos seems like they have broken through, except for Psycho may have messed up. Stopped a little bit too early. Team Tumulus now firing away. The return fire from afar as True Rippers chimes in. He's going to keep Psycho alive, but he is trapped and he is pinned. Rapid Chaos Esports still hasn't found a good spot yet. They are separated.
Rapid Chaos Esports, they seem discombobulated. No proper coordination, just completely messed up. They don't have things on the way. They're not on the same page right now. Everyone's doing their own thing. Each man for himself. That's what the game plan seems like for Rapid Chaos Esports. And Jelly right now is the only survivor for TAG. The moment he ends up taking a fight against Rapid Chaos Esports, Jelly will meet his end. And right now, Jelly's job is to survive for as long as possible.
Such a tricky spot here. But for Team Tumulus, they still have the high ground advantage. But this next circle shift is going to completely decide the playing field here. And it's going to decide whether or not Team Tumulus has to cross the road, which again is going to be no man's land. And Rapid Chaos already getting a lot of center control alongside with Jelly for TAG, who's trying to get some position points. Rising Esports from the west sides on the far horizon. Scouts out the members here from Nebula. Fires away, but no connection so far. Giving them a little bit of scare tactics, but look at how disgusting the terrain is. So many nukes, so many crannies we have to work with as well. And having those utilities is going to be crucial for those set plays. It's all about timing now. And everybody is trying to hunker for some sort of a rabbit hole.
Oh my god.
But the circle shifts up north and Team Tumulus still has the high ground. So Team Tumulus, once again, one of the biggest nuisance in this game for teams coming in from the south side just because they have so much elevation.
This is where the real chaos now unfolds. Nebula is going to be forced to take a fight against Rising Esports. Higboson is going to be forced to take a fight against that one man from Lastade. Autobots Esports is going to be ending up duking it out against Wyld Esports. A lot of fights are about to break out. And third parties, they will just be a different thing. And absolute chaos is about to unfold within the matter of a couple of more seconds. And as I mentioned, Autobots Esports is now going to be taking a fight against Wyld Esports. It's already breaking out. 4TR as well, they straight up ram their vehicles against True Rippers, and this is probably going to be one of those fights where True Rippers, they might not be able to do a lot. A two-man squad against the entirety of 4TR, the pressure is already boiling through.
Oh boy, 4TR, they have to flush their way through. Nades coming from Rapido, not connecting so far. Punk is still on top, needs a little bit of backup. Dermy needs to find a perfect knock, but with this Molotov coming through, catching on Arthur, Punk just might have a little bit of saving grace in this wall. Counter nades coming in, Punk looking for the second. With 4TR, they're looking for the reset. This push unsuccessful for now, but the sync nades still coming in. True Rippers, they have to make things work. Punk, he's looking for the pick now.
Punk has got a lot of confidence now since he knows he's already dealt a lot of damage to the boys of 4TR. And because of that, even the push is now getting prolonged. Autobots Esports with a quick third party as well. They're taking shots from the far away. A man from 4TR gets knocked out. It's unfortunate for Wiper, but now he needs to deal with it. Termi and Punk reuniting once again. This fight is just prolongating for too long. Not a big fan of what's currently going on. True Rippers, either they are the one to quickly wrap this up, or else there's going to be an instant third party soon. True Rippers, they do find the first frag instantly. Things now starting to reflect on the board. Punk needs to go for a revival as well, but is it possible? 4TR needs to keep on applying that constant pressure, as even White Walkers, now they're here with a quick third party, and eventually Punk, he does a lot of damage, finding those two quick knocks, and 4TR, they've been eliminated from the game by that one nade from the side of White Walkers.
Oh my goodness, what a perfect timing as well, but now Wyld looking to try and third party, and guess what? They found no one at all. White Walkers was the one to claim the throne, but the biggest nuisance still Team Tamalas, Anush TOP, tried to close up the distance, but from the far horizon, Team Tamalas again pressuring from those high grounds, not making enough space, not making it easy for any teams to rotate in Zilkro here. But what a fight between 4TR and True Rippers. But again, could have gone big here for Punk, but a massive third party from White Walkers. Nebula, however, from the southwest corner, needs to make a move into the zone here. Seems like Rising Esports is going to be the big threat for them, but teams on the southeast corners, finally the big tussle happens. Autobots running into a fight here with Myth. Still looks 50-50. Both sides are hurting.
Myth getting dismantled by Autobots. And Autobots Esports, that nade. Right on the money. Confirmation instantly follows up. Another nade tossed around that same block. What am I watching? Arib is out in the open and still no consequences. The man was just spamming through out in the open, and somehow Autobots Esports, they just run through. Myth eliminated from the game. It's like they were not even in competition. They were not even a threat.
This was a very clean takedown here from Autobots. A very well needed as well, considering how poor of a performance for the last two games. But a great small little recovery here for them. Now down towards the final 12 teams in this very, very tricky circle here. A lot of playing grounds to work with. Hick Bozon now finally have to make the move. If they have protected those vehicles, seems like they are going to try and close up the gap here between Autobots to try and scout out the situation. Here comes the slam. Nice chip damage out of nowhere. They scout one, but Iggy with the chip was able to find two. Hick Bozon wasn't prepared for that play, and Iggy was able to shut them out.
It's like every single person from the side of Autobots Esports, they've done something, they're on something. What did they have for breakfast this morning? How is every single person just having those clutch chains, single-handedly pushing up, and one man is destroying players?
Oh my
Crazy
goodness.
stuff from the side of Autobots Esports. Every single person seems like a one-man army.
Oh, it feels like Hick Bozon wasn't prepared. They got the initial chip damage, and then after that, it was like, wait a minute, that's actually a guy. Got down, completely got juked out here by Iggy. What a slam. That's the difference between the LAN and online itself. The pressure is kicking in. Half a second can mean life and death in all these scenarios. True. And Iggy was able to capitalize on that half a second to capitalize on Hick Bozon for not being focused in that scenario. Great little clutch. Great little points in the hands of Autobots. But on the finished feed here, we do see Nebula finally having a little bit of scuffle with AX, who's been struggling to make their way into the zone. But before that, let's take a look at the replay here. Iggy, oh, beautiful jiggle. First pump, docks his way through. Here's the two cocks as well, coming in from the shots from Hick Bozon. Picks out in the right timing, finds the second player. Beautiful stuff.
Smooth operator. That's all I'd like to say. Nebula now, this fight, it's going to be quite a deadly one as well. Kratos overpeaks that. Instantly gets knocked out. Consequences for every single action, and that's what Nebula is currently learning. Kratos and his teammate instantly cut off from the game. Adi as well falls apart. Nebula Esports now alive with only Nomi up close. While his teammate, he's a little bit far away from the pack. Nebula Esports now will be forced to play a little bit more of that defense, but AX, they come in with a quick third party, trying to catch the players of Rising Esports off guard, and Rising Esports, they're completely surrounded. These players from the side of AX, it's like they're winning every single possible fight, but a bit of that whiff, and AX as well gets punished. Devotee was in the back. Devotee thought his teammates could do it, but everything is now messed up. Cyrex is down low as well, and look at this heroic entrance from Devotee. He was able to find every single person, and he was, as even the last man collapses.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch. But it's not over yet. Nebula actually third parties from the right moment. Nomi heard the entire commotion, lines up the shot, took down all the players of Team AX, and they finally get completely wiped out. Oh my goodness. What a blunder from Team AX. But a survival attempt here for Nebula.
Oh, White Walkers. Well, there we go. Within the blink of an eye, even White Walkers follow up that same trail. Eliminations after eliminations, so many teams, so many players just getting taken care of. It's insane. But even that entire entrance from Devotee was just so heroic. Iconic entrance in that fight, wiping out the existence of the opponents, but then there was also Nebula Esports waiting for the right moment. And Nebula Esports, they wipe out everyone around that same block.
You know, the thing that Devotee did only can be seen in cinemas. I thought for a second I was watching a Mission Impossible movie here, where cars flying through the middle of the crack, fires the perfect shot, and then lines up the knock as well. That was just insane stuff here coming from Devotee. But unfortunately, the last one here, who would have thought that the sneaky player from Nebula Esports was able to take him out? But even then, in the blink of an eye, it seems like we've lost out a majority of the teams here. We're down to the final 6 teams in 16 remaining. And Meta Ninja so far the most consistent in these past 3 games ever since the group shift happened as well. Looking to secure another chicken dinner. Very, very high possibility for them. But now, seems like they're not exactly in the zone yet here. Team Tumula's one of the biggest nuisance for the north side, finally crossing the road in towards the north into the zone. Still pretty out in the open.
Oh, I mean, having a look at the replay of that entire fight once again. Just want to look at Devotee's entrance. It was just so iconic. Look at this entire moment. Pops out, that was Raiden, and from the back, no one had any idea from the opponents that Raiden is already right behind them, and then Devotee in the end with the flying car, just wiping out the last man's existence, and Nebula Esports is Nomi. He was waiting for that exact moment. That's the only reason why Nebula went silent in that fight, because they were waiting for a third party. At the moment AX made that pounce, Nebula took the advantage, but the damage is already done. Nebula as well, we're taken down pretty low.
Yeah, but at the same time, beautiful bait and switch here coming from Cyrex in the end.
How was Jelly alive?
But he's been in the middle for the longest time.
Yeah, the circle has just been popping right on top of him. It feels like even the gods are favoring him now.
Yeah, so it seems like TAG is able to find some sort of position points in this game here. But it seems like Meta Ninja now, coming from the west side, needs to push in the zone. They do have the high ground, but they do see a lot of smokes from afar, but I don't think they can actually capitalize on a lot of information here. Jelly, he's trying to get some sort of position points for the team. Done a phenomenal job so far, surviving top 6. Autobots hungry for the chicken dinner, but it seems like they are expecting company. Probot with the slam here, gets immediately shakedown. The rest of Wingard wasn't actually in sync to try and push up, and Probot gets taken out for absolutely no contest. 3 points here.
Autobots Esports is right next to Wingard as well, and that's what they need to take care of. But Team Tumulas, ooh, they break a sweat as the man Aim God himself gets broken completely in half. TAG as well with that, they follow up the elimination as even they have been eliminated from the game. The last man, Jelly, was not able to withstand all of that damage. Wingard Esports is fought against Team Tumulas. For how long can this keep on going? The man up close gets confirmed. That's going to be Erangel, the main playmaker from Team Tumble's out of the game. And why is Autobots Esports not making any actions?
Sees Kaiser, here he comes. This is the timing you're talking about as well. Ari, perfect timing. Now with the nades to confirm that. Infinity still stuck in the smoke. Could not do anything about this. And Autobots looking to try and take this game away. But Team Tumla's biggest nuisance of the game could not make the zone. And only Mr. IGL remains on the north side. Gets pinned off from Manta Ninja. Wingard, now Infinity, looks for a pick against Autobots. Seems like he's gonna scare him off a little bit, but he needs to pick up Ryzen, but he can't seem to do so. Ryzen is out in the open, and the circle is gonna force them all out in the open. Meta Ninja prime position to go for a back-to-back chicken dinner now.
Yeah, Meta Ninja can actually close this one off easily. 3 men standing right around that same spectrum, and Autobots Esports, they know Wingard Esports is trapped. Meta Ninja, they execute another man. Wingard Esports, they lose out on the man who was knocked out. One last person standing for Wingard Esports, and even Team Tumulus. And the man from Team Tumulus can just keep on playing a passive game, but soon he will need to leave his comfort zone. That's when Meta Ninja can actually take the advantage. Autobots Esports now, a few nades are going to be lobbed against him, and this one's going to be right on the mark. Eggy falls apart. That's the big playmaker taken out from Autobots. Another person falls apart as well. It's like a systematic dismantle that I'm currently watching. And Autobots Esports as well, now down to just one man. Team Tumble's as well, third partying. Man, it's just eliminations flying across.
Oh my goodness, Autobots just got timing here. Ralphie now going to be proning his way through. He sees Fierce, but two of his teammates got taken out by Wingard before being able to do anything. Meta Ninja may have found the opener now. Ralphie is not too happy about this. He's got the AK, but no! He goes down, and Meta Ninja back-to-back winner chicken dinner. What a performance, what a recovery. This has to be the biggest comeback here of the day.
At the start of the day, we thought Meta Ninja was lackluster. The performance wasn't great. But now at the end of the day with the back-to-back chicken dinner, well, there we go. Once again, they're back in the race, and not just back, they are currently dominating the overall standings.
Exactly, and it's not just Meta Ninja who have been extremely consistent today. Huge props to Autobots as well. They've been doing quite well for themselves. I mean, we saw them drop the ball every now and then, maybe a few matches middle of the day, but I think overall that was another team that was consistent. But Meta Ninja, man, oh man, was this the start that we expected from Meta Ninja in the semi-finals, lads?
I mean, Meta Ninja has just always been that X factor, right? You never know. Sometimes they can do so good that they can just astonish all of us, or sometimes you will just see Meta Ninja at the bottom of the board.
Hey man, experience turned into an explosive performance on day one with the first few matches of the semi-finals commencing. And well, here we have the last few moments of the game. I see. Could Ralphie have done any better in that last moment?
Yeah, well, not whipping his shot is another, a 4x scope with the AK, not
the
exactly
AK,
an easy thing to pull off here. But for all things considered, Meta Ninja has done phenomenally well in this game here. They played in the macro really well. They waited for the right timing. It wasn't a big high fragging game, but it was a very necessary one in order to try and push through as well, especially when they're down 3 games right from the start, and then now to fight the 2 games, getting 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. This pretty much recovers whatever lost points right from the start. So I think this performance of a shift in mentality from Meta Ninja has given them a little bit of ray of hope now to try and get top 6.
And you gotta feel real bad for Autobots Esports, right? They were also getting tag teamed by Wingard Esports and Team Tumulus from the sidelines. It's like Meta Ninja were just destined to win that game. But you know what? While all of that was going on, how was Jelly still alive? I mean, he was able to stand alive till like the top 5.
Hey man, Apex Gaming on top. That's why. I mean, they have done quite well for themselves, TAG. I think overall a decent start to their journey of the semi-finals. And Jelly, of course, I think all that experience helps you realize which positions inside of the map in a particular circle are going to be empty. And Jelly just running towards the center with everyone else on the periphery of that play zone, just forced everyone to fight amongst each other, and Jelly got ignored. But we now look at the numbers. We have the MVP of that game, which was Eggy, as you guys mentioned, the big playmaker from the side of Autobots. Unfortunately, in the last few moments, he also became the first man to fall.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I think Iggy did really well for the team here, leading them towards a great position. Today, overall in general, Autobots' performance has been absolutely aggressive and winning in gunfights as well. It's only the last 2 games, not this game, I mean the switch as well from Game 4 and Game 5 is where we start to see a little bit of tumble here between the switch. But overall, I think Autobots hit the minimum quota of being very consistent here. But they still need massive games just like this if they want to stand a chance to defend for top 6.
And it feels like right now on the side of Autobots, everyone is just having those clutch genes. Players are getting multiple frags at the same time, and somehow it feels like the players are invincible.
Whatever we are seeing from them, it's working out, and hopefully they just keep the ball rolling for the future. But again, I think one thing that is just a little off-putting for me, personally, I don't know your thoughts, is not seeing Eggy play for Team Eggy now.
Yeah,
that's the only thing. We've seen him play for Team Eggy forever, but this time joining arms with Autobots, it has been very, very fruitful for the lads so far. But we have the highlights of that previous game of Miramar, and of course, it turns out that the Deserts were action-packed today.
Yeah, and even this fight as well was a little bit of a scuffle fight here between 4TR and True Rippers. But the third party from White Walkers with the nades to try to shut down 4TR was just brutal to watch. But yeah, this clutch we're talking about here from Iggy was just phenomenal. Devotee as well has been absolutely going crazy here for Team EX. But I must say, just today's semifinals in general, the 4 teams that really stood out, well, I'm just going to name 3 here. It's going to be AX, Meta Ninja, Autobots that has been somewhat consistent throughout the entire day, and they have pretty much set the benchmark here for the rest of the team to try and chase him.
And even Reckoning Esports, I would like to add on towards that topic, right? First 3 games Reckoning Esports played, they were doing so good in the span of 3 games. They've got 40+ points, which is really impressive from their side.
Hey, it's a decent start to the semifinals, and I think this target, especially for the teams that were just playing 3 matches, was to go over 30. 48, that's definitely where you want to be. But we do have the match rankings from that previous game of Miramar. Also, the last match of day 1, Meta Ninja finishing with 17, Autobots with 17 as well. Win got 13, Team Tamilas 11, True Rippers. It seems like True Rippers, while they might struggle to find stable footing for the top spots of the matches, they're still walking away with what seems like a decent amount of points from every single game.
Average, yeah.
Yeah, they still have some sort of a average points per match here, but they still need a big game if they want to give chase as well, because the lead is slowly pulling away. And in particular, I think the ones that really struggled here is going to be Nebula as well. Out of 3 games, they only had 1 good game, which is the previous one. This game, complete flop for them. But let's take a look at the overall standings and how things has happened as well. Team AX, Meta Ninja, and Autobots has pretty much set the benchmark for the chase for tomorrow. But like you said, Reckoning Esports, Genesis, they're so close to them as well. And guess what? They're 3 games behind out of the 6 coming from the top 3.
Okay, now here's the point, right? If you look at the top 8 right now, there's so many teams that have played all the 6 games, but only the teams that have played 3 games are going to be Genesis Esports and Reckoning Esports, which means tomorrow when these guys are going to be back, they're probably going to be sitting on the first spot of the overall standings because they've still got a lot more games compared to the other teams.
Unless, Necro, their matches just go horribly wrong, right? Things can go wrong, especially when you start to get hopeful. So I think Reckoning Esports and Genesis, as you mentioned, off to a great start. Just do not let this get to you. You still have to secure that spot inside of the top 6. But as we move on to the next page of the leaderboard, now this is where things get a little unpleasant for me. I see with seeing Reckoning Esports, we're seeing like God's Reign struggle. We're seeing VXT, Myth, Nebula Esports, and True Rippers TAG on the last page of the leaderboard, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it's quite concerning as well here, because if you want to do a little bit of a points average comparison as well, TAG, VXT, well, they need to start bucking up here. And if for White Walkers, they've only got 4 points in 3 games. That is a concerning factor. However, for Higboson, that's even more of a concern, because 6 matches, they've only got 15 points. So in order for them to actually stand a chance for the top 6, they need to start racking up chicken dinners from tomorrow point onward. Today was an absolute disaster for Higboson.
That's what I was going to point out as well. Higboson playing the most amount of games today, and in the most amount of games as well, Higboson were not able to get a lot of points, which is just even worse, Johnny. Now imagine what's going to happen tomorrow, because if Higboson continues with the same spree, then there's a chance they might just be in the bottom 2, my friend.
This was a team that was doing really well on the aggressive front when we were on the online stage of the tournament. But we do have the elimination leaders on our screen. Smoke, of course, holding the title of the eliminator of the tournament. But Cyrex, he's just 1 finish shy right now. 84 for Smoker, 83 for Cyrex.
Yeah, this is a little bit of difference as well, considering the fact that Cyrex is 3 games ahead of Smoker as well, coming from VXT. But Devotee also stepping up today itself here has given them a little bit of signs of light for the contest as well. But the performer of the day, this has to be the most impressive staff all BMPS here. In a single day, he's gotten himself 17 finishes. However, take that in mind. there's 6 matches he's played so far.
That's also a good point that he just brought up. They played 6 matches.
But just because of that, 6 matches played, average survival time of 22 minutes plus, I think AX was having a pretty wonderful day today, man.
AX, without a doubt, were definitely having a blast. In general, even the entirety of AX, you talk about Devotee, you talk about Cyrex, you talk about Aryan, every single person from AX was popping off. They were getting those frags on the board. And if you look at the day summary as well, AX was able to have one of the chicken dinners in their hands. But if you look at the overall summary for AX throughout the entire day, in all the games, AX was doing good.
Yeah, they're very consistent here as well. They're winning fights, they're taking fights as well, which is crazy. But we also have to take in consideration here, even though if we were to average out the points to average here, I think Reckoning Esports is still tabletop just because they played 3 matches as well. So if you times to that, they're still ahead of AX. But that's for tomorrow for them to chase as well. So again, the target has been set. AX, Autobots, Meta Ninja has set the benchmark for the rest of the teams to try and chase them as well. Meta Ninja, somehow a miraculous play right from the start. First 3 games, complete flop. Last 3 games, back-to-back winner chicken dinners. That has to be the biggest flex of the day.
Exactly. I think had they not recovered, our words would have been different.
I'm going to give the disclaimer once again. The overall standings that you see on the screen right now might be deceiving. Things will change as time keeps on moving on. All the teams haven't played the same amount of games.
Exactly, and what you said has been proven to at the end of day 1 itself by Meta Ninja. So let's head on to the stage and hear from Shadow himself.
थैंक यू सो मच मेजी और जी हाँ शैडो जो आईजिल है हमारे साथ मौजूद है अभी मेटा निंजा के शैडो कांग्रेचुलेशंस द वे द डे एंडेड फॉर यू वाज ग्रेट बट आप थोड़ा शुरुआत के बारे में बताइए 3 मैचेस में सिर्फ 3 पॉइंट्स व्हाट एग्जैक्टली वेंट रॉन्ग
3 मैचेस में 3 पॉइंट वही था कि थोड़ा लक वगैरह फेवर नहीं दे रहा था और ड्रॉप्स फाइट भी थे हर जगह और थोड़ा अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीज़ें बहुत सारी हो रही थी हमारे साथ तो वही था कि हर चीज़ हमारे अगेंस्ट ही था पहले 3 गेम में आगे तो फिर 3 मैच में हमने वही देखा कि जितने हो सकते हैं पॉइंट्स निकाल लेते हैं कि हम एक एवरेज मेंटेन करके चले हैं ऐसा
बट जब 3 मैचेस में 3 पॉइंट्स आए तो आपकी जो आपको टीममेट्स के लिए राय थी वो क्या थी व्हाट वेंट इन दैट मीटिंग में उसके बारे में भी जानना चाहता हूँ बिकॉज उस 3 पॉइंट के बाद तो एक बवंडर सा आ गया और बाकी के बचे हुए 3 मैचेस में आपकी टीम 52 पॉइंट्स लेकर के गई है
वही था कि ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं था कि हमने थोड़ा प्लान चेंज किया कि 3 मैच में कैसे खेलना है वो सब डिस्कस किया और ऑसमन भाई वगैरह देख रहे थे बाहर से मैचेस तो उनने भी गाइड किया कि ये करो वो करो मतलब साथ में खेलो और फाइट्स वगैरह कॉन्फिडेंटली लो और बाकी 3 मैच में वर्कआउट कर लिया सब
पर चलिए अभी तो ये सिर्फ डे 1 की एंडिंग है और आपके पास भी इतना एक्सपीरियंस है एंड यू ऑल्सो नो दैट इट्स जस्ट द बिगनिंग आगे का जो दिन है उसके बारे में आपके क्या प्लान्स हैं और अब इस 55 को कल डे एंड तक कहां पर ले जाने की सोच है और कल के दिन पे आप ऐसा क्या अलग करने वाले हैं कि आज के दिन की जो शुरुआत थी वो कल के दिन पे ना हो कम से कम
अभी मोमेंटम तो मिल गया हमें तो वो कैरी ऑन करने का ट्राई करेंगे और जैसे लास्ट के 3 गेम खेले वैसे ही खेलने का ट्राई करेंगे कल भी
शैडो बहुत सारे लोग ये बात जानते भी है कि आपके पास वो 2 ऑफिशियल ट्रॉफी है और उसके बाद वो मेटा में परिवर्तन भी हमें देखने को मिला बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस भी रेज हुए कि क्या नए मेटा के साथ शैडो वो पुराना वाला गेम प्ले नहीं दिखा पाएंगे अभी BGMILIVE भी आपका बढ़िया गया आप लोग काफ़ी आगे तक पहुंचे यहाँ कर कभी जो सफ़र है वो बढ़िया चल रहा है आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं क्या वो सच में जोन मेटा का ही शिफ्ट था या कुछ और कारण जो आप मानते हैं कि बीच में एक ड्रॉट फेज आया
जोन मेटा का इतना कुछ फ़र्क नहीं हुआ है मतलब ऑब्वियसली मतलब प्ले स्टाइल में बहुत सारे चेंजेस करने पड़े लेकिन वही था कि थोड़ा अभी आपस में सही नहीं था पहले सबका तो वो एज अ टीम खेल नहीं पा रहे थे हम साथ में तो धीरे धीरे अभी हो रहा है कमबैक धीरे धीरे हो रहा है
जी हाँ जैसे स्पीरो बोलते हैं आ रहा है कमबैक आ रहा है मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि यही जो गेम है वो आपका आगे भी चलता रहे कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस आज के दिन के लिए एंड आई होप कि आगे के मैचेस आपके बढ़िया जाए थैंक यू जी आप प्लीज अपनी सीट ले सकते हैं तो ये है शैडो और उन्होंने बताया कि भाई ठीक है अब मोमेंटम उनके पास वापस आ चुका है पर ये था सेमीफाइनल्स का डे नंबर 1 और ये ऑलरेडी बहुत ज्यादा केओटिक हमें देखने को मिला पर जैसा हमने बोला भी है दिस इज जस्ट द बिगनिंग डे नंबर 2 वो और भी बहुत सारे कमबैक्स को लेकर के आएगा जरूर तो हमारे साथ क्राफ्टन इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स के यूट्यूब चैनल पे जुड़ना ना भूले तब तक के लिए अपना ख्याल रखे अपनों का ख्याल रखे डे 2 पे आपसे मुलाकात होगी टाटा बाय बाय एंड टेक केयर
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the time. I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha, let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, hard, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I'm rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience.